Welcome to Simplilearn's Business Analytics Full Course. In this course, we will dive into business analytics, which is all about using data to help businesses make smarter decisions. As a business analyst, you will learn how to analyze data and turn it into valuable insights that companies can use to grow and succeed. With the high demand for business analysts rising and salaries ranging from $70,000 to $110,000, now is the perfect time to start your journey in this career. So throughout this course, we will cover the essentials of business analytics, including how to use PowerBI for data visualization, how to clean and organize data, build reports, and apply advanced techniques. We'll also gain hands-on experience with real-world projects and get ready for job interviews and certifications to help you land your dream job. And by the end of this course, you will have everything you need to start a successful career as a business analyst. So let's get started. Also, if you are interested in becoming a business analyst, Simplilearn offers the perfect certification program to help you achieve your goals. With this course, you'll learn how to solve complex business problems and gain essential skills all aligned with IIBA, Babcock V3 standards, including CBAP and CCBA certifications. You'll also earn valuable certifications from IBM, attend masterclasses with IBM experts, and get hands-on experience with real-world projects and Harvard Business case studies. Plus, you'll master tools like Tableau, Excel, SQL, and even cutting-edge generative AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, Gemini, and Midjourney. Don't wait, enroll now and become a certified business analyst. So, let's get started.
We all use smartphones, but have you ever wondered how much data it generates in the form of texts, phone calls, emails, photos, videos, searches, and music? Approximately 40 exabytes of data gets generated every month by a single smartphone user. Now, imagine this number multiplied by 5 billion smartphone users. That's a lot for our mind to even process, isn't it? In fact, this amount of data is quite a lot for traditional computing systems to handle. And this massive amount of data is what we term as big data. Let's have a look at the data generated per minute on the internet. 2.1 million snaps are shared on Snapchat. 3.8 million search queries are made on Google. 1 million people log on to Facebook. 4.5 million videos are watched on YouTube. 188 million emails are sent. That's a lot of data. So, how do you classify any data as big data? This is possible with the concept of 5 V's: volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and value. Let us understand this with an example from the healthcare industry. Hospitals and clinics across the world generate massive volumes of data. 2,314 exabytes of data are collected annually in the form of patient records and test results. All this data is generated at a very high speed, which attributes to the velocity of big data. Variety refers to the various data types, such as structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. Examples include Excel records, log files, and X-ray images. Accuracy and trustworthiness of the generated data is termed as veracity. Analyzing all this data will benefit the medical sector by enabling faster disease detection, better treatment, and reduced cost. This is known as the value of big data. But how do we store and process this big data? To do this job, we have various frameworks such as Cassandra, Hadoop, and Spark. Let us take Hadoop as an example and see how Hadoop stores and processes big data. Hadoop uses a distributed file system known as Hadoop Distributed File System to store big data. If you have a huge file, your file will be broken down into smaller chunks and stored in various machines. Not only that, when you break the file, you also make copies of it, which goes into different nodes. This way, you store your big data in a distributed way and make sure that even if one machine fails, your data is safe on another. MapReduce technique is used to process big data. A lengthy task A is broken into smaller tasks, B, C, and D. Now, instead of one machine, 3 machines take up each task and complete it in a parallel fashion and assemble the results at the end. Thanks to this, the processing becomes easy and fast. This is known as parallel processing. Now that we have stored and processed our big data, we can analyze this data for numerous applications. In games like Halo 3 and Call of Duty, designers analyze user data to understand at which stage most of the users pause, restart, or quit playing. This insight can help them rework on the storyline of the game and improve the user experience, which in turn reduces the customer churn rate. Similarly, big data also helped with disaster management during Hurricane Sandy in 2012. It was used to gain a better understanding of the storm's effect on the east coast of the U.S., and necessary measures were taken. It could predict the hurricane's landfall 5 days in advance, which wasn't possible earlier. These are some of the clear indications of how valuable big data can be once it is accurately processed and analyzed.
We will understand the importance of business analysts with a short and interesting story. So meet Rob. He runs a cafe in a small town far away. His cafe is one of the oldest and most popular eateries in town. Rob's cafe was hugely popular amongst customers and it was doing very well until the onset of the deadly coronavirus. Due to COVID-19, like other eateries, Rob was forced to shut down his cafe too. This took a heavy toll on his business and subsequently he lost his customers. None of his customers visited his cafe and this resulted in a huge loss for him. He knew he couldn't afford to close his business forever as it would take time for coronavirus to be eradicated. But he was lost. This situation was new to him and he didn't know how to reopen his business amidst this pandemic. After a lot of brainstorming, he recollected reading about business analysts. He remembered that business analysts are professionals who enable a change in an organization. He felt like a business analyst could help him sort out his current business problems. Hence, without wasting any time, he set out to hire a business analyst. He hired Ted, the business analyst, to help him with his ongoing business problems. Rob entrusted Ted with reopening the business. The first step Ted took was to have a discussion with Rob and understand the business problems and the objectives. That is ideally the first step a business analyst would take. On discussing with Rob, Ted learned that the business objective was to reopen the business and get at least 80% of the customer base back. In addition to that, Rob also wanted Ted to look for sustainable ways to reopen and continue the business in the long run amidst the pandemic. Ted studied the case and he came up with a few suggestions that he thought was fit for Rob's business. His first suggestion was to develop an exclusive home delivery app for Rob's cafe. This way, Ted knew that business will improve as customers prefer home delivery in the current scenario. Next, Ted suggested that Rob has work from home meal boxes added to his menu. Many professionals are working from home currently and having work from home meal boxes would be a good pick for such professionals in the middle of a busy day. Ted's third suggestion was to bring down the selling cost by providing discount coupons that can be utilized by customers. Having a discount will enable more customers to order from Rob's cafe. Of course, it was not possible to get the customer base back without any sort of price cuts in the current situation. Finally, Ted suggested that Rob's staff would facilitate home delivery orders. This way, he didn't have to lay off his staff and at the same time get the home delivery running. So these were a few suggestions given by Ted. Yes, depending on the situation, business analysts can take up different approaches. So after the suggestions were accepted by Rob for the app, Ted began to make sure that the development went well by collaborating with the IT team. Ted became the intermediary between the IT team and Rob. He provided suggestions to the team, checked the app through user interface testing, and made sure that the requirements met well. The same applied to the other business requirements and changes as well. Ted held regular meetings to gauge the progress and also kept Rob in the loop and updated him with the status of the project. Attending regular catch-ups helped Rob gain an insight into the progress and give his feedback from time to time. Ted made sure that the entire case was well documented. By doing so, he could always refer to the documents in the future with similar cases as well. Ted made presentations that showed Rob the business growth after implementing the changes, and Ted always supported his presentations with data. Rob was very impressed with Ted's business approach. Such an approach not only helped Rob reopen his business amidst the COVID-19, but also helped him get 80% of his customer base back. Ted successfully brought about a positive change in Rob's business, which was highly beneficial. So that is how Ted, the business analyst, helped Rob make a business sustainable. This was the importance of having a business analyst in Rob's organization. Don't you think every organization should have a business analyst? Well, yes. Depending on the business domain and the situation, their roles and responsibilities may vary.
Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business, and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project, and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now. Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup based to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, she starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, PowerBI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Business analyst is a professional who is responsible for bridging the gap between IT and business teams. They use analytics to evaluate processes, determine requirements, deliver data-driven solutions, and generate reports to executives and stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual who is a part of the business operation and works closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also help in assisting in integration and testing of new solutions. Growing a career in a field with high demand such as business analysis could be a challenge, and competition for business analyst positions can be intense. So you should have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. A BA should successfully identify and recognize the organization's business objective. They should understand the business problems and think of a lucrative business solution. They need to understand and collect the business requirements from clients and stakeholders, allocate the right resources, and improve the existing business. Documentation of business findings is another important key role of a business analyst. BAs interact with the development team to design the solution for solving a particular problem. They often need to spend a certain amount of time in meetings in order to save the development team from spending their time in understanding the stakeholders' requirement. They often give feedback on the layout of a software application as to what all features need to be added and what functionalities should the application contain, and also implement the newly designed features that a business needs. While BAs identify the needs, define the features, write use cases, uncover business rules, and manage issues, they should also gauge the functional and non-functional requirements in a business. Business analysts run meetings with stakeholders and other authorities. Hence, discussing issues with the client face-to-face can do wonders and even help in solving problems quickly. They engage with business leaders and users to understand how data-driven changes to products, services, software, and hardware can improve efficiency and add value. They verify and validate if the project is running well with the help of user acceptance testing and the solutions are in line with the client's requirements. They also ensure that the product delivered satisfies the user requirements. Finally, BAs write documentations and build visualizations to explain all the findings and draw business insights. They also deliver maintenance reports. They need to develop informative, coherent, and usable documents for the success of a project. Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. Now, business analysts should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now, the eighth skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate, and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete, and insert. Microsoft Excel is the ninth skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis, and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter, and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills, we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution. With that, we have covered our top skills for a business analyst. If you have any questions related to the skills that we covered, then please put it in the chat section. Our team will help you solve your queries. Now, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you grow your career in business analytics and help you become a business analyst. So let me search for Simplilearn here. This is the Simplilearn website, and on the search bar, let me look for business analyst. You can see there are a few courses related to business analyst. So let me open these two courses. So let's go to the first course. So this is the Business Analyst Master's Program. Now this program is endorsed. Education provider is IIBA. Now if you look on the right, we have the different courses that will be covered as part of this master's program. So there is Introduction to Business Analysis, Certified Business Analytics Professional. You'll also learn about Agile and Scrum. There's Business Analytics with Excel. You'll also get training in SQL. There's Tableau training. And you'll also get to work on Business Analyst capstone projects. If I scroll down, now here are the tools that will be covered as part of this course. So there's Microsoft Excel, Zira, Tableau, Power BI, PostgreSQL, then there's Planbox, Target Process, and others. Here you can see the program advisors. And if I scroll further, this is the entire course content we have. These are the different courses that you will be learning in this course. And after you finish the course, you will receive a certificate which will look similar to this. So please go ahead and enroll to this course if you want to start your career in business analytics. Now let me take you to another program. We have postgraduate program in business analysis. Now this is in partnership with Purdue University and endorsed education provider is IIBA. If I scroll down, you can see here the key features of this course. You'll get Purdue Postgraduate Program Certification, Alumni Association membership, master classes from Purdue faculties, enrollment in Simplilearn's Job Assist. There's 170 plus hours of blended learning, 11 plus hands-on projects, custom projects in 3 domains. If I scroll further, on the right you can see this is the Purdue certification that you will receive after finishing the course, and you will also get the certificate received by International Institute of Business Analysis, that is IIBA. Let's scroll down. You also have the advantage for enrolling to Simplilearn Job Assist program. So you will get IIM Jobs Pro membership for 6 months, resume assistance and career monitoring. You'll also have interview preparation and career affairs. Now here you can see the program details. So you will learn about an introduction to business analysis, certified business analysis professional, there's Agile and Scrum, business analytics with Excel, Tableau training, business analyst capstone project. And you also have the opportunity to enroll for some electives. So we have Purdue University Business Analysis Masterclass. You can also enroll to a Power BI course, and there's Agile and Scrum Foundation. If I scroll down, here you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this program. So there's business analysis, there's elicitation and collaboration, requirement analysis, planning and monitoring. Let me click on view more. You have strategy analysis, dashboarding, wireframing, there's data visualization, statistical analysis using Excel, SQL database, there's requirement lifecycle management, and lots more. So these are the tools that will be covered in this course. We have Microsoft Excel, Zira, Fogbuzz, Planbox, that's Rally, Power BI, PostgreSQL, that's version 1, Target Process, and others. And now this is the important part. These are the industry related projects that you will get to work on once you enroll to this course. So the first project is canteen ordering system for Unilever. We also have library management system for Stanford University. There is WhatsApp Pay, and you can see the description of these projects mentioned below. And you also have hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. They are our course advisors for this course. Now they are directly related to Purdue University. If I scroll further, this is the learner's profile and how the industry trend has been for business analysts. So please go ahead and enroll to this program if you really want to start your career or you want to grow your career as a business analyst.
Now here is a quick roadmap that depicts what a fresher needs to possess to become a business analyst. First, they need to have a graduation degree in a related field. Then, Knowledge of SQL and relational database is very important. Thirdly, a fresher should have good hands-on experience with programming languages, and that's a prerequisite. And finally, they need to have good communication skills to nail the role of a business analyst. Up next, we have the roadmap that depicts what an experienced professional needs to possess to become a business analyst. Firstly, they should have good knowledge of the domain they're currently working in. Next, they should know how to write SQL queries. An experienced professional should be good with programming languages. In addition to that, they need to have good communication and negotiation skills. Finally, they should be good at creating interactive reports using business intelligence tools. In addition to that, having a certification offered by International Institute of Business Analysis, such as Certified Business Analysis Professional, would be highly beneficial.
Let's now learn the business analysis knowledge areas. First up, we have business analysis planning and monitoring. Now this knowledge area describes the tasks used to organize and coordinate business analysis efforts. It involves planning business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement, business analysis governance, as well as information management. Then we have elicitation and collaboration. Now this knowledge area describes the tasks used to prepare and conduct elicitation activities and confirm the results. It also includes communicating business analysis information and stakeholder engagement. The third knowledge area we have is requirements lifecycle management. So this knowledge area describes the tasks that we perform in order to manage and maintain requirements throughout their lifecycle. It covers the creation, changes, prioritization, traceability, and governance processes. Fourth in our list, we have strategy analysis. Now this knowledge area describes the tasks used to identify the business need, address that need, and align the change strategy within the enterprise. You need to analyze the current state, define the future state, assess risks, and define change strategy. Then we have requirements analysis and design definition. This knowledge area describes the tasks used to organize requirements, specify and model requirements. It also validates and verifies information and identifies solution options. The final knowledge area we have is solution evaluation. This knowledge area measures the solution performance, analyzes performance measures, assesses solution limitations, and recommends actions to increase solution value. Now, let's discuss two of the most widely used methodologies in any business analysis process. These methods are popularly used in the industries to ensure smooth running of projects. The first methodology we are going to talk about is the Agile methodology. Agile is an incremental and iterative approach to project management and software development. It helps teams deliver value to their customers faster and with fewer obstacles. Teams can manage a project by breaking it up into several stages and involving constant collaboration with stakeholders along with continuous improvement and iteration at every stage. So the steps involved in an agile project development includes planning the project in terms of business goals, budget, time duration for completing the project, and resource needed. Then we have designing the solution for the problem at hand. The third step is developing the solution. This could be a software, a website, an application, etc. It's done by the development team. Next, we have testing the product in the next step of the life cycle, deploying the developed product to check if it's working fine, and finally we have reviewing the product and getting feedback from customers, clients, stakeholders, etc. Now in agile methodology, the entire work is broken down into several sprints. After each sprint, we get a shippable product and that product is reviewed by the client or the stakeholder. The suggestions are incorporated in the next sprint. Here you can see we have sprint 1, sprint 2 and sprint 3, and all of them have the 6 steps that we discussed in the agile methodology process. Now let's discuss the Scrum methodology. Scrum is a subset of the agile framework. It is one of the most widely used lightweight process frameworks for agile development. You can easily collaborate, develop and deliver complex products of the highest possible value. Scrum empowers the development team and supports working in small teams like 8 to 10 members. Scrum significantly increases productivity and reduces time. This process enables organizations to adjust smoothly to rapidly changing requirements and produce a product that meets evolving business goals. Okay, So the concepts and practices in Scrum can be divided into three categories. First, we have three roles. A product owner owns the product backlog and writes user stories and acceptance criteria. They are responsible for prioritizing the product backlog and deciding the release date and the content. A product owner is the one who is responsible for the return on investment or ROI of the product. A Scrum Master is a servant who encourages and demands self-organization from the development team. They enable close cooperation across all roles and functions, addresses resource issues, and disobedience of Scrum practices. A development team comprises individuals working together to develop and deliver the requested and committed product increments. The development team builds the product and includes all the expertise necessary to deliver the potential shippable product each sprint. The second category comprises of three artifacts. The product backlog is an ordered list of the features and requirements needed to complete the project. The list can include bugs or defects that need to be resolved, features that must be added, and other technical or project work your team has to complete before the project is over. The sprint backlog includes only what needs to be completed during the current sprint. It often has greater detail and more complete user stories than the rest of the product backlog. Once created, no one can add to the sprint backlog except the development team. The product increment is the version of the product that will be delivered at the end of each sprint. While the sprint backlog outlines what must be completed within a sprint, the product increment details the outcome of all that work. The increment is a prototype or working version of the final product expected by the customer. The final category we have is sprint ceremonies. There are 4 ceremonies in total. In sprint planning, the team meets and decides what they need to complete in the coming sprint. Sprint review is a type of meeting in which the team demonstrates what they shipped in the sprint. In the sprint retrospective, the team reviews their work, identifying what they did well and what didn't go as planned, so that they can make the next sprint better. Daily Scrum is a stand-up meeting or a very short, like 15 to 20 minutes meeting for the team to make sure that they are all on the same page. Now, let's talk about the average annual salary of a business analyst. According to PayScale, the average annual salary of a business analyst in the United States is $68,973, while in India, a business analyst can earn nearly 6 lakh rupees per annum. Now, talking about the companies hiring for business analysts, we have the Indian e-commerce payment system and financial technology company Paytm, American MNC Cognizant, and British-Dutch multinational oil and gas company Shell. We also have Cisco, the search engine giant Google, and Dell. Finally, in our list of companies, we have Ernst & Young Global Limited, American multinational computer technology corporation Oracle, and British multinational investment bank and financial services company Barclays. With that, let's discuss the top business analysis tools and software used by business analysts. We have the widely used spreadsheet application Microsoft Excel, web-based Kanban-style list-making application Trello, relational database management systems such as MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, and PostgreSQL. Then we have bug tracking and agile project management product Zira and Tableau software for data visualization. Okay, so let's look at our demo on business analyst training. Oftentimes, business analysts work on structured data using Excel to prepare reports and dashboards. They do create pivot tables and pivot charts to summarize and analyze data, find trends and insights to make critical decisions. So in this demo, we will work on a sales data set from the United States and analyze the total revenue, total profit, the quantity sold for different categories and subcategories of products across various regions, segments, cities, etc. Now let me show you the data set first. Okay, so here is my data set. You can see there are nearly 9,994 rows and we have 17 columns. You can see this is a sales data set and the first column is of order date. Then we have the shipment date, we have the shipment mode. Next we have the customer name, that is the customer who purchased the product. We have the segment, the country name, this is only United States. Then we have the different cities from the US, we have the state names, and if I go to the right you can see the categories of product. We also have the subcategories. Next we have the product name. Then we have our sales value. Now you can assume this to be in dollars. Then we have the quantity that was sold for each product. then we have the discount column, and finally we have the profit column. So let's analyze this data set using different charts and graphs. First, let's create a pivot table to see the sales by region and year. So here we want to see the sales of all the years in different regions of the United States. So for that, I'll click on any cell inside this data set, go to the Insert tab, and here I have the option to create a pivot table. I'll click on this Create Pivot Table option, and you can see it has selected my entire data. And here I'll choose New Worksheet, that is the place where I want to place this pivot table, and let's click on OK. So you can see it has created a new sheet, which is sheet 2, and let's drag our columns onto the different sections in this pivot table fields. So since I want to know the region and the year, so let's drag the order date first, and let's delete the quarter column. So I'll click on remove field. I don't want this field, so I have my years first, and then let's drag region column under columns, and we want to know the sales for all the years in different regions. So I'll drag sales onto values. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. If you want, you can go ahead and rename these row labels and column labels. Now with this table ready, let's create a line chart. This will help you analyze your data better. So what you can do is go to the Insert tab, and here under recommended charts you can go for line chart. You can see the line chart preview here, and click on OK. There you go. How easily Excel has created a pivot chart for us based on this pivot table. Now if you notice the lines in this graph, you can see the different regions, and here is the legend. Now if you see the yellow line, which is actually for the West region, so the sales had declined from 2014 to 2015, and then it gradually started increasing from 2015 to 2017 onwards. And if you see the orange line or the red line, it is for the East region. The sales have been continuously increasing. You can see the trend here. Similarly, if you see the Central region, the sales generated was steady from 2014 till 2015. Then it increased in 2016, and after 2016 it became constant. Similarly, you can analyze the South region as well. Now let's say you want to know the sales by each category of product and the different segments, so you can do that as well. Let's go to our sheet 1 where we have our data set. Let me click on any cell. I'll go to Insert, and I'll choose Pivot Table. Here let it be New Worksheet. I'll click on OK. Alright, so since we want to know the sales value again, so let's drag sales onto values field, and now I'll choose category under rows. So let's select category under rows, and then we want to know for each segment also. So what I can do is I'll choose segment under columns. You can see I have my pivot table ready. So here you have the furniture, office supplies and technology as the categories of products, and on the top you can see consumer, corporate, home office as the different segments. Now let's create a visual out of this pivot table. So I'll go to recommended charts, and let's say this time I want to create a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart. Let's click on OK. If I close this and I bring it to here, you can see this is a nice bar chart, and below you can see the sales values, and on the y-axis you can see the different categories of products, and in the legend we have the segments. Now if you want, you can edit this chart as well. So let's delete or hide all field buttons on the chart. Alright. Similarly, let's do this for our line chart as well. Let's hide these field buttons. Okay. Alright. Now, let's suppose you want to know which segment made the highest and the lowest profits. So for that, you can create a pivot table as well. So I'll click on any cell, go to the Insert tab and choose Pivot Table. I'll click on OK. Alright. Now say we want to know the profit by each segment. So I'll first choose Profit onto Values and let's drag the segment column onto rows. So we have our pivot table ready. Now here, if you want to know which segment made the highest or the lowest profit, you can sort this data. So click on any cell under Sum of Profit, right click, and here you have the sort option. So let's do sort smallest to largest, which is in ascending order. Okay, so here you can see consumer segment made the highest amount of profit, while the home office segment made the lowest amount of profit. Now based on this pivot table, you can create a pie chart. Let's do that. I'll go to Insert, and here under Recommended Charts, I'll select Pie and let's click on OK. There you go. We have a nice pie chart ready. Now the gray color pie represents your consumer segment, which made the highest amount of profit. You can also validate it from the pivot table, while the blue segment, which is actually home office, made the lowest amount of profit. Now let's remove this field from here. I'll right click and select Hide All Field Buttons on the chart. Now one thing you can do is you can edit the chart title. Here by default it has shown total. We can rename it to, let's say, Profit by Segment and hit enter. Okay. Now you can adjust the size of this and the color of the text. If you want, you can do it from here. Similarly, let's add a title to our bar graph as well. So here, if you see, there's an option to choose chart title, and I'll say sales by segment and category. Okay. Similarly, let's add a title to our first line chart that we created. I'll click on the chart title, and here I'll write sales by year and region. Okay. Now let me go back to my data sheet. Now suppose, let's say you want to know the total units that were sold for each subcategory of products and the shipment mode. So here we have the shipment mode, and you want to know the total units that were sold, which is basically this column, the quantity column, for each subcategories of product. You can see we have different subcategories like bookcases, there's chairs, labels, there's tables, furnishings, art, phones, binders, etc. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll go to the Insert tab, click on Pivot Table and click on OK. Alright. Now, since we want to know the total units that were sold, let's drag the quantity column under Values, and I'll choose the Ship Mode field under Columns, and let's select Subcategory under Rows. So I have my pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create a line chart. I'll go to the Insert tab, click on Recommended Charts, and let's go to Line Chart. Alright, you can see the preview here and the legends which show the shipment mode. Let's click on OK. I'll close this. Now first let's remove these fields. I'll right click and I'll hide all field buttons. Now if you say this one, you can add some styles to your chart. Let's modify our chart a bit. Let's say I'll select, yeah, this one. you can see it has given dots for each endpoints, which means this is my first subcategory. As you can see, the second subcategory, the third subcategory, which is art. Then we have binders. So it's really easy to read and understand the chart well. Okay, now let's add a chart title. I'll write quantity sold by subcategory and ship mode. Now you can reduce the size of the chart title text. Let's keep it 10. Okay. Now you also have the feature to create different kinds of maps in Excel. So suppose you want to see the states that made the highest and the lowest sales in the United States. So you can create a field map for that. So first of all, let's go to our data sheet. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and create a pivot table. I'll click on OK. Alright. So since we want the state and the country, so let me first drag country field under rows, and then I'll choose the state field under rows. Now let's drag sales under values. Okay, so we have our pivot table ready. Now if I sort this data, you can easily know that California state made the highest amount of sales. Now if I scroll down below, you can see North Dakota made the lowest amount of sales. Now let's do one thing. Let's remove the grand total. So you can go to the design tab, and under grand totals you can select the first option. You can see the grand total has gone. And in order to create a map, we need to adjust this pivot table. So I'll click on United States. I'll right click and I'll go to field settings. Here under layout and print, I'll click on show item labels in tabular format, and I'll also click on repeat item labels. You can see it will populate United States for all the rows. If I click on OK, you can see the United States have been populated for all the states. Now let me select this table, or before that, let's remove the subtotal from here. I'll close this, go to the design tab. Under subtotals, I'll choose do not show subtotals. Okay. Now let's select the table and I'll actually paste it somewhere here. Now with this data, I can go to the insert tab and choose maps. Let's select field map. There you go. You see, we have a nice field map of the United States, and here you can see the color scale. So it goes from light gray all the way up to dark blue. So the states that are in dark blue, let's say California, made the highest amount of sales. You can also validate it from the pivot table. Similarly, the lighter the color, the amount of sales were less for that state. Now let's give a chart title here. I'll give a chart title as sales by states, and let's remove this legend. Now you can format this map. So here you can change colors, and let's see, if I choose this one, you can see the color has changed, and you can see the California state is shaded in dark, which means it made the highest amount of sales. You can also add data labels. You can see it will show the sales values for each of the states, and if you want, you can keep the legend as well. I'll just remove these two. Alright. Now similarly, you can also create a field map to see the profits by each state. So you can analyze which states made the highest amount of profit and the state that made the lowest amount of profit. So let's do that. I'll go to my data sheet. I'll click on insert and select pivot table. Let's click on OK. Now first and foremost, let's drag country under rows, and then I'll choose state under rows. Next, let's drag the profit column under values. So I have my pivot table ready. Let's go to the design tab and remove the subtotals. I'll select do not show subtotals. If I scroll down, okay, I have my grand total now. So let's go to the design tab under grand totals. We'll remove it. Okay, now let's just populate the United States, which is the country name, for all the rows. I'll right click on United States, go to field settings, click on layout and print. I'll choose select item labels in tabular form and select repeat item labels. Let's click on OK. So I have my country name populated throughout. Let's select the pivot table. I'll paste it somewhere here. And now let's go to the insert tab. I'll choose map. Let's select filled map. There you go. Now we have the profits for each of the states. Let's first delete this and edit our chart title, which is profit by states. Okay, let's close this. Let's say we'll use this one now. Okay, let's edit the color of the chart title. I'll make it as white, and let's say we'll choose the color as, say, this one. Okay, now let me go ahead and remove the legend here and just delete it. Alright, so we have our field map ready, which shows profit by each state. Now that we are done with our analysis and creating our different pivot tables and pivot charts, let's build the final dashboard. So let's create a new sheet here. Okay, the first thing I need to do is I'll go to the view tab and I'll remove the grid lines. Alright, now let's go to the insert tab, and here we have text. Let me choose text box. Let's create a text box here. Okay, now you can reduce the size actually. Let's reduce it. Okay, and you can move it to the top. Alright, let's pull this a little down and this to a little right. Let's fill the text box color with blue color, and let's give the text as sales dashboard, and we'll give a white color to the text, and I'll select my font. You can select any font you want. So I'll go with, let's say, Britannic bold. Okay, we have it here, and let's increase the size to 30 and we'll center align it. Alright, now the next step is to bring all our pivot charts to this dashboard sheet. So I'll first copy my pivot chart and I'll paste it in sheet 8. Let's paste it here, and we can reduce the size. Okay, now similarly let's do it for the other charts as well. I'll copy this and let's paste it somewhere here. Okay, now let me just reduce the size, And if you want, you can reduce the chart title font size as well. Let's make it 11. Okay, and let's drag this a bit. Alright, now let's copy the pie chart and let me paste it here. Let's reduce the size of this pie chart. Okay, see, we have our pie chart here. Now let me take my line chart, which shows the quantity sold by different subcategories of product. I'll copy it and let me paste it somewhere here. I'll close this. Now we need to reduce the size so that we can fit in our other charts as well. Okay, let me reduce a bit more. Alright, now we are left with the two maps that we created. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. I'll go to the right. Let's reduce the size. Similarly, we'll do it for sales by profit map as well. Let's copy this and paste it onto our dashboard. Let's reduce the size first. And let's increase it towards the bottom. So we have our dashboard ready. You can see the different pivot charts that we created. Now let's add slicers and timelines to this dashboard so that we can filter our tables and the charts. So I'll click on this first chart, which is our line chart. I'll go to the Insert tab. Here you can see under filters we have slicers and timeline. First let me click on timeline, and here I'll choose my order date column. Let me click on OK. Alright, let's drag this a bit here onto the right, and I'll show you how you can use this. Let's first choose years instead of months, and let me reduce the size a bit. Okay. Now another thing to do here is, let me right click and I'll go to report connections. Here I'll select all my pivot tables instead of just one, so that any manipulation you do in the order year, it will reflect for all the tables or the charts we have on the dashboard. I click on OK. Now that we have seen how to add a timeline, I'll reduce this a bit. Let's now add a few slicers. Let's click on any of the charts. I'll go to Insert, click on Slicer. Now let's add a region slicer. I'll click on OK. And let's take it to the right. We'll reduce the size of this region slicer. Slicers are nothing but filters which have advanced filtering options. And we can add one more filter or a slicer. Let's say we want to do this time on the segment. So I'll go to slicer, I'll choose segment here and click on OK. So you can see I have my segment slicer here. Let me just reduce the size and let's drag it here at the bottom. Alright. Okay. Now if you want to know the sales and profit for a particular year, so you can choose that particular year here on the timeline. Suppose I want to know the sales only for 2014 and 2015. So the way to do is, you can select one of the years. So I'll click on 2014 and now I'll drag this to select 2015 as well. If I go to left, the figures that you see only reflect the sales and the profit for 2014 and 15. Similarly, if you mark here, or let me just bring it to the middle, suppose say I want to have 2016 year included as well, I can just drag it to the right. You can see the charts will change. I'll just remove the filter and place it here. Similarly, if you want to see the sales and profit for a particular region, you can do that too. For example, let me just bring this region slicer here, and let's say you want to know the sales and profit only for the East region. You see here it shows only for the East region, and suppose you want to see for East and West region also, you can see it changes here. Okay, let me just cancel this. Now you might be wondering, when we selected the different regions, only the pie chart changed, but the rest of the charts were the same. Now the reason was we did not apply this slicer to all the pivot tables. So let me right click and go to report connections. Here I'll choose the remaining pivot tables as well. I'll click on OK. Alright, now let me just bring this to the middle, and let's say we want to know the sales and the profits and the quantities sold for, let's say, South region. If I select this, you can see it shows only for the South region. Let's say you also want to know for the Central region. Now we have selected both Central and South. You can see the variations in the graph. We cancel this. Similarly, we have our another slicer, which is the segment. I'll populate the slicer for all the other pivot tables. Let me choose all of them and click on OK. I'll bring this to the middle so that you can see the variations in the graph. Let's say I want to know the sales, the units sold and the profit for home office segment, so I'll only select home office. You can see the variations here. Now the slicers actually don't work for the maps, so you can't see any change here. Now suppose you want to know for the corporate segment, you can select corporate, or if you want to select for multiple segments, you can do that as well. Just cancel this and let me place it here. Alright, now we are done with our demo. So if you want to get a copy of the dataset and the demo file that we are using here in this video, you can put your email IDs in the comment section. Our team will send you the files over email. Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports and each report is based on one dataset. A single page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas and each of these are called tiles. So on the top you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI Service. Here you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI Desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI Service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI Service. Now let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS and Android platforms.
Are you ready to crack the code and navigate the business analyst stardom in 2024? Well, get ready to unlock your career potential. Buckle up because this video dives deep into the top 10 skills that a business analyst must know in 2024. I know you're curious already about what specific skills made the cut. Stick around to find out and prepare to level up your business analyst game. Forget the outdated list. We are talking about the critical thinking, cutting-edge tools, data-driven insights, agile methodologies, and much more that will put you at the forefront of business transformation. Feeling overwhelmed already? Don't worry, we will break down each skill into digestible chunks with practical tips and tricks to ensure you master all of them. Whether you are a data whiz craving new challenges, a communications expert ready to bridge the gap, or a problem solver seeking the perfect toolkit, this video has something for you. So hit play, unleash your inner analyst, and let's unlock the secrets to success in 2024. That said, if these are the types of videos you would like to watch, then hit the like and subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. Just a quick info for you. If you want to upskill yourself to master business analytics skills and land your dream job or grow your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various business analyst programs. Simplilearn offers a postgraduate program in business analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Through this program, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in the skills like prescriptive and predictive analytics regression, classification, and over dozens others. Check out the link in the description box and pin comment to find a business analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So without further ado, let's get started. Firstly, let's understand what is business analysis. Think of it as an adventure exploring the hidden business treasures, data magic, tapping out new possibilities, and communication skills to unlock a business's hidden potential. Technically, business analysis is like an art of dissecting a business to find ways to make it better. It's a process of analyzing business data, understanding problems, recommending solutions, and implementing changes that benefits the stakeholders. So who does this all? Who is a business analyst? A business analyst is a person who processes, interprets, and documents business processes, products, services, and softwares through the analysis of data. Imagine them as detectives or treasure hunters for business efficiency. A business analyst is a problem solver and translator who bridges the gap between the business needs and technological solutions. They analyze data, understand processes, and communicate effectively to help businesses run smoother and smarter. Let's bounce back to our major topic of discussion now: the top 10 skills that a business analyst must know in 2024. So the skills listed are a combination of technical and non-technical skills. Most of the time, non-technical skills play a vital role for a business analyst. Let's begin with non-technical skills and circle back to the technical skills. Critical thinking and problem solving. Critical thinking and problem solving ensures strategic decision making, optimizes processes, and mitigates any potential risk. You need to have expertise to analyze complex business challenges, identify the root causes, and develop innovative solutions. The main idea is to leverage analytical rigor to deliver data-driven solutions for enhanced business performance. Collaboration and communication. As a business analyst, you must possess exceptional interpersonal skills, bridging the gap between businesses and technical teams to achieve shared objectives. It helps you to effectively collaborate with the diverse stakeholders, fostering clear communication and consensus building to facilitate a smooth project execution, aligning business goals with technical solutions, and driving stakeholders' buy-in. Cost benefit and negotiation. A business analyst must be capable of demonstrating financial acumen and negotiation prowess, ensuring value-driven decision-making and favorable partnerships. You need to evaluate proposed solutions using financial modeling and cost-benefit analysis. Skillfully negotiate contracts and resource allocation. This maximizes return of investment and secures optimal terms for the organization. Project management and documentation. Every organization employs proven project management methodologies to deliver solutions on time, within budgets, and exceeding expectations. As a business analyst, it's your responsibility to organize and execute projects efficiently, utilizing agile methodologies and best practices. Create clear and concise documentation for stakeholders, ensuring project success for meticulous planning, risk management, and timely delivery. In fact, a certification in project management and agile methodologies will definitely add weight to your profile. Domain knowledge. You need to have an in-depth understanding of the specific industry, business function, or technology sector relevant to the role. A business analyst must possess demonstrable expertise in the target domain, providing a significant advantage of the competitive edge and strategic insights. These facilitates seamless integration into the business operations, enables insightful analysis, and builds trust with stakeholders. These are just brief summaries. Each skill encompasses a multitude of sub-skills and fine distinctions that further emphasize your expertise and value as a business analyst. I am now circling back to the technical skills. The career of business analyst hinges equally on mastering these essential technical skills to deliver accurate, reliable, and high-performing results. So let's get started with the most essential technical skills for modern business analysts. Number 1. Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel houses many powerful capabilities. An advanced understanding of formulas, functions, data manipulation, and automation techniques will help a business analyst to efficiently analyze and interpret large datasets, create insightful reports, and automate repetitive tasks. On number 2, database and SQL. SQL is the most widely used data querying language. Versions like PostgreSQL, Oracle SQL, and MySQL are widely used in the industry. Familiarity with relational databases and query languages like SQL would benefit you in easily extracting, transforming, and analyzing data stored in various databases, enabling you to unearth deeper insights. Data analysis. As a business analyst, you need to master the fundamentals of data analysis, exploratory data analysis with Python and R, mathematics, and statistics. Data analysis is a combination of statistical analysis, hypothesis testing, and identifying trends and patterns from data. It helps translate raw data in actionable insights, defines action items, informs decisions for business, and drives improvements. On number 4, we have data visualization. The critical part of business analysis is trying to establish solid communication between the technical team and the non-technical stakeholders. Enhancing the understanding of insights to facilitate decision-making across all levels is mandatory. One good way to do is by creating compelling charts, graphs, and dashboards. This helps effectively communicate the complex numerical data into visuals that speaks for themselves. Tableau, PowerBI, and ClickView are some of the leading data visualization tools in the market. ERP and CRM tools. A business analyst needs to understand the enterprise resource planning or ERP and customer relationship management or CRM systems. It helps to better understand and establish business acumen, giving the organization a competitive advantage to streamline data analysis processes and gain holistic views of business operations and customer interaction. Tools like Oracle Fusion Analytics, Salesforce, etc. are some of the ERP and CRM tools. Mastering these skills empowers business analysts to shine in today's data-driven world of businesses to unlock valuable insights and drive strategic decision-making. Proceeding further, we will discuss the important part of today's session: salary trends of a business analyst. Business analysts are one of the top paid professionals around the world. According to Glassdoor, in India, the average base pay of business analysts ranges from 5 lakh rupees to 12 lakh rupees per annum. In United States of America, the average base pay of business analysts ranges from $70,000 to $100,000 per annum.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So, what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
With today's topic, which is about how to create Power BI dashboard in a few minutes. Yes, you heard me right. You can create a complete Power BI dashboard, or also known as a report, in just a few clicks and a few minutes. Now, in this particular video, we are minimizing the time in creating dashboard, because sometimes data cleaning process, you already know. If you're an expert or if you're a beginner in data analytics, you already know there are steps in data report or a dashboard, right? First, you load the data from a source. It can be cloud, PDF, Excel workbook, CSV, or anything. And after that, you do some data cleaning, right? You split the columns, or you eliminate some blank rows, blank columns, and some irrelevant data which does not fit, or some for more reference on data cleaning, you can also refer to the video, which is linked in the description box below. And so, right, that's the process. So basically, you import the data from the source, clean it, transform it, and then load it, and then create a dashboard, right? So in this particular video, we have the completely cleaned data set, which is really available for creating report, which will be also linked in the description box below if you want to follow us along. So with that, let's get started, right? So that's how it goes. Now let's have a look at our data. So our data has some row ID, order ID, order date, ship date. So basically, you can totally understand this particular data set is about sales report, right? Let's say I'm working with XYZ company, which is based on data analytics, and I get an email from my client that he or she wants to know how exactly the sales are performing, in what exact states or countries, and what exact regions, and what category of products or subcategory of products, and what's the sales quantity, order, profit, right? So let's say you have a one category or subcategory or a product which is giving you a high number of sales and profit, right? You want to improve more, you can increase the price. Or let's say you have some product which is not performing so well, right? So you can offer some discounts, let's say like 50% off, so that you can move out the product from your store, right? So basically, if you analyze the data and you come up to a decision where which product is performing in which region or state or country, and which product is performing in not performing in which region, state or country, right? You can come up with a strategy for sales and improve your revenue. So that's the entire process, right? So with that said, so this is the data we have, and let's quickly jump onto Power BI and get going with creating a report or dashboard within a few minutes, right? So here we are on the Power BI desktop. So here, absolutely, you can see you can import data from Excel, you can import data from SQL Server, you can import data from a blank table, or use some sample data. Apart from that, you can also get data from different sources as well, right? See, we will be trying to do some automation, right? So regarding the automation, we can also go through another video from Simplilearn, which will help you understand how to automate the process of data transformation, cleaning, and uploading. So you can just give the file location here, the folder. So I'm going with the folder here. So it will give me a new window. You can go to browse, and I think I have my folder in downloads, and Excel datasets. Excel. I think I'll be having that named as sales report. Yes, just click OK, and you have the sales report here. You can have a quick preview of the data. So here you have the options: combine, load, transform data, right? You can just directly load, because I've said you that this particular data set is completely clean and is ready for reports, right? So you can just select the data you want and just load, right? I'm doing it this way because let's say we have the data here in a form, in such a form that the data is from last 3 to 4 years, right? So let me select it this way. So in this case as well, it will take the Excel file, and even if you add some more data to it, it will apply the changes to it, right? So let's say we have the data for the last 4 years, 2020, 2019, 2021, 2, and 3. And since 2024 is not completed yet, we are not taking that data. Let's say we enter into 2025, then the new data for 2024 gets updated and loaded onto the same data table. And you don't have to process the data once again, clean it, transform it, load it. No, that's not gonna happen. You can just load the data, you can just drop the data on the Excel spreadsheet, and your dashboard or report will reflect the new changes automatically just by refreshing your dashboard, right? That's the automation you can do. So what exactly automation is? The process where human effort is not involved and the computer or your any tool does the job for you is called as automation, which reduces a lot of time of yours, and you can use that valuable time to plan on the strategies to improve your revenue, right? That's the overall motto of data analytics. Now that's the preview of the data. I'm just going to directly load it. I'm not going to transform it because it's completely clean and transformed data and ready for reports. So here you go, and you can close if there are minute errors. You can just close it, and if you want to check your data, you can go to your data here, and you can have the sample data right here, right? If you check the order date, not ship date, sorry, ship date can enter into 2023 as well, right? So here you have 2020 and the other dates, right? So you will have, okay, let's go to the data filter. So you basically have 4 years, not 2024, right? So that's the way. If you just add the 2024 data, it will automatically reflect in the visualization. Now, all that we need is create a dashboard or report which will help us analyze some data, right? So let's get started. Just double click on the report section, and here you'll have icon or wizard which will ask you what exactly you're looking for. Preparing Q&A. So I want region-wise sales, and I want it in a bar graph. There you go. You have the region-wise sales in bar graph. Press on OK, and you have it. And you can place it somewhere in the corner. Then if you want another one, double click, and you want category-wise category sales, and let's take that in pie chart. Category sales pie, and here you have it. Press on agree and accept, and you have it over here. And year-on-year sales in a line graph, sales by date, or sales by date line graph. Here you have it. Accept that, so that you can identify which is the peak performance year or peak performance date for us, which gave us the highest number of sales in a certain region, right? So here we have it. You can place it, you can customize it, right? And now let's go for subcategory. Double click, and subcategory. I think we have a hyphen or space there. Sales. The type of chart you want, you can go with the donut one. Select that and agree. So you have a subcategory wise sale, and now let's go with region wise. I mean the country wise, right? So let's go to the data again here. So here we have segment city, state, country. Okay, let's go with country now, right? Country sales map chart. So whenever you have a region or state or a country involved, go with map charts. It's the best way to represent, right? So we have considered European nations over here. So for that reason, we have the European states here. And now we can let's go with the data once again and have a look what else we can do. And shipment mode, right? So you have the shipment mode as well. So you can identify what type of shipment mode customers are majorly preferring. Shipment mode, bar graph, agree. So basically, I think we have 3 types of shipment mode. Let's check the column name of shipment mode properly. Ship mode. It's not shipment mode, it's ship mode, right? So let's type again. Ship mode, bar graph. Okay, shipment mode sales, bar graph. There you go. So agree, accepted. So you have standard shipment is the most preferred one. Now we have this. So let's add some KPIs here. So KPI of sales. You will adjust that. Agree. There you go. And let's add a KPI for profit. And you have it. Agree. KPI for revenue. Double click. Let's check if we have a column called revenue. Quantity, discount, profit, right? So let's go with quantity and discount. So revenue is not added, so it's okay. So you can identify which product or subcategory is highly selling in number of quantities. So you'll have the sum of profit, sum of sales, sum of quantity, and what else we left? The last one, discount and rate. Sales, discount, profit. So let's identify if we have offered any. Okay. So let's add a KPI of rate as well. If we are completely focusing on a single product, a single category, we must be having a KPI for rate as well. Double click somewhere, KPI on rate. There you go. Accept it. And you have the completely formatted dashboard or sales report ready for a meeting. Let's close all these so that we have a better visualization, and you can just go to the slideshare mode or fit to the page mode where you can have it. That's good. So this is how you create a completely fully functional sales report or sales dashboard just within a few clicks and just within a few minutes. Let's say I want the sales report only for central region. Click that and it's completely interactive. And let's say we don't want that, click outside and you will have everything back to the normal, right? And let's say I wanted to focus on a particular category, technology category alone. I have the sales happening and the subcategory of sales and what are the products over here, right? You'll have that, and which is the country happening to ship the most of them, and what's the shipment more preferred by them, and highest performing date or year. So here you can see 2022 June was the highest performance for sales, and the lowest one is somewhere here in March 2020 or something, right? So that's how you can create a fully interactive dashboard or report based on sales data in a few minutes and in a few clicks. And that brings us to the end of this tutorial on the topic how to create a completely functional sales report or sales dashboard in a few clicks and in a few minutes.
Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact. And customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table. And even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There's no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order, one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship. And from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end, when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. So my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many-to-one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers. and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is, now you can make, this is by default active, so we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter direction filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1 and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay, so there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, Now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist: one to many, many to one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now, if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example, I have the example of territories. Now, in which particular territory the sales was done. So I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship, because territory is my master table, where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table, which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs, are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the fundamental, the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we are on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset, and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes since the data set is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the orders tab and you can load the stores tab. And in case if you want the returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, orders and stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete data set has been successfully uploaded, both the stores and orders data sets. Now let's quickly check the data from our data set. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type a whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has 3 parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split it into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data, first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. Let's quickly refresh all instead of preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data, and every column is similar, and you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the data set. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplicates from the data set. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set But my stores dataset doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores dataset has been selected in the first dataset. Here just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores with the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my datasets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both datasets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second dataset you want to include in your overall dataset. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK, and I should have them included in my new dataset altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date, and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply. And your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Supply changes, so it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. Yes, so now the Power BI visuals are on the screen. You can see we have file, home, and add data to your report, visualizations, filters, data, etc. Right, for now I think we don't have any data. We can quickly import the data onto this particular platform and start our analysis. But before we get started with that, everybody knows there are simple tricks to create all the type of visualizations, right? If I could expand my screen, here you can have all these visuals. And let's say if I just double click here and if I want any type of visual, it will just show me the visual, right? Let's say I want a bar graph for the sales happening in all the regions. So I'll just double click, I'll tap it down, give me a bar graph for sales, right? It will give you. And just in case we wanted the pie chart for the country wise, you can just give country wise sales pie chart, right? But now let me tell you a few things, correct? So if you are using a pie chart and if you are dealing with, let's say, a lot of companies, or countries, a lot of countries, like 20 countries or 25 countries, right? In that scenario, pie chart look a little cluttered, right? And let's say you wanted to find out the sales that are happening in the region wise and you asked Power BI to create a line graph for that. That would not give you the proper visual. That will not give you the proper visualization, to be honest, right? So as a beginner, if you are learning Power BI, the most fundamental thing is not just understanding how the tools in the Power BI work, what kind of visualizations you have. The most critical thing that you will need to know after understanding the basics is what type of chart is to be used for what kind of visualization, right? So that's exactly we are going to discuss today. What kind of data requires what kind of visualization. Let's say I'm working with date data type. Let's say I'm working with sales data type. Let's say there is a requirement where I need to present the data in form of table or a card. Then what are those scenarios? And if I want to use the pie chart or bar graph, then what kind of data types that I need to deal with? What are the situations where I need to use the bar graph and where I shouldn't, right? A few basic fundamentals that we will be dealing with today. So we have a wide variety of bar graphs in the first row, and a wide variety of line graphs in the second row, which deal with the line graph, area graph, ribbons, etc. And in this third row, we have waterfall, funnel, scatter plot, pie chart, donut chart, tree map, and next we have map and filled map, and we have the gauge, cards, and everything, right? And here we also have a KPI, right? So we'll also go through a KPI type of chart. And if you want to learn about the KPIs exclusively, then we have the KPI tutorial in Power BI lined up in this particular series, so you can also go through that. And after that, we have some slicers, and we have tables, and we have matrix, right? So a wide variety of charts available, correct? So we will try to understand the major ones. The first row, bar graph, which are the scenarios where you need to use the bar graphs. Next row, we have the line, right? Line area. So all these come under one kind of set. They are similar to one another. So which is a scenario where you can use a line graph? Which is a scenario where you can use a waterfall or a funnel chart? Which is a scenario where you can use a scatter plot? Which is a scenario where you can use a pie chart, right? A wide variety of probabilities, a wide variety of permutations and combinations. So what are the exact needs? What are the exact visualizations that carry a value, that carry a meaning to the stakeholder? Which are those particular charts which explain the numbers in the right way possible? So that's the point of today's discussion. So to begin with, let's import the data first from the Excel document. So we will be using the Excel data over here. Just click OK. Now you have a wide variety of tables which are present in that particular workbook. We are dealing with the data tab. So just click on it, select and load. If there are any mistakes or if there are any discrepancies, Power BI will let you know, and it has the caliber to also fix those particular data rows, right? So there is 1 or 7 errors right now. You can choose to close, but the overall tutorial is about learning the type of visualization, right? So 7 rows out of 10,000 will not make a huge difference for us right now, because we are trying to just understand the basic understanding of what type of charts to use. So I'll just quickly close this, but in case if you want to fix, you can just click on this view errors, and the Power Query will open up in the background. You can just switch to the Power Query tab and fix the data rows where they really need to be fixed, right? So let me close it for now. And now in a short notice, you can see we have the data loaded here. Now we have 2 types, but if you let us imagine that you're on Tableau, and on Tableau you have 2 things, dimensions and measures, right? So measures is self-explanatory. Anything that deals with numbers is called as measure, and anything that deals with characters or names or anything such which is not a number is considered as a dimension, right? So here we have category, city, country, customer ID. So these are the ones which can be considered as dimensions, and where you have a summation logo or a mathematical symbol right in front of it can be considered as a measure, right? Now let's say we wanted to create the month-on-month sales report, correct? Which deals with the data type. So just data type, right? Just remember, whenever date is included in your parameters, either you're adding it to the rows or columns, just make sure that you are using the line chart, which is over here. So let's quickly rename our page to line charts or graphs, correct? Now we have named it. Now you can either choose to double click and add that, and then here you have x-axis and y-axis, or you can just drag the order date, expand this order date, and the hierarchy is over here. So if you want to go with the month on month, you can simply add this to x-axis, and you can have your sales data somewhere over here, drag this to y-axis. This is one way of creating it. But in case if you don't want to waste time in this particular huge process, you can just choose to simply double click on the canvas and write it over here, line chart sales month. Just click, and there you go, right? Brilliant. Now if you choose to spotlight, or you can just expand this, right? And if you choose the spotlight, you can see a vertical line showing you the numbers, correct? We start from January and all the way to December, right? And here you have the month-on-month sales. So remember, whenever the data type is included in one of your parameters, then the best way to represent, the best way to visualize the reports will be the line graph, right? With that, let's switch to the next one. Now, since we were supposed to discuss the bar graphs first, but it's okay, not a problem. So let's discuss the bar charts now. Let us know the data set first. So we have sales, profit, discount, numbers, etc., right? And we have region-wise, city-wise, category-wise, country-wise. So let us go with category. Now, let us go with category and try to build a bar graph. Just double click anywhere and category. Okay, bar graph. Okay, if not category, you can also choose to have subcategory. Okay, GRAPH. Just take care of your spellings. I think I missed an R over here. Bar graph, subcategory, enter sales. There you go. So you have your chart right here. If you just expand it, you can see we have a wide variety of subcategories, and Power BI was kind enough for us to, sort the data in form of highest ticket price or highest selling product in the first place and the lowest selling product in the last place. So this is how the bar graphs work. But just in case, if you can tell me, why couldn't we go with a, let's say, pie chart, right? Let us also check that. If I just click on this, what happens? You can see a lot of cluttered data, right? You have a lot of subcategories here, more than maybe 10, right? So in this scenario, the visuals are a little displeasing and you don't have the accurate value over here. Just undo it and you have the bar graph, which is a little clearer to look at, a little more decent to understand what's happening. You can just focus on the top 5 over here and you can understand what's going on, right? Now you can just rename them and you can choose to go with any kind of bar graph, vertical or horizontal, or in case if you have a few more, let's say we go with the category first, and under the category you have subcategory, then you can also go with that, and you have an overlapping type of graphs over here, stacked bar graphs, which can show you in that particular category which was the product which was highest selling, right? Now you can also add that, whereas the category, right, you can just choose that. Okay, so I think we can open a new tab, and okay, so we have the bar graph. Next we have waterfall. So let's open and let's name it as waterfall. So waterfall is something which period performance of that particular property or that particular entity. Let's say I wanted to find out the year-on-year or date-wise performance of that particular subcategory. In those scenarios, I can go with waterfall. So just simply double click and ask Power BI to create a waterfall model, waterfall chart, enter space sale. There you go. So it's giving you the period over period sales report of subcategories, and the green line indicates that it is slowly growing in terms of sales, and the red one shows the decline in sales, which is not happening anywhere. And this is the total, the overall the overall subcategories. So it will give you a waterfall model, and the overall total of that particular segment is this much. And now we have dealt with subcategory waterfall model, and let's try to create a ribbon chart. So ribbon chart and the area chart, those are similar to one another, stacked area and ribbon chart. So ribbon chart will give you the performance of that particular product in the timely, if you want to see the performance of that particular product measured in terms of time, let's say month on month, quarter on quarter, year on year, day by day, that can be done using the ribbon chart, similar to the line chart. But anyways, let's take a look. I'll name it as ribbon, and just double click the Power BI canvas, ribbon chart, or just ribbon, subcategory, enter, sale. There you go. If you write order month, you can also track the monthly performance of those products, right? You can see a steady decline, you can see a steady upline, and so here you can see the months, and here you can see the different colors of months. The different colors represent the months. So here are the products, and based on the products, how's the monthly performance, right? Is it declining or is it increasing? You can find it out. You can basically find out that. And moving ahead, we will deal with scatter plot, right? So first we dealt with the bar graphs, next we dealt with the line graphs, and now we also dealt with waterfall, funnel, which is something similar. Next we have stacked chart, scatter plot chart, right? Now scatter plot is a little different. Let's say you're dealing with numbers, only numbers, nothing different. Usually what we do is we carry out a dimension and a measure, right? But in this scenario, you want to deal with only numbers. Let's say you are providing some discount on all your products and you wanted to know the profit against the discount offered. Here you are dealing with two numbers, profit and discount, right? So in those scenarios, what do? So that's when you find out by using the scatter plot. Just double click on the canvas, write it down as build me a scatter plot. Just check the spelling, SCATTER, scatter, discount, enter, and profit. Now it will create a scatter plot based on discount and against the profit. Now you can give some dimension. You can go with subcategory. There you go. Now you have the profit obtained against the discount offered based on different subcategories. Just expand it and you can see in which subcategory what kind of discount was offered and what kind of profits did you make. So 25% discount was being offered on accessories, and you made a profit. Still you made a profit of $33,000. And here you can see almost 200 discount was offered, and still I think that is 1+1 offer or maybe end of the season sale, but still they made a profit based on some parameters. And here you can see the least discount and highest profit. Okay, the least profit and the highest discount is in terms of tables, which is 33%, the maximum out of everything, and they still did not manage to earn some good profits out there. So this is how you create a scatter plot. Just quickly name it as scatter. And next we can deal with the pie chart. Now just double click on the canvas, pie chart, region, sale. So you have 4 to 5 regions here, and using a pie chart would make a good impact on this particular visual, as everything seems clear and you can easily make out which particular region made the highest sale by just looking at the size of these pieces, right? Now let's quickly name this as pie, and now let's move to the, you can just you can use the same data for creating a donut graph. You can use the same data used to create a tray map, and yeah, those are similar to one another. And let's quickly jump, and now let's create some maps, right? Now when do you need to use map type charts? Let's say your data set has some geographical data, something like city, something like country, something like continent, right? Or longitudes, latitudes, anything which gets in touch or gets in line with the geographical data, then you can proceed and build the map data types. I mean the maps, correct? So something which is related to the map data type, you can build a map. Now let me double click on the canvas and ask Power BI to create a map in country sales. There you go. You have, as simple as that, you have the the country-wise sales on Power BI right here. You can also choose to have filled map, which will show you how much sale is happening. The darkest color will indicate the highest sale and the lightest color will indicate the lowest sale. Now, moving ahead, we have the cards and gauge. So cards and gauge are completely similar to each other. Just click on the Power BI, double click. You can write card, country. Okay, let's go with region because we don't want to go with, or we don't want to have multiple cards. We just want to have 3 to 4 cards on our dashboard. So we'll go with category, sale. So I'll just have a card here, right? You can just keep it anywhere on the corner. In terms of real-time dashboard, you can just keep it anywhere. And let's name it as card. Now let's proceed and create a KPI. So multi-row card, you can also create a multi-row card. Let's say you have, let's go back to card and check it once. So if you create a multi-row card, we have 3 categories, and you can also add the subcategories of each category. So that's similar to a multi-row card, correct? Now let's go back to the last type, or we have KPIs and table. So KPIs and table are completely similar to each other. Let's try to go with the KPI. Now we have discount, profit, sale, and quantity, correct? So KPI is something which gives you the direct real-time number of what's happening with your real-time dashboard, correct? Now how many number of products are sold, what's the overall sale that we performed, what's the overall profit that we received, what's the overall discount that we offer. In terms of one single dashboard, you can create a KPI for that. Now let me create a KPI discount first. That's as easy as that. Now KPI for the profit, enter, there you go. Now double click, KPI for sale, enter, there you go. And lastly, KPI for quantity. There you go. Now that's how you create the different types of charts. So basically, if you integrate all these charts into one page or one dashboard or one canvas, that's what you call as a real-time interactive dashboard in Power BI. And again, coming back to the slicers, if you were using Excel, you might have to interconnect each and every single chart using the report connection option. But in Power BI, you don't have to create that particular report connection process. You can just click on the slices any of the chart, and you can click on any of the options. Let's say you wanted to find out country-wide sales. You can just click on the country provided, right? So here somewhere you had, you have Jan, Feb, and everything, right? So if you just click on Jan, every chart available on the Power BI dashboard will connect to it. Connect to the different dependent charts and give you a real-time information without having to create or report connections to each other, right? So basically, if you just add all these charts onto one particular canvas, that's when you get the real-time interactive dashboard in Power BI. And so I hope you have understood what kind of chart you need to use based on what kind of data you have. So we are on the Power BI window right now. So here we can see we have already loaded the data. We have the filters, visualizations, etc. And we have the canvas over here, right? So in the visuals section, if you closely observe, you have the KPI over here, right? So you can either select and drag it onto the canvas, or you can just simply double click and create a KPI. But before that, what exactly is a KPI? Right? It's the key performance indicator, right? It's a full form of KPI. So what exactly is key performance indicator? Let's say we have the sales dashboard over here, sales data set over here, right? Now we have region-wise sales, we have country-wise sales, we have region-wise profits, we have region-wise discounts, we have quantity, right? So it's like a visual, it's like a number, clear, literal, readable number right on top of your dashboard, right? So if you just want to have a quick glance of how many number of sales you made, how's the profit happening, how's the sale happening, how's the discount that you're getting, right? And how many number of quantity of certain product is being sold in a segment, right? So those are the key performance numbers which will be available right on top of your dashboard. So that's exactly what you call as a KPI. Now, how do you create a KPI? So one way is you can just hold the KPI and drag it onto the canvas. So this is one way of creating the KPI. Let's remove this. Now, another simplistic way of creating a KPI is just double click anywhere on the dashboard or the canvas and you will have this. So just write what kind of KPI you want to create. So I want to create KPI for sales. Just create that and you have your KPI there. Now another one, KPI discount. Just click on that, you have the KPI for discount. Double click once again, KPI for profits. You have the KPI for profits. Now KPI for quantity. There you go. That's how you create KPIs in Power BI. Should you need to arrange the KPI sizes or color or background, you can also do that by just simply playing around the sections over here, right? The background or the outline section over here, you can just play with it. You can increase the size, decrease the size, add a background. You have a setting over here. You can do anything that you want, right?
Now we will discuss about calculated columns. Now, so far, what we have done as per our last session is that we did data modeling on the different data sets which we had imported in Power BI, like products, sales data, returns, fulfillment, customer details, and customer master data, calendar details, etc. So in the last session, we prepared a data model and established the relationships between these different data sets, like 1:1, 1:many, many-to-1, 1:1, etc. And we saw the examples. Now, once our relational model is prepared, our data model is prepared, now our next activity is to create certain additional columns which we want to derive basis the data which we have imported. So for example, I'll start with my product data set. Now in my product data set, I want to introduce a column which basically categorizes that if any product which has a color red, black or gray, I am going to tag it as a colored product. Rest I'm going to say not a colored product, right? So all these are like example of byte type product SKUs. So for that, now in order to introduce a new column, you just need to do what? You need to select the table in the data grid, go to the table tools and say new column. Okay, so column will get appended to the rightmost part and you will start seeing a formula section typical to like you get in your Excel. Now I'm going to say that the name of my column is going to be byte type color. Okay, and I'm just creating a if condition. If product color is equal to black, okay, or if it is equal to red, or if it is equal to gray, then say yes, it's a colored product, else say no. Okay, so now you can see basis the product color red and black, they are saying byte type color yes, blue is no, multi is no, etc, etc. So this is a classic example of an if and else condition based conditional column. Okay, so you can create such columns. Now second column, custom column, which I want to create is I'm going to call as discount. Now basis the pricing of my products, I want to associate certain discounts which I am ready to give to my customers basis the product category, like what is the pricing of the category. Again, I'm going to make use of if else, but in a nested way. So if I'm saying if my product price is less than 100, then I will give 0% of 0% of discount. So 0 into product price, just to keep it consistent. Now I'm saying else, if less than 100 then 0, else I'll check again that if the price is less than 500, then I'm ready to give 1% discount on the product price. Else I'll move further. So like this, I have created a formula. So what I'm saying is if product price is less than 100, give 0%. If it is less than 500, then give 1%. Less than 2000, then 1.5%. Less than 3000, then 2%. And otherwise, else less than 3000, if it 2%, else 3%, right? Now, after this column is created, now you can check, right? So this, see, the product price for this particular product, it is less than 100, so that's why there is no discount. It is between 100 to 200, then this has been given a 1% discount. So like this, all the discount column is now calculated. Now this column is available just like a regular column in my product table. Now after this, I'll go to my sales table. Now in sales table, I want to identify, create a column called as cost. There is no product cost column over here, so that will be derived. So let's create a column called as cost, and it is derived by order quantity into, now the cost of the product is in the product table, and I know I've already created a relationship between product and sales table. So I just need to select the product cost column. Now only keyword which I have to use in Power BI is the related keyword. So this will pick up the relation, and now for this particular sale order, the cost has already been derived. So this order number, this is the cost for which the product is the costing of the product for this particular order. Okay. Now I'm going to create another conditional column over here called as order status. I'm saying if any order whose order quantity is greater than 2, then for my organization it's an urgent order, else it is a normal order. Oh, sorry, I lost it. So this is my order status column, and I have my order quantity, urgent or normal. So any order which has order quantity 1 is normal. Any order which is having order quantity as greater than 2 is urgent. You can see this. So this whole Power BI tabs and sheets allow you to also review the data, what you're doing. So it's very convenient. Now I have my sales data. Now what I want to bring within the sales is my discount column. So here also I want to bring the discount which I have created. So I'll say discount. Discount will be order quantity into related product discount, right? So the discount calculated column which I had created under products, I'll bring over here. Now I am creating the order level discount. So if you see for this particular order, there's a 25 for 25 rupee discount at the cost is 100,000 rupees. Okay. And what is the order price now? So I have taken the order cost, the discount. Now I have to create a column called as price, order price. So that will be again order quantity into related price, which is per product price, enter. Okay, so now I have the cost, the discount and the price, right, available with me. Now I want to calculate the total revenue, total profit and loss, right? Per order, how much? So first I'll calculate per order how much revenue I am generating. So now I have to generate a column called as revenue. Revenue is price minus discount so 1700 minus 25, 1700 minus 25, 2071 minus 42. And if I want to calculate the profit per order, then it is revenue minus cost. Okay, so now you can see, typical custom columns, calculated columns which we have created are all playing around with the numeric values, numeric data primarily, and trying to give inferences into per order cost, discount, per order price, revenue and profit. So typical calculation columns which I have prepared in front of you. Now let's take a look at other different variations of custom columns. I'll create certain columns for text-based custom columns, calculated columns using text-based data. So I'm now moving towards my customer table, in which I have customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Now I want to create a new column in which I want to derive the age of each customer as of today, right? So I'll use another function, a date function called as date diff. Now date diff, so I want the difference between the birth date of the customer and as of today in years. Okay, so this customer as of today is 68-year-old, one is 74, 68, 57, etc. So this is one derivation of a calculated column of age. Let's take another example. Now this is a text-based column where I want to derive the full name of the customer. Now here I'll say first lowercase, in lowercase I'll concatenate the prefix, then ampersand, space, ampersand, first name, ampersand, space, ampersand, last name, and closing brackets, etc. Full name. Okay, so this is an example of full name in lower cases. Now another calculated column, conditional column at the customer level. I want to identify a flag which says who is my target customer basis the demographics shared over here. Target customer. So I'll say if the marital status is equal to M and total children, and total children annual income. So okay, so let me change the logic a bit. So marital status is M and age is less than 50. These customers are my target customers. Okay, so I would say yes, else no. Say this. His marital status is married, Logan Diaz, and age is less than 50, else everyone. So if I try to filter, so these are my target customers. 69 out of 1178. So this is just a conditional column, but a logical condition, an example which I'm trying to highlight over here. Okay, now let's look at certain calendar date oriented columns, calculated columns. Very typical, like now I have a simple date column. Now I'll keep adding certain columns which which will help you understand how you can do some calculations on the dates. So like for example, I want a date which is 12 days after the current date, the date in the column. So just simple 12 days after, select the date and add 12. Now if you see the date format, you can go and change the format at the top, and if whatever you feel like this. Now see, 12 days after 1st Jan 2015 is 13 Jan 2005. You can go and change the format and other details. Let me also show you, if I go to my cost and other columns, I can go and change the format. This is like a currency, cost is currency, so I can go and change the currency type, and you can even show the dollar value or whatever currency type it is. So for numbers you can do currency, or text or dates you can select the format. So this is available at the column tools level. Now in customers, like we had our column of full name. So now what all things are available? Format as text, okay, data type text. So very minimal options are there. With date you have options of the date format. Now next, I want a column which defines the expiry date. Okay, so 8 months prior to the expiry date which is coming up in 8 months. So I'll create a column called as 8 months expiry, and then there is a eDate function. I'll use that. I'll use my date in the data set, comma, I'll say 8. So now this date column will append 8 months to my actual date, and again I can go and change the format. Correct. Now another important column, like I want to know the date name. So I'll use a function called as format, and I'll select my calendar date column, and I'll say give me the DDDD format of it. So it will give me the day name, the day name of on that particular date. Next, years in between. So I want the years in between the today's date and the date of my calendar. So equal to date diff, the calendar date, comma today, comma year, end. 7 years, 2015 to 2022. Then last date of the month. So if I want what is the last date of this particular calendar month, I will use a function EO month, which is there available in the Power BI. So I'll say last date of the month equal to EO month. Then just select the calendar CSV date, comma 0 in months, and enter. Change the format. Then similarly, start of the month. So I'll use a function called start of month. So for all January dates, end of the month is 31st Jan and start of the month will remain 1st of Jan. change the format. Next, I want to know what is the week number of that particular date. So now there is an inbuilt function called week number, week num, and just pass the date and you will get the week number. First week of the year, second week of the year, etc. Now another very good example is whether the week day is a weekday or a weekend, right? So what is it? It's a week type. Okay. So I'll put a if condition and there is a function called weekday and I'll pass the calendar. If it is less than 6, it means it's a weekday, else it's a weekend. So all Saturday and Sunday day names will come as weekends, or else everything else will come as weekday. So these are very different variations of different column types, calculated columns, which is a very important utility, and any Power BI project you will definitely be ending up creating n number of calculated columns to derive your numbers, to prepare your reports. But it's important to understand what all things we can do. Yes, there are n number of functions available in Power BI, but what I have tried to showcase over here is some important functions. But basis your utility, basis your problem statement, you can look up for a relevant function in the Power BI dictionary. Now with this introduction to calculated column, this is the base for us to now get into our next session where we will be talking about creating DAX measures and DAX functions. We will be using Power BI DAX functions, which is much more powerful than simple calculated columns, where you can do more complex calculations. You can calculate totals and then use them in the reports. So for that we will look up into our next session.
Have you ever wondered how companies use data to make important decisions and improve their operations? Well, that's where business intelligence comes in. Business intelligence, also known as BI, is a set of tools and processes that help organizations analyze data and make informed decisions. It's like a crystal ball that helps businesses see into the future and make strategic decisions based on the data analysis. But how exactly does BI work? Well, it starts with collecting data from multiple sources like transaction data, customer data, and social media data. This data is then processed and analyzed using BI tools like dashboards, reports, and analytical models. The insights provided by BI helps organizations identify trends, patterns, and opportunities that they can use to make better decisions and drive growth. So in this video, we are going to take you through the core concept of what business intelligence is and why is it so important. But before that, if you enjoy watching such videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video. So without any further delay, let's get started with what exactly is business intelligence.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. The question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision-making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is, it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there, and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the obsolete values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time, tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and it can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click Record Macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed, and all what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work order for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button, and the mouse changes to a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it, work order accounts, as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button, by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macros. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the Developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now, to help us, write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So, why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro. And this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We will look into those in details in the next sections. Now, one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now, what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now, how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now, this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see this is the toolbar section where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it shows you the menu, wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel codes that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output if the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for application window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as format and columns. Okay, just quick look, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these, and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, Go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns. EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet, and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as a number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code, and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a cell a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under codes, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the brackets, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the Alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be executed, used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay. So in the next example, I'll try to sort or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the answer prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as. So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value, double. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the which says value of a is so and so. So I'm going to give value of a as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of a is so and so. Value of a is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of a. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of a, the message box pops up saying the value of a is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. Because this is the report for PBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a cell. Let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box. I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are the this is one more way where you can run a code or do simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range. I mean, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See. Again, I do it to B10. Okay. So this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying the cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets. I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I'm going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, great. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be, as I said, there will be by requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. And copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range, and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this, and I'll show you how. First, we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, should be in quotes, A1 colon D5, course, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's it. Okay, see, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you are using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we will specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay, here I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see, so it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task, and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine to count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count. Let's see how it should calculate or give the message the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, should give me 4 columns. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of. See, so this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select a result. You can't do this manually entering, so just you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show it out. And I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score value, the variable, is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, and now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be passed. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition here. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed and the next is taken up, so and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how it. So we are setting up a loop, we are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1 it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of X will be 2, and it goes to A2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this, and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as X, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have these values here, and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what? With the color index. Okay, and the value of X. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
So currently I am on my MySQL workbench. Let me connect to the local instance. So I'll give my password. I'll click on OK. Alright. So this is my MySQL workbench query editor. So first we are going to learn subqueries. Let me give a comment and write subqueries. Alright. So first of all, let's understand what a subquery is. So a subquery is a query within another SQL query that is embedded within the where clause, from clause or having clause. So we'll explore a few scenarios where we can use subqueries. So for that, I'll be using my database, that is SQL_intro. So I'll write my command use SQL_intro. Now this database has a lot of tables. I'll be using the employees table that is present inside SQL_intro. Let me just expand this, and you can see here we have an employees table. So let me first show you the contents within this table. I'll write select star from employees. Let me execute it. Okay, you can see here we have the employee ID, employee name, age, gender, there's date of join, department, city and salary, and we have information for 20 employees. If I scroll down, you can see there are 20 employees present in our table. So let's say you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than the average salary. In such a scenario, you can use a subquery. So let me show you how to write a subquery. I'll write the select statement. In the select statement, I'll pass my column names that I want to display. So the column names I want are the employee name. Then I want the department of the employee and the salary of the employee. From my table name, that is employees. Next, I'll use a where condition where my salary should be greater than the average salary of all the employees. So I'll write salary greater than. After this, I'm going to write my subquery. So I'll give select average of salary from my table name, that is employees, and I'll close the bracket and give a semicolon. So what it does is, first it is going to find the average salary of all the employees that are present in our table. Once we get the average salary number, we'll use this where condition where salary is greater than the average salary number. So the inside subquery, let me run it first. If I run this, this gives you the average salary of all the employees, which is $75,350. Now I want to display all the employees who have salary greater than $75,350. So let's run our subquery. There you go. So there are 8 employees in our table who have a salary greater than the average salary of all the employees. Alright. Next, let's see another example. Suppose this time you want to find the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So we have one employee whose name is John. Let me run the table once again. Okay, if I scroll down, you see we have an employee as John. You see this? Our employee ID 116 is John and his salary is $67,000. I want to display all the employees whose salary is greater than John's salary. So basically all the employees who are earning more than $65,000, I want to print them. So let's see how to do it. I'll write select, I want the employee name, comma, the gender of the employee. I also want the department and salary. From my table name, that is employees, I'll write where salary is greater than. I'll start my opening bracket. Inside the bracket, I'm going to give my inner query, that is select salary from employees where the employee name is John. So within single quotations, I'll give John as my employee. I'll end with a semicolon. So let me first run my inner query. So this will give us the salary that John has, which is $67,000. Now I want the employees who are earning more than $67,000. So let's run our subquery. Okay, so you can see 12 rows returned, which means there are 12 employees in our table who are earning more than $67,000. You see here, all these employees have a salary greater than $67,000. Okay. Now, you can also use subqueries with 2 different tables. So suppose you want to display some information that are present in 2 different tables, you can use subqueries to do that. So for this example, we'll use a database that is called classic models. You can see the first database. So let me use this database called classic models. I'll write use classic models. Now this database was actually downloaded from the internet. There's a very nice website. I'll just show you the website name. So this is the website, that is mysqltutorial.org. You can see here they have very nice articles, blogs from where you can learn MySQL in detail. So we have downloaded the database, that is classic models, from this website. You see here they have a MySQL sample database. If you click on this, it will take you to the link where you can download the database. So they have this download link which says download MySQL sample database, and the name of the database is classic models. Alright, so we are going to use this classic models database throughout our demo session. If I expand the tables section, you can see there are a lot of tables that are present inside this classic models database. We have cricket, customers, there's employees, office, there's orders, order lines, and many more. So for our subquery, we'll be using two tables, that is order details and products table. First, let me show you the content that is present inside the products table first. If I run this, you see here it says 110 rows returned, which means there are 110 different products that are present in our table, which has the product code, the product name, product line. We have the product vendor, description, quantity in stock, buy price, MSRP. The other table we are going to use is order details, which has the details of all the orders. Let me show you the records order details tables has. Okay, so there are 1000 records present in this table. You have the order number, the product code, quantity ordered, price of each item. You have the order line number as well. Okay, now we want to know the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products whose price of each product is less than $100. For this scenario, we are going to use two different tables and we are going to write a subquery. Okay, so if you see here in the order details table, we have a column called price each. I want to display the product code, the product name, and the MSRP of the products which have a price of each product less than $100. So the way I'm going to do is, I'll write select product code, comma, product name. Now one thing to remember, that this product name is actually present inside our products table, and product code is present in both the tables, that is products and order details. Here you can see this is the product code column, comma, MSRP, which is present inside the products table again, from my table, that is products, where I'll write product code. I'm going to use the in operator. Next, I'll write my inner query, that is select product code from my table order details, where my price of each product is less than $100. Let me run this. Okay, so you can see there are total 83 products in our table which have a price less than $100. You can see the price here. Okay, now we learn another advanced concept in SQL which is known as stored procedures. I'll just give a comment saying stored procedure. Okay, so first let's understand what is a stored procedure. A stored procedure is an SQL code that you can save so that the code can be reused over and over again. So if you want to write a query over and over again, save it as a stored procedure and then call it to execute it. So in this example, I want to create a stored procedure that will return the list of players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So I have a database called SQL_IQ. These are a few databases that I have already created. So this database has a table called players. If I expand the tables option, you see we have a table called players, and you can see the columns player ID, the name of the player, the country to which the player belongs to, and the number of goals each player has scored in a particular tournament. So I'll write a stored procedure that will return the list of top players who have scored more than 6 goals in a tournament. So first of all, let me begin by using my SQL_IQ database. We'll run it. So now we are inside the SQL_IQ database. Let me select star from players to show the values that we have in the players table, you can see there are 6 players in our table. We have the player ID, the names of the players, the country to which these players belong to, and the goals they have scored. So I'll write a stored procedure. So the stored procedure syntax is something like this. It should start with a delimiter. Okay. In the delimiter, I'll write ampersand ampersand. Next, I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say I want to name my procedure as top underscore players. Next statement is begin. After begin, I'll write my select statement. I want to select the name of the player, the country, and the goals each player has scored from my table, that is players, where I'll write goals is greater than 6. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll end my procedure with a delimiter that was double ampersand. Next, I'll write delimiter and give a semicolon. Now the semicolon suggests this is a default delimiter. And there should be a space. Okay. Now let's run our stored procedure. There you go. So you have successfully created our stored procedure. Now the way to run a stored procedure is you need to use the call method and give the procedure name, that is top underscore players in our case, with brackets and a semicolon. Let's execute it. Okay, there is some problem here. So we made a mistake while creating a procedure. The name of the column is goals and not goal. Let me create that procedure again. Okay, it says the procedure top underscore player already exists. Let's just edit the procedure name. Instead of top player, we'll write it as top players, and similarly we'll edit here as well. Now let's create it again. Okay, now to call my procedure, I'll write call space followed by the procedure name, which is top underscore players. If I run this, you can see we have 2 players in our table who have scored more than 6 goals. So we consider them as the top players in a particular tournament. Alright. Now, there are other methods that you can use while creating a stored procedure. One of the methods is by using an in parameter. So when you define an in parameter inside a stored procedure, the calling program has to pass an argument to the stored procedure. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using in parameter. Alright. So for this example, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries. So we have a table in our SQL underscore IQ database, which is called employee details. I'm going to use this table. You can see we have the name of the employee, the age, sex, then we have the date of join, city, and salary. Using this table, I'll create a procedure that will fetch or display the top records of employees based on their salaries, and we'll use the in parameter. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write delimiter. This time I'm going to use /. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. Let's say SP for stored procedure, sort by salary is the name of my procedure, and inside this procedure I'll give my parameter in. I'll create a variable var and assign a data type integer. Then I'll write begin followed by my select statement, where I'll select the name, age, salary from my table name, that is EMP details or employee details. I'm going to order this by salary descending, and I want to display limited number of records, so I'm using this limit keyword and my variable var, which I created here. I'll end my select statement. I'll end my stored procedure with / and I'll go back to my default delimiter, that is semicolon. Alright, so let me run this. There should be a space here. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, you can see we have successfully created our second stored procedure, which is sp_sort by salary. Now you can also check whether the stored procedure was created or not. Here you have an option to see the stored procedures. Let me just refresh this, and you can see we have 3 stored procedures that we have created so far. One is sp_sort by salary, the other two were top_player and top_players. Okay, now let's call our stored procedure. I'll write call space followed by the stored procedure name, which is sp_sort by salary, and inside this I'll give my parameter, which was actually var, and this var we have used in limit. Let's say I want to display only the top 3 records of the employees who have the top 3 highest salaries. Okay, so let me run it. There you go. So Amy, Sarah and Jimmy were the top 3 employees who have the highest salary. So you saw how you could use the in parameter in a stored procedure. We created a variable, and that variable we used in our select statement, and we called our stored procedure and passed in that variable. Okay, now instead of a select statement inside a stored procedure, you can also use other statements. Let's say update. So I'll create a stored procedure to update the salary of a particular employee. So in this procedure, instead of select statement, we'll use the update command. In this example, we'll use the in operator twice. So let me show you how to do it. I'll write my delimiter first, which is going to be /, then I'll write create procedure. My name of the procedure is going to be update salary, and inside the update salary name I'll write in, and then temp underscore name, which will be a temporary name variable, and the type I'll assign is varchar 20. I'll again use my in parameter. I'll write in. Next, my other variable would be new underscore salary, and the data type would be float. I'll write begin and write my update command or update statement. I'll write update table name, that is employee details, set salary equal to new underscore salary, where name is equal to my temporary variable, that is temp underscore name. So this is my update command, and I'll end the delimiter. Alright, so let's run this. Okay, we have successfully created our stored procedure. If I refresh this, you can see I have my stored procedure update underscore salary. Okay, now let's say, first of all, I'll display my records that are present inside employee underscore details table. Okay, so we have 6 rows of information. Let's say you want to update the salary of employee Jimmy, or let's say Mary, from 70,000 to let's say 72,000, or let's say 80,000. So I'll call my stored procedure, that is update underscore salary, and this time I'm going to pass in 2 parameters. The first parameter will be the employee name, and next with a comma I'll give my new salary that I want to. So my employee name, let's say, is Mary, and the salary I want to be updated is, let's say, $80,000. I'll give a semicolon and I'll run it. You can see it says 1 row affected. Now let's check our table once again. There you go. If you see this record, for Mary we have successfully updated the salary to $80,000. Now moving ahead, we learn to create a stored procedure using the out parameter. So I'll give a comment, stored procedure using out parameter. Okay, so suppose we want to get the count of total female employees. We will create total employees as an output parameter, and the data type would be an integer. The count of the female employees is assigned to the output variable, which is total underscore EMPs, using the into keyword. Let me show you how to write a stored procedure using the out parameter. So first I'll declare my delimiter, 2/. I'll write create procedure followed by the procedure name. It is going to be sp underscore count employees, and inside this I am going to give my out parameter and the variable name, that is total underscore EMPs, which is total employees, and the data type will be integer. Next I am going to write begin followed by my select statement, that is select. I want the count of total employees, and the output I am going to put into my new variable, that is total underscore EMPs. From my table, that is EMP underscore details, where sex is equal to F, which means female, I'll give a semicolon. Next I'll end it with the delimiter, and I'm going to change the delimiter to a default delimiter, that is colon. So let me tell you what I am doing here. I'm creating a new stored procedure, that is sp underscore count employees. Using this stored procedure, I am going to count the total number of female employees that are present in our table emp underscore details. So I've used my out parameter and I'm creating a new variable called total underscore EMPs. The data type is integer. Here in the select statement, I'm counting the names of the employees, and the result I am storing it in total underscore EMPs. I have used my where condition where the gender or the sex is female. So let's run this. Okay, so we have created our stored procedure. Let's refresh this. Okay, you can see we have our new stored procedure, sp underscore count employees. Now to call it, I'll write call the name of the procedure, that is count underscore sp underscore count employees. Within brackets, I'll pass in the parameter as @f underscore emp. I'll give a semicolon. Then I'll write select @f underscore emp as female employees. Okay, so as is an alias name. Let's run this one by one. First I'll call my procedure, and then will display the total number of female employees. You can see in our table we have 3 female employees. Alright. Now with this understanding, let's move on to our next topic in this tutorial on advanced SQL. Now we are going to learn about triggers in SQL. So I'll give a comment here, triggers in SQL. So first let's understand what is a trigger. So a trigger is a special type of stored procedure that runs automatically when an event occurs in the database server. Now there are mainly 3 types of triggers in SQL. We have the data manipulation trigger, we have the data definition trigger and login triggers. In this example, we will learn how to use a before insert trigger. So we will create a simple students table that will have the student's roll number, the age, the name and the student's marks. So before inserting the records to our table, we'll check if the marks are less than 0. So in case the marks are less than 0, our trigger will automatically set the marks to a random value, let's say 50. So let's go ahead and create our table, that is students. Alright. So I'll write create table student . Now this table will have the student roll number, the data type is integer, it will have the age of the students, again the data type is integer, we have the names of the students, so the third column would be name, the data type would be variable or varying character, size I am giving it as 30, finally we have the marks as floating type. So let's create this table which is student. So we have created our table. Now I'll write my trigger command. So trigger command will start with delimiter like how our usual stored procedures have. Next, this time I'll write create trigger. Then you need to give the name of the trigger, that is mark underscore, let's say verify. I'm going to use a before insert trigger, so I'll write before insert on my table name, that is student. Next I'll write for each row if new dot marks is less than 0, then we'll set new dot marks equal to 50. So this is my condition. First we'll check before inserting, if any student has marks less than 0, we'll assign a value 50 to that student, because usually the marks are not less than 0 in any exam. I'll write end if semicolon and I'll close the delimiter. So this is my trigger command. I'll run it. It says trigger already exists. So in this case we need to update the trigger name. Let's say I'll write marks underscore verify underscore student for ST. Let's run it again. Okay, there is an error here because in our table the column name is mark and not marks. So here we need to change it as mark instead of marks. Alright, let's run it. Okay, so we have created our trigger. Now let me insert a few records to the student table. So I'll write insert into student. I'll write values. I'll give the values as 501, which is the student roll number. The age is, let's say, 10. The name is, let's say, Ruth. And the marks is, let's say, 75.0. give a comma, we'll insert our second student record. Student roll number is 502, age is 12, the name is, let's say, Mike, and this time I'm purposely giving a value of minus 20.5. Give another comma, we'll insert the third record for student roll number 503, age is 13, the name is Dave, and let's say the marks obtained by Dave is 90. Now we'll insert our final record for student number 504, the age is 10, name I'll enter as Jacobs, and this time again I'm purposely giving the marks in negative 12 point, let's say 5. I close the bracket and give a semicolon, and I'll run my insert statement. Okay, so we have inserted 4 rows of information to our student table. Now let me run the select query. I'll write select star from student. If I run this, you see the difference. There you go. So originally we had inserted for 502 the marks was minus 20.5, and for 504 for Jacobs the marks was minus 12.5. Our trigger automatically converted the negative marks to 50, because when we created our trigger we had set our marks to 50 in case the marks were less than 0. So this is how a trigger works. Now you can also drop a trigger or delete a trigger. You can just write drop trigger followed by the trigger name. In this case our trigger name is marks underscore verify underscore st. I'll just paste this here, and if you run this it will automatically delete your trigger. I'll give this as a comment. Okay, now moving on. Now we are going to learn about another crucial concept in SQL which is very widely used. This is known as views. So views are actually virtual tables that do not store any data of their own but display data stored in other tables. Views are created by joining one or more tables. I'll give a comment as views in SQL. Okay. Now to learn views, I am going to use my table which is present inside Classic Models database. Now this database, as I mentioned, we had downloaded it from the internet. So first of all, let me write use Classic Models. So I'll switch my database first. Alright, now we are inside Classic Models. So here let me show you one of the tables which is called customers. So I'll write select star from customers. Okay, I missed S here. Let's run it again. So this is my customer table which is present inside Classic Models database. It has the contact last name, the contact first name, the customer name, customer number, we have the address, state, country, and other information. Now I'll write a basic view command using this customer table. The way to write is I'll write create view followed by the view name which is cust underscore details. Then you write as select. I'm going to select a few column names from my original customer table, which is this one. So I need the customer name. Let's say I need the phone number and the city. So you have this information here. You have the phone number and the city. Alright. I'll write from my table, that is customers. If I run this, my view, that is cust details, will be created. Let's run it. There's some error here because the name of the table is customers and not customer. I'll give an S and I'll run it again. Alright, so you can see we have created our view, and To display the contents that are present inside our view, I can write select star from followed by the view name, that is cust_details. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the customer name, the phone number and the city of the different customers that we have in our table. Alright. Now let's learn how you can create views using joins. So we'll join two different tables and create a view. So for that I am going to use my products table and the products lines table. I'm talking about the products table and the product lines table present inside classic models database. So before I start, let me display the records that are present inside the products table. Let's run it. So these are the different products you can see here. Now let's see what we have in product lines table. So we have the product line, the text description, and there's some HTML description and image. So I'll create a view by joining these two tables and will fetch specific records that are present in both the tables. So let me first start by writing create view followed by the view name, that is product_description, as I'll write select product name, comma, then I'll write quantity in stock. I also want the MSRP. Now these three columns are present inside the products table, and next from the product lines table I want the text description of the products. So I'll write from products table, I'll give an alias as P followed by inner join my other table, that is product lines, as let's say PL on the common column, that is product line. So P dot product line is equal to, I'll give a space, PL dot product line. Okay. So here we have used an inner join to fetch specific columns from both the tables, and our view name is product_description. Let us run it. Alright, so we have our view ready. Now let me view or display what is present inside our product_description view. I'll write select star from product_description. Let's run it. There you go. So we have the product name, the quantity in stock, MSRP, and textual descriptions of the different products in the table. Okay. Now there are a few other operations that you can perform. Let's say you want to rename a view. Instead of product_description, you want to give some other name. So I'll just give a comment, rename description. So to rename a description, you can use the rename statement. I'll write rename table product_description, which is my old name. I want to change this name to, let's say, I'll give vehicle description, since all our products are related to some of the other vehicle. So I'll write vehicle description. Okay, let us run it. Alright, so here you can see I have renamed my view. So here if I just refresh it and I'll expand this, you can see we have the cust details view and we have the vehicle_description view. Okay, now either you can view all the views from this panel or you can use a command. Let's say I'll write display views is the comment. Now to show all the views, you can use show full tables where table underscore type is equal to, within single quote I'll write view. So this is the command that will display all the views that are present inside a database. There is some error here. Let's debug the error. This should be okay. So instead of table types, it should be table type equal to view. Let's run it. You can see the two different views that we have. One is customer details, another is vehicle underscore description. Okay. Now you can also go ahead and delete a view. For that you can use the drop command. So I'll write drop view followed by the view name. Let's say I want to delete customer underscore details or cust underscore details view. I'll write drop view cust underscore details. Let's run it. You can see here we don't have the cust underscore details view anymore. Alright. Now moving to our final section in this demo. Here we will learn about Windows functions. Now, Windows functions were incorporated in MySQL in the 8.0 version. So Windows function in MySQL are useful applications in solving analytical problems. So using the employees table present inside my SQL underscore intro database, so we'll find the total combined salary of the employees for each department. So first let me switch my database to SQL underscore intro database. I'll run it. Okay. I'll display my table, that is employee. So here we have 20 employees in our table. Using this table, we are going to find the combined salary of the employees for each department. So we'll partition our table by department and print the total salary. And this we are going to do using some Windows functions in MySQL. So I'll write select. I want the employee name, the age of the employee, and the department of the employee, comma. Next I'll write the sum of salary over. I want to partition it by department. So I'll write partition by department, which is DEPT, and I'll give an alias as total salary so that it will create a new column with the name total salary from my table, that is employees. The output will be a little different this time. Let's execute it and see the result. There you go. So here we have created another column in our result, that is total salary, and for each of the employees and the respective departments we have the highest salary. So in finance the highest salary of one of the employees was $155,000. Similarly, if I come down, we have the highest salary from HR. If I scroll further, we have the highest salary from IT, marketing, product, sales, and the tech team. Alright. Now we'll explore a function which is called row number. Now the row number function gives a sequential integer to every row within its partition. So let me show you how to use the row number function. I'll write select row underscore number function over my column would be salary. So I'll write order by salary. I'll give the alias as row num, give a comma, and I want to display the employee name and the salary of the employee from my table, that is employees, and I'll order by salary. So let's see how our row number function will create sequential integers. Okay, you can see here we have a row num column and we have successfully given row numbers to each of the records. You can see it starts from 1 and goes up till 20. Okay. Now this row number function can be used to find duplicate values in a table. To show that, first I'll create a table. I'll write create table. Let's say I'll give a random name, that is demo. And let's say we have in this table the student ID, which is of type integer, and we have the student name, which is of type varchar. The size is 20. I'll create the small table with a few records. Let's create this table first. Now we are going to insert a few records to our demo table. So I'll write insert into demo values. I'll give 101. The name is Shane. Give a comma. I'll insert the second student name 102. The name is Bradley. I'll give a comma. This time for 103 we have two records. Let's say the name of the student is Herath. I'll give a comma. I'll copy this and we'll paste it again. So we have duplicated 103. Next we have 104. The name of the student, let's say, is Nathan. Then again, let's say for the fifth student, which is Kevin, we have two records. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Let me give a semicolon and we'll insert these records to our table demo. Alright. Now let me just run this table for you. I'll write select star from demo. If you see this, we have a few information that are duplicated in our table, that is for student ID 103 and student ID 105. Now I am going to use my row number function to find the duplicate records present in my table. I'll write select student underscore ID comma student underscore name. I'll give another comma and write row underscore number over within brackets. I'll write partition by st underscore id comma st underscore name. Okay, then I'll write order by st underscore id, close the bracket. I'll give an alias as row num from my table, that is demo. Let's just run it. You can see here, okay, let me just delete n from here and do it again. Alright, if you see here, there is just one student in the name Shane. We have one student in the name Bradley. But here if you see, for Herath, the second record it says 2, which means there are two records for Herath. And if I scroll down, there is one record for Nathan and there are two records for Kevin, which means Kevin is also repeated. Okay, now we are going to see another Windows function that is called rank function in MySQL. So the rank function assigns a rank to a particular column. Now there are gaps in the sequence of ranked values when two or more rows have the same rank. So first of all, let me create a table, and the name of the table would be a random name. We'll give it as, let's say, demo1, and it will have only one column, let's say variable a of type integer. We'll create this table first. Okay, now let's go ahead and insert a few records to our table, which is demo1. So I'll write value 101, 102, let's say 103 is repeated, I'm doing this purposely so that in the output you can clearly distinguish what the rank function does. Next we have 104, 105, we have 106, and let's say 106 is also repeated. Finally we have 107. Okay, let me insert these values to my table, that is demo1. Okay, this is done. Now if I write select var underscore a and use my rank function, I'll write rank over, then I'll order by my variable, that is var underscore a, as an alias name, let's say test rank, from my table, that is demo1. Let me execute this and show you how the rank function works. Now if I run this, there you go. So here if you mark, so for variable a101 the test rank is 1, for 102 the test rank is 2, but for this value which is 103 the test rank is repeated because there was a repetition for 103. So we have skipped the rank 4 here. For 104 the rank is 5 now, for 105 the rank is 6 now. For 106 again, since the record was repeated twice, we have skipped the 8th rank and our rank function has assigned the same value which is 7 for 106, and for the last value 107 the rank is 9. Alright. Now moving ahead, we'll see our final Windows function which is called first value. So first value is another important function in MySQL. So this function returns the value of the specified expression with respect to the first row in the window frame. Alright. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select the employee name, the age and salary, and I'll write first underscore value, which is my function, and pass in my employee name, and then I'll write over order by my column, that is salary descending. I'll give an alias as highest underscore salary from my table, that is employees. So let me run this and see how the first underscore value function works. Alright, so in our table Joseph was the employee who had the highest salary, which was $115,000. So the first value function populated the same employee name throughout the table. You can see it here. Now you can also use the first underscore value function over the partition. So let's say you want to display the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. So for that you can use the partition. I'll write select emp underscore name, comma, I want the department and the salary, comma, I'll use my function, that is first underscore value followed by the name of the employee inside my first value parameter. I'll write over, here I'm going to use partition. I'm going to partition it by department, since I want to know the employee name who has the highest salary in each department. And I'm going to order by salary descending, and I'll give my alias again as highest salary from my table, that is employees. So let's run this and see the difference in the output. Okay, so as you can see here, we have the employee who had the highest salary from each department. So for finance, Jack had the highest salary. From HR it was Marcus. Similarly in IT it was William. If I scroll down, for marketing it was John. For product it was Alice who had the highest salary. Similarly in sales we had Joseph, and in tech we had Angela. So this is how you can use the first underscore value function using partition. Alright, so that brings us to the end of this demo session on our tutorial. So let me just scroll through and show you what we did from the beginning. First we learnt about subqueries in SQL. So we initially wrote a simple subquery, and then we used our classic models database which was downloaded from the internet. I had also shown you the link from where you can download this database. Here we used two different tables and we performed a subquery operation. We learned how to create stored procedures. So we learned how you can use the in operator or the in parameter as well as the out parameter in stored procedure. After stored procedure, we learned another crucial concept in SQL which is called triggers. Now triggers are also a special kind of stored procedures. So we saw how to write a before insert trigger. You can see it here. Next, we learned how to delete a trigger. We also saw how to work with views in SQL. So views are basically virtual tables that you can create from existing tables. We also saw how you can use views using two different tables and an inner join. And we learned how to display views, how to rename view names, how to delete a view, and finally we explored a few Windows functions.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
In this session, we will start with certain exercises which we will perform in Tableau in order to understand some basic concepts. Now, in order to learn Tableau, the basic first step is to import a sample data. So in our case, what we have done is we have imported a sample superstore, which is in Excel format, a sample superstore.excel, which has three worksheets in it: orders, people, and returns. So by importing this data into Tableau, first of all, we will create relationships between these sheets in order to identify who all have placed orders and how many people have returned the orders. We will do some analysis on the orders placed by a certain set of people and order returned by a certain set of people. Now, as we have imported the sheet, we will make certain joins. So the first step is to drag the orders table, the order sheet, on the relationship canvas here. Okay, and you can see the data, sample data, the first 100 rows over here. Okay, then now we need to create an inner join with people's table between order and people. Okay, so if you see, it has automatically detected the field names on which the inner join has to be created. So on the order side you have region, and on the right hand side, which is the people data, you have also a region. Okay, so both these columns are common, and that's how we have made a join between orders and people data. So if I close this box and go and check the people's data, open, so see the region and the person, these two columns from the people table have now been joined with the orders table, right? So it means that these are the orders in a particular region which has been placed by in this region. Let me show you the sample superstore Excel file. Now, this is the structure of the file. You have a sample list of transactions, basically the orders which are placed by customers across multiple regions, south, west of USA, south region, west region. Then you have a list of order IDs which have been returned. So basically, the order ID in the returns sheet matches with those orders in the orders table. And then you have the people sheet in which you have region and a person associated with that region, the salesperson associated with that region. Okay, so basically when we are joining orders with people, we are joining that which orders belongs to which region and who's the salesperson associated with it. So what we have done over here is we have made an inner join, means all the orders should belong to particular region and that region is in the people's sheet. And then in the second step, now we will make a left join between returns and orders, not inner join. We will make a left join between returns and orders, and we will make a join using the order ID. Okay, so just edit this, click on left and select order ID as the join column. Now, what does left join means? Left join means is that consider all the orders from the orders table and only consider the orders from the returns table which have data, means which are returned. Otherwise, show null for the order IDs which are not returned. So if you see, these are the two columns from the returns table, and these are null because this is relevant to the order IDs which are not returned, okay, which has been accepted by the customer. But these are the orders for which you see data in the returned and order ID column. It means that these have been returned. Now, with these joins in place, please save your book. And now we have our relations created in the Tableau. Now we are ready to create certain reports and extract certain KPIs using this relationship model. Now we'll move to sheet 1. Okay, and first we will place state and person on the rows sheet. Okay, then I'll go to my numbers and put the profit or so per state, per person, how much profit I am making as a company. Okay, this is my goal to check. Now sort by highest to lowest. So California is giving me the maximum profit of 76,381, then New York, then Washington. So this is the sorted order in which I have listed my profit in descending order. Now I can also check what are the number of orders placed and check the distinct count. So out of 120, out of the total orders of 127, okay, so this is the total number of orders which have been returned for California is 127. it's 16, 29. So the sorted order is as per the revenue, as per the profit, and this is the details of the orders which have been returned per state. So if you see for Connecticut, for Kansas, there are 0 returns. So you can also extract data. Table to refresh is orders and identify new rows using order date. So as and when new data is being added, you can refresh it. Now say extract, and now you can save this information, profit by state, and click save. So this is the extraction of this particular report which is possible in Tableau. So this is the first exercise which we have completed for reviewing and analyzing the profit per state, highest to lowest, and within that per state, what are the number of orders which have been returned by all the customers, the distinct count of order IDs which have been returned. Now let's start our second exercise on creating calculated fields in Tableau. Now in this exercise, we will be doing certain activities, like we will be creating a set to show the states which have more than 100 customers. Then we will be creating a calculated field to show an average sales per customer. Okay. Then we will create a calculated field to show the sales goals, and then show emerging and developing stage. So these are the 4 KPIs which we have to derive. Now, the first thing, we have our sample superstore data already imported and the relationships created, inner join with people and left join with returns. Now we have our sheet 2 in which we will create the states, a list of states which has more than 100 customers. So what we have to do is we have to right click on the customer name and click create set. Okay. Now we have to give the name as states with 100 plus customers, and then go to the condition tab, select by field, and then apply condition as count of customer name greater than equal to 100 and click OK. Now we have this set created, states with 100 plus customers. Now to determine average sales by customer, we have to now create a calculated field. So go to the analysis and click on create calculate field. Okay. Now name it as average sales per customer, and now we will say average we will use a okay, so we are saying that per customer we are using a level of definition function include, which means that per customer what is my average sales, right? We've already used a function, aggregated function called average. So we are saying per customer give me the total and then give me the average per customer. So we're going to click OK. Now create another calculated field. You can also create from here and name it as sales goal. Now in this we are going to type the formula if minimum states with 100 plus customers equal to true, then sum of sales into 1.3, else average sales per customer into 100. So we are saying that if the customer belongs to the set of states with 100 plus customers, then the sales target should be 1.3 times the actual sales as of today, else it should be 100% of the average sales per customer. Now let's create another calculated field which we call as emerging or developing state. If distinct count of customer name is greater than equal to 100, then the state is tagged as developing state, else it is called as emerging state. Okay, so we have now 3 calculated fields: average sales per customer, emerging or developing state, and sales goals. Now we will use this in our reporting. So we will drag sales goal under the columns and then I'll drop my state. So now this is the state wise sales goal, depending whether the state has 100 plus customers or not. Then add your customer name. Make the measure as count distinct and make it as discrete. Okay, so if you see this, we have the count of customers per state and the sales goal for that particular state. And now I'll put my sum of sales, the total sales which I want which is there per state. Now go to show me and select this particular chart, bullet graph. Now to bring sales goals to column, right click on the sales axis and select swap reference line fields. Now from your left hand panel, drag and drop emerging or developing state on the color panel. Okay, so emerging state is the orange one and the developing state is the blue one. And save the sheet as developing and the emerging states. So if you see this, it's an emerging state because its count is less than, the customer count is less than 100. Its sales goal is 57384, but the actual sales is 19511. Okay. So now this is a developing state. Its count is greater than equal to 100, and its sales goal and its sales is exactly the same. It matches. So that's why you are saying the bar and the blue bar is ending exactly where the vertical bar is. So what we are trying to depict is that whether the state is going beyond its target sales goal or it's behind it. And you can see that using this particular vertical bar. Like for example, Michigan, its sales goal is 71,952, but its actual sales is 76,270 average sales. So that's why it is above its target, and it's a developing state because it has more than 100 customers. So you can even sort by the count of the customers, higher to lower. So all your developing state will group from at the top, and the emerging states will group at the bottom. Or you can sort by the sales goal. So the orange bar is the sales goal or the blue bar. So depending what sales goal is being derived for each state. Hello and welcome to this new session on Tableau. Now in this session, we will talk about how to prepare dashboards and how to interlink reports within the dashboard. So in order to start this session, we will first create a couple of reports and then include them in the dashboard and then link them together. So for this session, as usual, we are using the sample superstore dataset for our example. Now, first we will create a report where we are going to show profit by region, per region. So first we will drag the region in the rows column and we will get all the regions and state. So we have all the states per region in our report now, and then we will drag sales and profit. So now we have our sales and profit measures at the column level. Now just also drag now the region to the color section. So now we have each region colored. The entire sales and profit per region is distinguished by the different colors: central, east, south and west. Now click on the colors Now we want to show the labels using the marks card. Okay, so we want to show the region okay, so we need to include the show the marks labels. Just a second. So enable the labels, say show mark labels. Okay. So you have on the left, this is the profit and this is the total sales. Now rename this sheet as region and state analysis report. Okay. Now let's create another worksheet. Now in this sheet, just drag the state on the marks card. Now automatically Tableau will detect that you have dropped a particular state, and we have the states of United States. So it has identified the state names and showed you the identifiers of the states on the map, and automatically identified the latitude and longitudes which are generated by Tableau and given you the markers on each and every state. Now drag the sales measure to the color panel. Okay, so now this is sales per state in the color scheme with the color scheming. Then now drag the profit to the size. So now each state you have the color, the profit and the sales. Now you can edit the colors and you can select a particular scheme of colors and say apply and OK. So now you are able to distinguish the colors on the state. Now after this, just rename the sheet as profit by state report. Now let's create another report. Now in this report, drag the subcategory to the column section and sales and profit measures in the rows. Okay. Now right click on the sum profit pill and check dual axis. Now right click on the profit axis and say synchronize axis. Now select sum sales from the marks card and change the notation as bar, and for profit change the notation as line. So now this is a fair display of subcategory wise sales and profit representation, that these are the sales and what is the profit. Now go to the all marks and drag the category section, as the tooltip. Okay, so for each and every bar or line item, you should now see the category also. Save your report and rename this now report as sales by and profit by subcategory report. Now let's create a new dashboard. Now the reports which we have just now created, first our dashboard size, let's make it as automatic. Okay, then let's show the dashboard title. Click on the dashboard title. Now drag the reports which you have created, profit by state, sales and subcategory report, and region and okay. So you have all your 3 reports in a single dashboard now. Profit by state, sales and profit by subcategory, and region by and state analysis report. Now we will link these reports. So go to dashboard, click on actions, add an action called new filter, select source sheet. In the source sheet dashboard 2, only select region and state analysis report. And in the target sheet, just deselect region and state analysis. On the source sheet, keep the run action on select and click OK. Now whatever state you select over here, that particular state will be used as a filter across both these reports. So it means in North Dakota, you have all these subcategories being sold and their associated profit, and on the map profit by state report you can see the North Dakota state being highlighted or only selected and the relevant profit and sales. Okay, so here is the total profit and sales in the profit by state report, and in this sales and profit by subcategory report you have the breakup of the profit and sales across the categories. Similarly, you can select any other state and automatically the filters will get applied automatically. See this, main. Okay. So with this, we cover our example of how to create multiple reports and then connect them or encapsulate them in a single dashboard for a single view across all these reports. We are going to take example of the Netflix database which we have, and we will prepare certain reports in order to identify what kind of reports we can generate from such a data set. So currently on my screen, what you can see is the Tableau, the Netflix data sheets, the data sources, where you have the Netflix shows, movies, their associated duration, what kind of shows or movies are there, their release year, the associated rating, description, and a key, which is the show ID. Now this is the unique identifier for each show in this Netflix title sheet, and with this show ID all other sheets are related, like who are the directors of the show, in which country the show was released, what is the cast of each show, all that information is in this sheet, and to which particular category, basically the listed in category is being listed in this particular sheets. So what we are going to do is, first we are going to import this sheet into Tableau. Okay, and then create relationship between them using the Tableau relationship canvas. So first the primary transactional table, the sheet in which all the information related to movies is there or shows is there, is in Netflix titles, and then we will drag sheet like Netflix cast, titles cast. Now Tableau has automatically identified the relationship between the show ID of titles and show ID of titles cast, and it has made a join. So if you double click this, you can see this relationship, cardinality, and the related fields. Similarly, I'll drag titles category, countries, and directors. Now by virtue of this, all the sheets have now been joined with Netflix titles, and with this relationship ready, we can start preparing our reports. Now let's create a basic report where we can just glance the data, like whatever we were seeing in the Excel, how it looks in Tableau. So you have all the types of movies. Then for example, I drag the release year. Now first, I do not want to consider it as a dimension, so I'll just release year. Per category, per type, there is a release year, and then I'll drop the listed in. So now these are the categories. So per year, the details of the categories, right? And then you can drag the title and the associated rating. So this is just a view of your data. We can name it as shows listing report. Now let's try to create some report for some measures, some numbers, etc. So now let's check in which country how many movies or titles were released. What is the count? So first, let's drag the country. So as soon as we drag the country field, it has identified that it has the geographical names and identified the latitude and longitude details. So Tableau internally does that automatically, and it has identified the spots across the globe of the relevant country. Now let's drag the listed in on the color section. Now what it is doing is, it is showing in which country what different kind of category wise movies are or shows are being released. Like in Sri Lanka, documentaries have been released. In India, action and adventure. United States, action and adventure, like this. Now let's put a count of the titles, right? So if you see 247 action and adventure movies or shows have been released in United States. Okay, so this is one inference by this particular report you can identify. So let's save this report as listed in by country. Okay, now let's create another report. We will call it as the per year statistical report. In this, first I'll put the release years in the column. Now count of Netflix titles. So this is the count of Netflix titles per year. So 2017, 2016, 14. And then count of Netflix titles in the countries. This is the second bar chart. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll combine it into one. So one report we are moving in the bar, creating the bar, and one in the line. And now I just have to, so we will click on the count of Netflix titles by country, right click, mark it dual axis. So now as soon as you click this, both the charts have been combined, and right click over here and say synchronize axis. Okay. Okay. So now if you can see right, in 2017, you had 2,303 Netflix releases across all categories and 1159 titles, right? 1063 titles in 2017. So this is a descending representation of the count of titles released per year across category and across titles. So let's call this as per year stats. Now let's create another report. Number of shows per title, okay? So, sorry, per rating. So we will drag the rating column and we will count of titles and unique count of titles and unique count of show IDs. Okay. One is bar and one is line. Okay. So this is a report which shows rating wise titles and the show IDs. So in the tooltip, you can see the distinct count of titles and show ID per rating. Okay, so let's call it shows per rating. Now let's create another sheet, call it as shows by cast. So in this, what we're going to do is first drag the cast column on the rows section. You have name of all the cast, and then we drag the show ID on the column section and put a count D and sort it. Okay. You can remove the null cast, and this is your sorted order. And on the labels section, you can say show mark labels, and you will see the count that Anupam Kher has done the maximum, then Shah Rukh Khan, Om Puri, Nasruddin Shah. So this is the details on the sorted order, that who has done how many shows. Okay. Then next is shows by director, similar to shows by cast. Drag director into rows, or differently if you want to prepare, into columns, and then count of show ID, okay, sort it, and you can actually filter out the null director value. And this is your count. Put the label, So you can see Jan's sweater has the maximum shows. Okay. Then create another report, shows by category. Now similarly drag the listed in the rows and show ID count. Remove the null category and sort. Labels, show mark labels. So international movies are the highest category, dramas the next, comedy, international TV shows. This way you have your category. Now let's create a dashboard in which we want to combine all these reports and take a common view. So first let's drag listed in by country, then shows by director. Also please let's set the size as automatic. Then let's drag shows by category and shows by cast. Now these 4 reports are on a single dashboard. We will link them to each other. So go to worksheet, actions, add action, filter, select dashboard 1, only select shows by category here, and in target dashboard 1 except shows by category keep everything else, and in the source sheet just select, click OK. Now whatever category you will select over here, that related category data will automatically be shown in other reports, like see international movies across the globe, across the countries, directors of only international movies, who has done the maximum, Johnny Toe, and shows by cast, right, that who has done the maximum international movies or dramas or comedies. See, Paresh Rawal has the maximum number of comedies, and then if you see the comedy movies, these are the count of comedy movies released across the countries and who is the director. Another very interesting report which you can prepare is that, for example, you want to check in which country maximum duration of your movies have been released. So first let's create convert to measure, remove this. Okay. So if you see, maximum duration of the movies or the entire Netflix content is maximum in United States, then in India these many minutes, next is United Kingdom, and you can also change the colors. Whatever you feel is as per your standards or as per the convention, you can change the color combination. So there are multiple ways you can generate reports, and hope you have understood how you can leverage such a data to create your reports.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Today we are going to talk about Power BI, what are its features, what are the basic advantages of using a visualization tool like Power BI, and we will talk about how to install Power BI and other features it provides and the basic setup. So let's discuss what's in it for us today. Now, we will first talk about why Power BI, why it's a popular tool and what problem it solves, what is Power BI, and what are the primary features of Power BI, which you can use in your day-to-day data analytics, visualizations, creating fancy reports, creating meaningful, intelligent reports for your organization, for your personal use, for crunching numbers, for generating reports real time, etc. Now, the most popular tool for Power BI is the Power BI Desktop. I'll show you certain aspects of Power BI Desktop, and then I'll show you the steps how to install Power BI Desktop on your machine. And then definitely Power BI Desktop is a free tool provided by Microsoft, but then you can also subscribe for an enterprise version, which is primarily used by enterprises for publishing their data. So we'll see the difference, and then overview of dashboards which can be created, what kind of dashboards can be created in Power BI. So this is the agenda for us today. Now, why Power BI? So generally, visualization tools, reporting tools are required in order to create and prepare and analyze meaningful data. It could be a data for an organization. It could be a social media platform data. It could be a data from IoT devices, but something which needs to be analyzed, and some intelligent inferences and data mining has to be done on top of it. Now imagine today we are in a world where terabytes of data and information is getting generated on an instantaneous basis, on minute by minute basis. So it becomes very essential to churn out something meaningful, something intelligent out of it. In the market, there are a lot of other tools which are available like Clix, Alteryx, Tableau, and Power BI. So Power BI is a Microsoft product, which is one of the most popular products, and it comes as a free to download product, Microsoft Power BI Desktop, which is available, and I'll show you a couple of ways how you can install it on your machine. But why Power BI is popular is because it provides a lot of out-of-the-box features, drag and drop features, which we will talk about in our subsequent sessions and classes. But today's session is primarily focused on giving you guys an introduction on what is the purpose of Power BI and what all problems it solves in the real world. So Power BI allows you to view, analyze, and visualize huge quantities of data, and the data could be in any format: Excel, CSV, text, or it could be a direct connection to a database like SQL, MySQL, Azure, Oracle, anyone, IBM DB2. So it supports n number of data types or data sets, and it's very powerful in terms of data connectivity. So it uses powerful compression algorithms to import and cache the data within the .pbix file. So it's as convenient as a simple software. If suppose you import a data and then you prepare a report, and then you can easily share the reports with your peers or someone who's co-developing with you, either through Power BI cloud services, or even you can share the PBIX file in an email or through any other means, and you can share the data set with the concerned, and they can then work on the report independently. So there are different ways. There is no kind of a limitation for working on Power BI. There are multiple ways, and it is very fast. It is the most fast tool to work with Excel, because definitely Excel is also a Microsoft technology, so it works very fast on Excel based data and gives you numbers and reporting at a very high speed. So now once you have imported the data, Power BI allows you to model the data
allows you to work intelligently on the data. It allows you to model the data in a way that if you're importing data from multiple Excel sheets, importing data from multiple tables, you can easily create a relationship between those tables or data sets in Power BI and then create visually appealing reports, meaningful reports, as I've been emphasizing, and make sense out of that data. No data in silos is of any use. Data in silo means a single worksheet or a single data set will not churn out any meaningful information until and unless you basically join it, club it, merge it, union it, append it with some other data sets, because a single data set will never be able to hold that much amount of information which is generally required for a important report. So it has easy drag and drop functionality with features that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. So just like in Microsoft Excel we use Format Painter to copy the format of one cell to another, similar features, very similar to Excel products or Microsoft products, they have provided that if you have applied a particular theme on a report, you can easily replicate that on any other report. The font, the header size, the background color, you don't need to do it again and again. So there's lot of reusable features which are also available. Okay, now as I said, Excel is a Microsoft product, Power BI is a Microsoft product, so they have intercompatibility. You can publish data from Excel to Power BI. Now with the latest developments and enhancements, as of today, Excel has also plugged in a new feature called Power Pivot, which I'll show you later down the line. But that also allows you to do a quick analysis. You can't create, of course, complex reports or fancy reports like Power BI, but Power Pivot allows you to create, quick measures, quick functions, quick calculations on your data quickly only in Excel. So it's an Excel plugin. But whereas, Power BI is also compatible with Excel. So when you create a report in Power BI, it gives you inbuilt feature to export your Power BI report into Excel format directly. You don't need to do any programming for it. Also, you can easily publish, when you publish your Power BI reports, it allows you to give some inbuilt intelligence of analyzing your reports in Excel, and it gives you all those features of exporting your Power BI reports into Excel, which is not available in any other tool, or otherwise those tools have to create plugins, create add-ins, and probably they might charge for it. But Power BI comes with a lot of out-of-the-box features which are very, very helpful for analyzing data in Excel and vice versa. Azure Cloud. Now Azure itself again is a Microsoft Cloud tech stack. So using Power BI with Azure allows you to analyze and share large volumes of data. So Azure, basically Azure database or Azure cloud servers are meant to hold huge amount of data, and Power BI allows you to have seamless connection. You can easily connect to Azure Data Lake. You can reduce the time it takes to get insights and increase collaboration between business analysts, data engineers, and data scientists. So Azure Data Lake becomes the central focal point where all your analysts, engineers can keep working on the centralized piece of data and churn out their reports. Data scientists' primarily job is to keep the data in a structured way, optimized way, optimize the input-output operations, disk operations, and memory utilization, so that the reports also get churned out in a faster manner. So every person has their own role in order to give a quick refreshable report, a quick rendered report. Any report which is taking huge amount of time to get rendered will not eventually be used by the business users, because then it does not solve the purpose. The report should be fast. Report should have appropriate filters, slices and dices. You should be able to create the reports or dynamically, or you should be able to visualize the data dynamically. So all those visualization features are available in Power BI, and it works seamlessly. Either it is small data or huge data. It allows that you to work on those kind of data in a seamless fashion. Right. So this is just a very quick example of how a typical dashboard looks like. Dashboard is nothing but, you have clubbed a couple of multiple reports on a single page, and if you change a filter, a single filter on the page, all the reports will honor that filter and the numbers will change accordingly. So if you see in this example, there is a filter or a drop down of product ID, product name, employee name, or supervisor, or a date range. So whatever date range or filter you will apply, all the reports on this dashboard will get changed based on the filter you have selected. So Power BI allows you to get insights from data and turn insights into action to take data-driven business decision. And that is the ultimate goal of any visualization tool. That is the purpose for which visualization tools are bought and purchased by the organizations, and data is fed into them. Now, Power BI fetches data from factory sensors, social media sources to get access to real-time analytics, so that you are always ready to make timely business decisions. So basically, there is a feature of live connection or cutoff data connection. So either you can work on data which is residing on a machine and you can just work on the cutoff data. Like for example, there's a data which is available for sales 2017, 2018, and you're just working on a historical data. It's a cutoff data. Or it could be possible that you want to be connected live to a real-time IoT based, sensor based data, or social media data like Twitter, Facebook feeds, or you're connected to live Google worksheets. That is also possible. You just need to publish your Google sheet for a public domain, embed the URL into Power BI, and then whoever updates that Google sheet, automatically the Power BI report will also start honoring and consuming the new data which is added in the Google sheet. So all those kind of real-time streaming analytics is also possible, and that is one big feature and very important feature of Power BI, which is widely used and has a very huge market acceptance and market utilization. Now, what is Power BI? Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights, right? So earlier, Microsoft used to have a technology called SSAS. Now they have replaced actually SSAS and SSRS with Power BI. So basically you can use Power BI on the data which is there in your Excel or any other data source, and the Power BI service or Power BI desktop basically creates a connection to those data sets and import it, cache it, and give you a handle to it in order to work with it. So you can create these fancy, meaningful visualizations. Like for example, there is a geographical map. If you are importing data for a country or a continent or a region, Power BI will automatically detect that it's a geographical information and give you a map with latitude, longitude information, and you just need to plot your numbers on the map. Either you can use bubbles or either you can use triangles or whatever data structure you want to use, but all the mapping will be available geographically. Then you can create pie charts, which is shown in this visualization. You can create tree maps. You can create cards where you can highlight the most important numbers like sales, total sales of your company across all the regions, or the growth chart, or the month on month sales of your organization, or total number of products or units sold. So whatever is important and to be highlighted for the management to take any meaningful decision or any insights you want to share, Power BI visualization tool, the Power BI visualization chart allows you to drag and drop and create wonderful reports. Okay. So what are the features of Power BI? So Power BI desktop is something, a standalone tool which you need to install on your machine. It allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. You do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Though yes, it is beneficial that if you know some SQL programming, analytical programming, or you are aware of advanced features of any analytical tool, that might help you, but that's not a showstopper. You can easily build reports in quick turnaround time without needing any technical background. You just need to have some analytical mindset, and you can create savvy visualization and analytical reports. Stream analytics, as I mentioned, you can create a live connection with any kind of data. It could be IoT, it could be media, social media, it could be Google Docs, it could be any other kind of live connection. It could be a live database connection itself. So any insertions or updations or deletions happening will automatically reflect in your report. Yes, multiple data sources, and that has to be the primary criteria for any tool to be popular. If any visualization tool is limited to certain data sets, then it will not be highly acceptable in the market. And custom visualizations, right? So as I showed you certain examples in the past, in the previous presentation, that feature is very important because someone might want to look at the KPIs from a different perspective. Some management might want to look at the KPIs from a different perspective. So you need to have that capability to create different visualization from the same data set. Now let's take a look at how to install Power BI desktop on your machine. So basically what you need to do is you need to go to this URL, powerbi.microsoft.com enus desktop, okay, and you need to just enter this. Now you can download it for free, so just click over here and it will open Microsoft Store. So basically now what Microsoft have done in the latest operating systems is that when you are trying to download, you can actually directly go to the Microsoft Store and search for Power BI. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. Right here. So Power BI desktop in Microsoft Store. For me, it's already installed, so it's asking me to open it. I'll open it in a while, but for anyone who is not installed, he will see the button of install over here, and it will automatically install in your machine, and then you can easily go and open Power BI desktop. Now if I click open over here, now this is the UI of the Power BI desktop. I'm not going to go right now in creating reports right away. We will talk about that in a subsequent session with sample data sets, and we will cover the features of Power BI desktop one by one. But this is what it is. This is the whole tool of Power BI, which is having the visualization pane. All the different visualizations are can be created from this pane. Then this is the pane which allows you to select the data fields. Then there is a report view, data view, and relationship view, the data model view, where multiple relationships you can create. You can view the data in the grid of the tables which you will create, and the reports. So you can create multiple reports on multiple pages. You can keep adding pages. Either you can create multiple reports on a single page and it will become a dashboard, or you can create separate independent reports on the single page. And these are the menu options which we will talk about. How you can change color scheming, you can do data modeling, you can create new reports, and you can also transform data, which is the biggest feature. Extract, transform, and load the data, apply different logic, changing data types, massaging the information, creating new joins, appending the data, adding new columns, etc., etc. That is what you can do in transform data. So this itself is a whole different world. It's a dedicated topic. So we will talk about that in our subsequent sessions.
So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I am using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like, you know, customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now, and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQL live tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQL live tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That is, this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL
and okay, so now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say select those two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact, and customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table, and even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There's no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically, many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order, one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship. And from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end, when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details, the customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. My customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customer's data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make this is by default active. So we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now, if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter direction filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1 and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay. So there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example I have the example of territories. Now in which particular territory the sales was done, so I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical one-is-to-many relationship, because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical one-is-to-many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the one-is-to-many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model. Now so far what we have done as per our last session is that we did data modeling on the different data sets which we had imported in Power BI, like products, sales data, returns, fulfillment, customer details, and customer master data, calendar details, etc. So in the last session, we prepared a data model and established the relationships between these different data sets, like 1:1, 1:many, many to 1, 1:1, etc. And we saw the examples. Now, once our relational model is prepared, our data model is prepared, now our next activity is to create certain additional columns which we want to derive basis the data which we have imported. So for example, I'll start with my product data set. Now in my product data set, I want to introduce a column which basically categorizes that if any product which has a color red, black or gray, I am going to tag it as a colored product. Rest I'm going to say not a colored product, right? So all these are like example of byte type product SKUs. So for that, now in order to introduce a new column, you just need to do what? You need to select the table in the data grid, go to the table tools and say new column. Okay, so column will get appended to the rightmost part and you will start seeing a formula section typical to like you get in your Excel. Now I'm going to say that the name of my column is going to be byte type color. Okay, and I'm just creating a if condition. If product color is equal to black, okay, or if it is equal to red, or if it is equal to gray, then say yes, it's a colored product, else say no. Okay, so now you can see basis the product color red and black, they are saying byte type color yes, blue is no, multi is no, etc, etc. So this is a classic example of an if and else condition based conditional column. Okay, so you can create such columns. Now second column, custom column, which I want to create is I'm going to call as discount. Now basis the pricing of my products, I want to associate certain discounts which I am ready to give to my customers basis the product category, like what is the pricing of the category. Again I'm going to make use of if else, but in a nested way. So if I am saying if my product price is less than 100, then I will give 0% of 0% of discount, so 0 into product price, just to keep it consistent. Now I'm saying else, if less than 100 then 0, else I'll check again that if the price is less than 500, then I'm ready to give 1% discount on the product price, else I'll move further. So like this, I have created a formula. So what I'm saying is if product price is less than 100, give 0%. If it is less than 500, then give 1%. Less than 2000, then 1.5%. Less than 3000, then 2%. And otherwise, else less than 3000, if it 2%, else 3%, right? Now, after this column is created, now you can check, right? So this, see, the product price for this particular product, it is less than 100, so that's why there is no discount. It is between 100 to 200, then this has been given a 1% discount. So like this, all the discount column is now calculated. Now this column is available just like a regular column in my product table. Now after this, I'll go to my sales table. Now in sales table, I want to identify, create a column called as cost. There is no product cost column over here, so that will be derived. So let's create a column called as cost, and it is derived by order quantity into, now the cost of the product is in the product table, and I know I've already created a relationship between product and sales table. So I just need to select the product cost column. Now only keyword which I have to use in Power BI is the related keyword. So this will pick up the relation, and now for this particular sale order, the cost has already been derived. So this order number, this is the cost for which the product is the costing of the product for this particular order. Okay. Now I'm going to create another conditional column over here called as order status. I'm saying if any order whose order quantity is greater than 2, then for my organization it's an urgent order, else it is a normal order. Oh, sorry, I lost it. So this is my order status column, and I have my order quantity, urgent or normal. So any order which has order quantity 1 is normal. Any order which is having order quantity as greater than 2 is urgent. You can see this. So there's this whole Power BI tabs and sheets allow you to also review the data, what you're doing. So it's very convenient. Now I have my sales data. Now what I want to bring within the sales is my discount column. So here also I want to bring the discount which I have created. So I'll say discount. Discount will be order quantity into related product discount, right? So the discount calculated column which I had created under products, I'll bring over here. Now I am creating the order level discount. So if you see, for this particular order, there's a 25 for 25 rupee discount at the cost is 100,000 rupees. Okay. And what is the order price now? So I have taken the order cost, the discount. Now I have to create a column called as price, order price. So that will be again order quantity into related price, which is per product, price, enter. Okay, so now I have the cost, the discount and the price, right, available with me. Now I want to calculate the total total revenue, total profit and loss, right? Per order, how much? So first I'll calculate per order how much revenue I am generating. So now I have to generate a column called as revenue. Revenue is price minus discount so 1700 minus 25, 1700 minus 25, 2071 minus 42. And if I want to calculate the profit per order, then it is revenue minus cost. Okay, so now you can see, typical custom columns, calculated columns which we have created are all playing around with the numeric values, numeric data primarily, and trying to give inferences into per order cost, discount, per order price, revenue and profit. So typical calculation columns which I have prepared in front of you. Now let's take a look at other different variations of custom columns. I'll create certain columns for text-based custom columns, calculated columns using text-based data. So I'm now moving towards my customer table, in which I have customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Now I want to create a new column in which I want to derive the age of each customer as of today, right? So I'll use another function, a date function called as date diff. Now date diff, so I want the difference between the birth date of the customer and as of today in years. Okay, so this customer as of today is 68-year-old, one is 74, 68, 57, etc. So this is one derivation of a calculated column of age. Let's take another example. Now this is a text-based column where I want to derive the full name of the customer. Now here I'll say first lowercase, in lowercase I'll concatenate the prefix, then ampersand, space, ampersand, first name, ampersand, space, ampersand, last name and closing brackets, etc. Full name. Okay, so this is an example of full name in lower cases. Now another calculated column, conditional column. At the customer level, I want to identify a flag which says who is my target customer basis the demographics shared over here. Target customer. So I'll say if the marital status is equal to M and total children annual income. So okay, so let me change the logic a bit. So marital status is M and age is less than 50. These customers are my target customers. Okay, so I would say yes, else no. See this. His marital status is married, Logan Diaz, and age is less than 50, else everyone. So if I try to filter, so these are my target customers. 69 out of 1178. So this is just a conditional column, but a logical condition. An example which I'm trying to highlight over here. Okay. Now let's look at certain calendar date oriented columns, calculated columns. Very typical, like now I have a simple date column. Now I'll keep adding certain columns which which will help you understand how you can do some calculations on the dates. So like for example, I want a date which is 12 days after the current date, the date in the column. So just simple 12 days after, select the date and add 12. Now if you see the date format, you can go and change the format at the top, and if whatever you feel like this. Now see, 12 days after 1st Jan 2015 is 13 Jan 2005. You can go and change the format and other details. Let me also show you, if I go to my cost and other columns, I can go and change the format. This is like a currency, cost is currency. So I can go and change the currency type, and you can even show the dollar value or whatever currency type it is. So for numbers, you can do currency, or text or dates, you can select the format. So this is available at the column tools level. Now in customers, like we had our column of full name. So now what all things are available? Format as text, okay, data type text. So very minimal options are there. With date, you have options of the date format. Now next, I want a column which defines the expiry date. Okay, so 8 months prior to the expiry date which is coming up in 8 months. So I'll create a column called as 8 months expiry, and then there is a edate function. I'll use that. I'll use my date in the data set, comma, I'll say 8. So now this date column will append 8 months to my actual date, and again I can go and change the format. Correct. Now another important column, like I want to know the date name. So I'll use a function called as format, and I'll select my calendar date column, and I'll say give me the DDDD format of it. So it will give me the day name, the day name of on that particular date. Next, years in between. So I want the years in between the today's date and the date of my calendar. So equal to date diff, the calendar date, comma today, comma year, end. 7 years, 2015 to 2022. Then last date of the month. So if I want what is the last date of this particular calendar month, I will use a function EO month, which is there available in the Power BI. So I'll say last date of the month equal to EO month. Then just select the calendar CSV date, comma 0 in months, and enter. Change the format. Then similarly, start of the month, so I'll use a function called start of month. So for all January dates, end of the month is 31st Jan and start of the month will remain 1st of Jan. Change the format. Next, I want to know what is the week number of that particular date. So now there is an inbuilt function called week number, week num, and just pass the date and you will get the week number. First week of the year, second week of the year, etc. Now another very good example is whether the week day is a weekday or a weekend, right? So what is it? It's a week type. Okay. So I'll put a if condition and there is a function called weekday and I'll pass the calendar. If it is less than 6, it means it's a weekday, else it's a weekend. So all Saturday and Sunday day names will come as weekends, or else everything else will come as weekday.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data and after you imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact. And customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table. And even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There's no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay, Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these 4 types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship, and from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. Now my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because until unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI has detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make this is by default active. So we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1, and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay. So there's a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now, if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example, I have the example of territories. Now, in which particular territory the sales was done. So I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many because, as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
Analytics is a journey that involves a combination of skills, advanced technologies, applications, and processes used by a firm to gain business insights from data and statistics. This is done to perform business planning. In the analytics process, data is collected from various external sources and is stored in a data warehouse. After this data collection, the process of analytics begins. Here, a more in-depth learning of the data is done to derive possible insights from data. In addition to this, all advanced data-driven capabilities are developed, which in turn provides additional value to business. In the next slide, we will look at the places where analytics is applied. Some of the common fields where analytics is implemented are as follows. Financial services. In this field, analytics is used for credit scoring, fraud detection, pricing, and claims analysis. In retail, it is used for promotions, replenishment, demand forecasting, and merchandising optimization. In healthcare, it is used for drug interaction, preliminary diagnosis, and disease management. Customer retention, capacity planning, and network optimization are the primary applications in the field of communications. Trading, supply, demand forecasting, and compliance are the areas of application in energy. In manufacturing, it is used for inventory replenishment, product customization, and supply chain optimization. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that are covered in the first and second lessons. In Lesson 1, you will learn what analytics is and understand the process involved in it. The lesson will also provide brief details on where you can apply analytics and what insights can be derived from this application. This helps you in understanding a problem and knowing how a data scientist should act. This lesson will also help you in knowing how to collect data and prepare it for your analytical process. In the second lesson, you will have an overview of all statistical methods, including descriptive statistics, probability theory, concepts of test of significance, and hypothesis testing. Some business uses of these statistical concepts have also been provided via case studies for better understanding. This lesson will give you an idea of how you can derive some meaningful pattern from the data. It will help you in finding the distribution pattern that is hidden in the data and in proceeding with further decisions that are to be made at the basic level. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that will be covered in the third and fourth lessons. Third lesson will help you understand data exploration, data visualization, and diagnostic analytics and perform these using the R tool. Case studies and examples have been provided to help you understand the concepts in a practical way and also help you use the R tool effectively. The fourth lesson will help you understand some predictive techniques such as regression analysis and models that could be built from them. Logistic regression, time series analysis, and cluster analysis will also be taught with some example case studies. These predictive modeling techniques will help you look at the past data and identify the predicted value that helps in making decisions. Further, all the working procedures are explained using the R tool in a stepwise manner with suitable examples. In the next slide, we will look at the career path of a business analyst. The use of analytics has evolved over time, and the advent of big data has made analytics one of the most sought-after skills in the industry across domains. This course will help you take the first step toward understanding analytics and the way it interfaces with the industry. The course will also help you start thinking like a business analyst. Career-wise, you can aspire to be a data manager, data miner, or a business manager. The work of a data manager involves data preparation, deployment services, report administration. The work of a data miner involves exploratory analysis, descriptive segmentation, predictive modeling. The work of a business manager involves campaign management, domain expertise, process, and ROI evaluation. This includes Lesson 0 of the Business Analytics with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. Thank you for your attention. Please continue your learning with Lesson 1 of this course. Hello, and welcome to Lesson 1 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. After completing this course, you will be able to differentiate between analysis and analytics. Understand what is analytics. Learn the different stages in analytics. Know the popular tools used in analytics. understand the role of a data scientist. Know the processes involved in analytics. Define a problem statement. Collect and summarize data. Detect and treat outliers in the data. We all know we are learning about analytics. Then what is analysis? Is it by any means different from analytics? If yes, in what ways is it different? In this slide, we see the basic difference between analytics and analysis. Analytics is the science of analysis, wherein we apply methods of statistics, data mining, and computer technology for doing an analysis. Whereas analysis is the process in which the complex data available is been broken down to simpler forms which provide more compact and better data for understanding. In the next slide, we will see more into what is analytics. So what actually is analytics? It's the science of wisely acquiring meaningful results from the given data using various methods and technologies, and by which a pattern of variation is observed. By studying this pattern, we can understand the future and predict the uncertainty that is related to business. Various sophisticated models and techniques are used, like statistical, mathematical, and economical models. So how do you go about analytics? First, you gather data. For example, for a commercial entity, you collect data from enterprise, social media, internet forums, etc. Second, you club all the data together and consolidate and organize it in a form from which you can analyze through visualization, statistics, etc., which is the third step in the process. In the next slide, we will see the different stages of analytics. There are major 4 stages in any analytics work. The first stage is called descriptive analytics, where data or information is gathered and summarized. This stage usually caters to questions like, how many students dropped out last year? The next stage is called diagnostic analytics, where data is analyzed and insights are generated, which help in answering the questions in the first stage. Here the question that comes up will be, why has the dropout rate increased in the last 1 year? With the help of the analysis done in the previous 2 stages, the next stage tries to answer unforeseen phenomena, like which students are most likely to drop out. This stage is called predictive analytics. Finally, the last stage, known as prescriptive analytics, tries to analyze the type of action required to be taken to support or avoid the unforeseen phenomena predicted in the previous stage. In this scenario, prescriptive analytics has queries like, which students should I target to keep them from dropping out? Next, we will look at a list of a few popular tools used in analytics. These are some of the commonly used tools for analytical purpose to get meaningful results. R. Revolution R. RStudio. Tableau. SAP HANA. Weka. KXEN. SAS. Next, we will discuss the role of a data scientist. So, what is the role of a data scientist in data analytics? A data scientist is somebody who is inquisitive, who can look at data and spot trends. They come out with unrevealed stories hidden in data that helps in creating more useful insights and thus help in solving business problems. A data scientist works in sync with application developer to get the relevant data for analysis. He or she makes an analytical plan in such a way that the results satisfy the business needs. A data scientist also comes up with an effective data mining architecture and prepares suitable models. They are responsible for resolving data mining performance issues. And finally, they should generate reports that are affordable from a business perspective. Next, we will see the methodology involved in data analytics. The data analytics methodology comprises of 6 steps, as can be seen in the image. The discovery step is questioning if there is sufficient data to make an analytical plan. Once we have the data in data preparation, all unstructured data is converted into structured data so that it helps in planning. Model planning is choosing an appropriate model that suits your data. Model building is building the model that is being specified in the previous step. The next step is to come up with insights that help customers to solve their problems, that is, to deliver results. The final step is to make the model operational and put the findings to use. Next, we will discuss how to define the problem. Defining the problem statement is an important step in analytics and needs to be done before starting the project. At a high level, the problem statement should answer 4 basic questions. What is the problem? Find the existing problem that needs to be solved. What is it not? Define the problem that is not being caused. Why do we have this problem? Find the root cause of the problem. Why don't we have a solution? This gives the answer, that is, why the problem could not be resolved. In the next slide, we will discuss how to formally define a problem statement. The techniques that are involved in formally defining a problem are: state the problem in a general way, that is, state the problem in general terms with respect to some practical, scientific, or intellectual interest. The next step is to understand the nature and origin of the problem, its objectives, and the environment in which the problem is to be studied. Next, all available literature, including relevant theories, reports, records, and any form of relevant literature on the problem, needs to be reviewed and examined. The next step is optional. The researcher may discuss the problem with his or her colleagues and others related to the concerned subject to brainstorm ideas. Finally, rephrase the problem, that is, put the problem in specific terms that make it feasible and helps in the development of working hypotheses. Next, we will look at ways to summarize data. Before summarizing data, the types of data need to be discussed. Data can be 2 types: qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative or categorical data refers to data that are descriptive. They are generally recorded in groups or in descriptive language. Example, dividing people into high, medium, and low height groups. Quantitative or numeric data refers to data that are recorded in numbers. They could be either continuous or discrete variables. Example, the measured height of a person. In the next slide, we will discuss how to analyze this data. Summarizing refers to procedures that are applied on the raw data to convert them into an easily readable and analyzable format. The mathematical summaries differ according to the type of data, numerical or categorical, and fall into descriptive and graphical categories. Seen here is an example of population divided by marital status. A bar chart has been used to depict the same data. In the next slide, we will see the different summaries based on the categories. Numeric data can be summarized using the mean, median, and mode values. These are discussed in detail in the following chapters, along with other methods for summarizing. Categorical data can be summarized using a frequency distribution table, that is, the number of occurrences of a value for all values. Graphical representations help in easy visualization of the data. Numeric variables can be viewed as box plots, and the categorical variables can be viewed in bar charts or histograms. The visualizations will be discussed in detail in the following chapters. In the next slide, we will discuss how to collect data. Data collection is the process of gathering data that is relevant to the problem statement at hand. The data aids in proving or disproving hypotheses or provides solutions to a research or a problem statement. Regardless of the problem, the data collection process needs to be well defined and systematic. In an effort to construct accurate data, The accuracy of the data is the primary factor in deciding the validity of the findings. Depending on the method used to collect data, the observations need to be recorded and organized in such a way to provide optimum usefulness. The recording and organization of data must also be directly related to the methods of analysis and use of the data. We will see the methods of collection next slide. The data collection methods fall into two major categories: primary and secondary. Observations, experiments, and surveys fall into the primary category. Observations refer to measuring the data and various attributes. In experiments, the subjects are divided into groups, receive different external input, and the results are recorded. Surveys, questionnaires, and interviews help in recording feedback and are used in studying the characteristics of a population. Data sources refer to data that have already been gathered and are available in a published format. Reporting refers to cases where there exists a database of information that can be legally obtained. Next, we will discuss data dictionary. A data dictionary, also called a metadata repository, is a file that describes the structure and content of the data. The data dictionary is a file or a list of files that contains data about the database, like number of records, name of each field, characteristic and type of each field, description of each field, relationships between different fields. In analysis, the data dictionary helps in analyzing different variables and the relationships and dependencies between each other. In the next slide, we will discuss the final topic of this lesson: outliers. Outliers are observation points in a distribution that significantly deviates from other observations. If you look at the graph, it plots the marks obtained as a result of a particular study time. The trend is that marks increase as the students study longer, except for one marked point. This could be a possible outlier. Outliers could exist in a distribution due to erroneous observations or special circumstances like a bulk sales order on a particular day in a store. Outlier detection tests exist to check for outliers that are model-based and generally look for outliers based on mean and variance of the data. Outliers can be excluded from the analysis or included while using algorithms that treat outliers as well. There are other outlier treatments, but are out of scope for this chapter. Let us quickly summarize what we have learned in this lesson. We have discussed what analytics and analysis are and the differences between them, popular tools used in analytics, what a data scientist does, the processes involved in the analytics lifecycle, how to formally define a problem statement, methods of collecting and summarizing data for analytics, data dictionary and its contents, what outliers are and how to detect and treat them. The section will help you to check your understanding of the concepts covered.
The last 2 decades have witnessed extensive business infrastructure investments. Due to this, the capability of collecting data has improved across enterprises. While some businesses continue to operate in their traditional ways, in other businesses, each aspect is now virtually open to collect data. These aspects are even instrumented for data collection. Aspects like supply chain management, marketing campaign performance, manufacturing, operations, and workflow procedures are a few examples. Simultaneously, information is also available on events like industry news, market trends, and movements of competitors. The wide availability of data has led to increasing interest in methods to extract useful information from data science. With this data availability, organizations in almost each industry are focused to exploit data for their advantage over competitors. Earlier, organizations used to employ different teams of analysts, modelers, and statisticians for manually exploring datasets. However, now the variety and volume of data have outstripped the manual analysis capacity. Computers have also become powerful, and networking has become widespread. Also, algorithms are being developed that can help connecting various databases to allow powerful data analysis. As a result of all these phenomena, various data science principles and data mining techniques are coming into existence. A manager in an organization needs to take several decisions on the basis of the problem and alternative courses of action available. To conclude the best option, they need all the information that is relevant and the criterion to choose the best option. Here is a set of questions that can be important for any business executive. Some other interesting questions that could be important to business executives are also listed on the screen. Let's first understand what business analytics is. It's a scientific process that transforms data into insight. It takes data from various sources and various types and convert them into insights that improve, support, and automate decisions. The techniques used for this process are presentation, technological, and quantitative. In other words, it's a process that uses data for better decision-making. It's used for fact-based or data-driven decision-making. This is generally considered as more objective as compared to other decision-making alternatives. Business analytics uses simple tools such as reports and graphs, and also complex tools such as optimization, data mining, and simulation. In the graph shown on the screen, we've compared different data analytics techniques in terms of competitive advantage and degree of complexity. Prescriptive analytics offers the most competitive advantage over other techniques, such as descriptive and predictive. However, performing prescriptive analytics is the most complex data analytical technique. We'll look into details of each of these techniques in the subsequent screens. Let's now talk about the features of business analytics, or BA. The first important feature is the support to various methodologies. These include concepts from applied probability, applied mathematics, applied statistics, and computer science. Since it's used by organizations that are committed to data-driven decision-making, the data produced helps in gaining meaningful insights into better business planning and business performance. The next important feature is decision support systems. In data-driven companies, data is treated as a corporate asset. Successful analytics is dependent upon the quality of data and analysts who know the business and technologies. Solutions are primarily used as decision support systems or as their components. The solutions help executives, salespeople, and other organizational leaders to make business decisions. Another important feature of business analytics is business continuity support, as business analytics supports essential business functions. It also supports tactical decision-making with respect to unforeseen events. It also aids in functions such as hiring, reducing attrition, improving retention, performing staff deployment, and deciding strategy. In many cases, decision-making is automated for supporting responses in real time. This lesson will help you understand the concepts related to different types of business analytics, such as descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, supply chain analytics, healthcare analytics, marketing analytics, human resource analytics, and web analytics. Descriptive analytics analyzes the past events and predicts the approach of future. It analyzes the past performance by mining the past data and look for the reasons why past failures or successes happened. Almost all management reporting, such as finance, operations, marketing, and sales, uses this analytics. The related models quantify data relationships in a manner that is generally used for the classification of customers and prospects into various groups. For instance, these models can be used to classify customers on the basis of their preferences and life stages. They can be used to create further models that can make predictions and can stimulate various individualized agents. Some of the data techniques used by this analytics includes reports, data mining techniques, descriptive statistics, data queries, data dashboards, and basic what-if spreadsheet models. Predictive analytics converts data into actionable and usable information. It determines the possible future outcome of an event or the possibility of a situation. It includes various statistical techniques from machine learning, data mining, modeling, and game theory, and include techniques that use models created from past data to predict the future or determine the impact of one variable on another. When it comes to businesses, these models use the patterns found in transactional and historical data for identifying opportunities and risks. They allow risk assessment by capturing relationships between various factors. The three basic cornerstones of this analytics are predictive modeling, decision analysis and optimization, and transaction profiling. An example to use this analytics can be to optimize customer relationship management systems. Some other examples include a company that can create a mathematical model for predicting the future sales by using past data on product sales, and a food manufacturing company that can estimate the measurement and quality of unit sales by using the point-of-sale scanner data from retail outlets. A few other examples include an organization that can predict the market share of a new product by using the survey data and past purchase behavior. Using predictive analytics, these organizations can analyze the spending, use, and behavior of customers. This leads to effective cross-sales and high profitability. An organization must employ an experts team or data scientists to find and access the appropriate data. This team can work with business leaders for designing business strategies by using predictive analytics techniques such as time series analysis, linear regression, data mining techniques, and simulation or risk analysis. Prescriptive analytics uses mathematical sciences, machine learning, business rules, and big data for making decisions and suggesting decision options. It specifies the best course of action for a business activity in the form of the output of a prescriptive model. It goes beyond predicting the outcomes of future and also suggests the action to benefit from the predictions. It anticipates the reason of an incident and not just what and when it will happen. It can also suggest decision options on the method to take the benefit of a future opportunity or to mitigate a risk of the future. The models used in this analytics are called optimization models and combine various business rules, mathematical models, and data. The input can be internal data, external data, and various other sources. Here are some example industries in which this analytics is used. The airline industry can benefit by using revenue management models and past purchasing data as inputs to get the best pricing strategy across all flights. Similarly, the finance industry can use portfolio models that utilize historical investment return data to decide the mix of investments. Other examples of prescriptive analytics are supply network design models in operations and price markdown models in retailing. In operations, supply network design models provide cost-minimizing plant and distribution center locations. Retailing use price markdown models that provide the timing of discount offers and revenue-maximizing discount levels. One of the traditional analytics applications was in supply chain management and logistics. It's used at the core of companies like FedEx and UPS. It's used for efficient delivery and optimal sorting of goods. It's also used for vehicle and staff scheduling, vehicle routing, better inventory and processing control, and efficient supply chains. Analytic tools used in this area span the complete analytics spectrum. For instance, it's been used by the women's apparel manufacturer Bernard Claus Inc. The company used descriptive analytics for presenting its supply chain status to its managers. Another example is ConAgra Foods, a packaged foods company which used prescriptive and predictive analytics for planning its capacity utilization better by including the inherent uncertainty in commodities pricing. The company received 100% return on their investment in analytics in less than 3 months. Analytics in healthcare is used to simultaneously control cost and provide more effective treatment to patients. Predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive analytics are used to improve staff, patient, and facility scheduling. They're also used to control inventory, purchasing, and patient flow. For instance, as per the McKinsey Global Institute, or MGI, and McKinsey and Company 14 study, by better utilizing analytics, the United States healthcare system could save more than $300 billion each year, which is equivalent to the complete gross domestic product of countries such as Singapore, Finland, and Ireland. Marketing is one of the expanding areas to apply analytics. A better understanding of customer behavior by using data generated from social media and scanner data leads to several advantages, such as better use of advertising budgets, effective pricing strategies, improved demand forecasting, better product line management, and increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. One of the examples is automobile manufacturer Chrysler teamed with J.D. Power and Associates. They developed predictive models for supporting their pricing decisions for automobiles as they helped Chrysler to better understand the ramifications of proposed pricing structures. The models generated an estimated annual savings, of $500 million. The use of analytics in the human resources area is relatively new. With the use of analytics, the HR function ensures that the organization employs the required skill sets to meet its needs, hires the highest quality talent, provides an employee retention environment, and achieves its organizational diversity objectives. Sears Holding Corporation, or SHC, is an example in this area. It created an HR analytics team inside its corporate HR function that used descriptive and predictive analytics to support employee hiring and tracking and influencing retention. Web analytics is the analysis of online activity, such as visiting websites and social media sites like LinkedIn and Facebook. It has huge implications for promoting and selling products and services through the internet. Some points to remember are that leading companies use descriptive and advanced analytics to data collected in online experiments for determining the best way for configuring websites, position ads, and using social networks to promote products and services. Online experimentation includes exposing various subgroups to various website versions and tracking the results. These experiments prove to be ineffective as they allow the company to use the trial and error method in statistically determining what makes a difference in their website traffic and sales. Why is decision-making in any business very important? The goal of business decision-making is to high revenue, low costs, and low expenses. It's supported by business analytics in various ways, such as for increasing revenue while keeping selling expenses the same. Business analytics suggests changes in the sales force deployment. It can also be used if a company's employees are leaving voluntarily for higher-paying jobs and there are high onboarding costs. In such cases, business analytics recommends raises that can help retain existing employees. Business intelligence, or BI, refers to reporting and analytics tools, traditionally used for determining historical data trends. These techniques and tools are used to transform raw data into useful information for the purpose of business analysis. It includes a set of processes, methodologies, technologies, and architectures that uses the output of the information management processes. The technologies can handle large amounts of unstructured data for identifying, developing, and otherwise creating new strategic business opportunities. BI enables queries by which users can get results by asking data-related questions. It allows easy data interpretation of high amounts of data while implementing an effective strategy based on insights that can help a business gain a competitive advantage. BI includes tools that are designed to present the results of analytics in an understandable format. They provide historical, current, and predictive views of business operations. Some functions include online analytical processing, process mining, prescriptive analytics, text mining, business performance management, and benchmarking. Data science includes processes, principles, and methods to understand phenomena through automated data analysis. It allows data-driven decision-making, or DDD, which determines the productivity of an organization. DDD is the practice of basing decisions on data analysis instead of just intuition. Organizations get involved in DDD to lesser or greater degrees, which decides the productivity of the organizations. The given image shows how data science interacts with the outer world. Let's now talk about the importance of data science. You can consider data science a business asset that is about data investment. An understanding of its fundamental concepts is required for data scientists and anyone working with data scientists, employing data scientists, investing in data-heavy ventures, or directing an analytics application in an organization. DDD and big data technologies improve business performance substantially. Data science supports DDD and, at times, performs such decision-making automatically. With respect to data science, the key strategic assets are data and the ability to extract useful information from data. Many businesses use data analytics to get value from the existing data and to generally consider if the business has the right analytical talent. Incorrect data and unsuitable data science talent results in issues such as poor decisions. Big data typically refers to data sets that are too large for traditional data processing systems. Its technologies are considered as a popular platform for data analytics and data exploration and used to implement data mining techniques and data processing. These technologies are also used to process data in support of the data mining techniques and other data science activities. Nowadays, companies that employ big data technologies have started asking, what can I now do that I couldn't do before, or do better than I could do before? Therefore, it's possible the golden era of data science. Different types of analytical tools available are listed on the screen. These are open source software, have object-oriented design, and can be linked with general programming platforms. They also offer extensibility and various other features.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we will learn how to use Microsoft Power Query. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So, imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now, you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns, which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc. right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc. right? So which makes some sense out of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine if you want to do this for an year. If you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month-on-month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps, step by step, repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it. And the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI. Right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week-on-week analysis or a day-by-day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request is being analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job, and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? When we just copy paste or cut, copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis, will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just, okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data, so I would go with the transform option. Now the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter. So I think it all automatically recognized that for us. But there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK, and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID, and this to customer name space name, right? And that's done. Here we have product, which is fine, quantity is fine, traffic is fine, leads is fine, orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that, because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers, so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered, in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe, okay, not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue, because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column, and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled, and the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot another part of this particular data set, transformation, where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first, and then the order date second. Go to add column, and we will select subtract in days, and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set, where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here. And you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here because after all we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3 and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st and it got delivered on January 5th or something, so you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is order date. So we want the order dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot, and grand total. Sum of profits made from these, and these. Now select this entire data and go to the third option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 2248,114.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3 and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to orders data and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to home and data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the orders data, and here select the data segment and just select refresh all. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the order date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press refresh all, and there you go. You have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on how to use Microsoft Power Query.
Two most popular job roles in the field of information technology, that is Business Analyst versus Data Analyst. Business Analyst is a professional who bridges the gap between the IT and the business teams in an organization. They use data analytics and modern technologies to assess processes and deliver data-driven solutions. They understand and solve a business problem and validate business requirements. A business analyst generates reports for executives and stakeholders. They are part of the business operation and work closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also assist in the integration and testing of new solutions. Now let's talk about the job description of a data analyst. With the rapid increase in data generation today, the term data analyst has found its prominence. A data analyst collects, processes, and performs analysis of large data sets. Every business generates data in several formats. This data can be in the form of customer information and feedback, log files, transaction data, marketing research, and so on. It is the duty of a data analyst to transform these business data into valuable insights. Some of the problems that can be addressed are how to improve a business, how to provide good customer experience, what would be the ideal price for a new product, how to reduce transportation costs, and so on. Data analysts deal with data handling, data modeling, and reporting. With this brief understanding of the job description for a business analyst and a data analyst, let's now shift our focus towards the various responsibilities of a business analyst. A business analyst identifies the business goals, understands the problems faced by an organization, and comes up with a cost-effective solution to tackle the issues. They thoroughly understand the requirements from the clients and assign the right resources. BAs communicate and work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. They ensure that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding the stakeholders' requirements and often give iterative feedback on the solution being developed. They check and validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They also verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs assess the functional and non-functional requirements. A business analyst documents the project findings and results. They present the project conclusions to the stakeholders and clients along with delivering maintenance reports and building visualizations to make decisions. Now, let's take a look at the responsibilities of a data analyst. First and foremost, a data analyst must identify and understand the organization's goal and requirements. This helps to plan and streamline the analysis process. Data analysts collect data from various heterogeneous sources. They assess the available resources, comprehend the business problem, and gather the right data for analysis. They work closely with different team members like programmers, business analysts, and data scientists. Data filtering and data wrangling are vital jobs of a data analyst. The data collected is often noisy and it contains missing values. Hence, it is crucial to clean the collected data and remove invalid values to make it ready for analysis. They use a variety of analytical, statistical, and business intelligence tools to spot trends and patterns in complex data sets, discover hidden insights, and prepare summary reports for the leadership team. They also use programming languages for data mining and data manipulation. Now it's time for us to understand the difference between a business analyst and a data analyst based on the skill set they possess. First, let's look at the skills that can help you become a BA. A business analyst should have a graduation degree in any relevant field such as business, accounting, information systems, human resources, or engineering. You can apply for entry-level business analyst positions or with professional experience. Excel is a powerful analytics and reporting tool for working with data. BAs use Excel to perform various calculations, data analysis, plan an editorial calendar, and calculate customer discounts to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. BAs use SQL to retrieve, manipulate, and analyze data stored in relational databases. Critical thinking skills are important to understand customers' business needs. It allows them to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a lower priority. BAs should find different ways to address each challenge. Data visualization is a key skill for BAs to build interactive dashboards and reports to convey the outcomes of a project. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView is required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming experience to solve complex tasks and perform faster analysis of data. Hence, knowledge of programming languages such as R and Python is a prerequisite. Finally, they should have good presentation skills. They should also be confident about their findings and conclusions and communicate it in front of the stakeholders and clients. Let's now understand the skills that a data analyst should possess. You must have a bachelor's degree in any relevant field or be a graduate in statistics, economics, or science. You're eligible to become a data analyst being a fresher or as an experienced professional. You should have domain knowledge in the field you are working in. Once again, knowledge of Excel is another basic requirement for a data analyst. Data analysts often work with structured data, so they should be proficient in writing SQL queries using data manipulation and data definition commands. They should know how to create stored procedures. Another crucial skill for a data analyst is to have hands-on experience with programming languages such as Python, R, SAS, and JavaScript. You can analyze and visualize large data sets and create predictive models for making business decisions. Data analysts create data visualizations using libraries such as Matplotlib, Seaborn, ggplot, and Plotly. This helps them to perform exploratory data analysis. Knowledge of Tableau and Power BI is required to create different business reports with the help of graphs and charts. Data analysts should have knowledge of machine learning algorithms to build sophisticated models and make future predictions. So they should know about linear regression, logistic regression, support vector machines, k-mean clustering, and other supervised and unsupervised learning algorithms. Finally, data analysts should also possess good communication and presentation skills. Now, let's discuss the salary structure for both of these job roles. According to PayScale, a business analyst in the United States earns an average salary of $69,000, while in India, you can earn nearly 6 lakh rupees per annum. Now, talking about the salary of a data analyst, according to PayScale, in the US, a data analyst earns an average salary of $60,710 per annum. And in India, you can earn around 4,24,000 rupees per annum. Let's now move on and look at the different companies hiring for business analyst roles. Here we have Oracle, the search engine giant Google, the American MNC Cognizant, and e-commerce company Amazon. In addition to that, we have Ernst & Young, technology giant IBM, Dell, and Cisco hiring business analysts. Talking about the companies hiring for data analysts, we have Twitter, Google, the social media leader Facebook, and Amazon. We also have the American oil company Shell, the electric vehicle company Tesla, Apple, and the American credit reporting agency Equifax. Now, choosing the right field, that is, to become a business analyst or a data analyst, could be a challenging task. The key points that you have to keep in mind before making a decision is: first, review your background and see what qualifications you have. Check what skills you possess and the domain knowledge you have. Then, gauge your interest to see what suits you best. And finally, consider your long-term goals and see the job roles that will help you grow in your career in the long run. Now, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you grow your career as a business analyst and a data analyst. Simplilearn offers a postgraduate program in business analysis that is in collaboration with Purdue University. The endorsed education provider is IIBA. Some of the skills that will be covered in this course are strategy analysis, wireframing, solution evaluation, dashboarding, data visualization, agile Scrum methodology, Scrum artifacts, statistical analysis using Excel and SQL database. Some of the tools covered in this course are Microsoft Excel, Tableau, Power BI, Jira, PostgreSQL, Planbox, and others. Some of the key features of this business analysis program are: you will receive Purdue Postgraduate Program Certification, masterclasses from Purdue faculty, you can enroll in Simplilearn's Job Assist where you will get IIM Jobs Pro membership for 6 months and obtain 35 IIBA PDs CDUs and 25 PMI PDUs. You will get 170 plus hours of blended learning along with capstone projects in 3 domains. To become a data analyst, you can enroll in the postgraduate program in data analytics offered by Simplilearn. This program is in collaboration with Purdue University and IBM. The skills that will be covered as a part of the course are statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis in Python and R, data visualization using Tableau and Power BI, linear and logistic regression modules, clustering using K-means, supervised learning, and others. The tools that you will learn are NumPy, Pandas, SciPy, Scikit-learn, Excel, and others. Some of the key features of this course are: you will get Purdue Postgraduate Program Certification, industry-recognized IBM certificates, enrollment in Simplilearn's Job Assist and masterclasses from Purdue faculty. You have 180 plus hours of blended learning, 14 plus hands-on projects on integrated labs, and capstone projects in 3 domains. So please go ahead and enroll for these programs if you want to grow your career as a business analyst or a data analyst.
Business Analyst Interview Questions. My name is Richard Kirshner with the Simplilearn team. We'll go over some beginner, intermediate, and advanced level questions to expect in interviews when you're looking at business analytics. Let's start with the differentiation between a risk and an issue. And this should be a very fundamental question dealing with business, because in business they want to make money, and we really want to understand where the split is on a lot of these things. So always ask yourself, where is the bottom dollar on this, and what does this mean? Risk is your potential, and an issue is something that's actually happening. So risk is a potential problem that can be predicted. Risk may or may not happen in the future. A proactive response plan is formulated and kept ready to mitigate risks. So these are things you plan for. And the issue refers to a risk that is occurring or about to happen. There is no response plan in place to solve an issue. You can only respond reactively to an issue. What are the various tools a business analyst works on? This is very company specific. And so when you start looking for work, you start going in for interviews, you should start really asking yourself, what are these companies looking for that I'm interested in? Clearly, if you work with IBM, you want to have your tools that are central to IBM and the IBM setup. Same thing with Google, with just across the whole field. Some of the more basic ones, obviously an Excel spreadsheet, which isn't on this list, but your Python, your SQL, you should really know your SQL, because it's going to come up in no matter what format you're in. Your Tableau, your Azure, your Balsamic, all these are different platforms. There's a lot more out there, but you should be aware on which platforms your proficiencies are on. And those also that you might not be proficient on, but you at least know what they do and what their performance is. So you can answer questions, and a lot of companies will pay for you to be certified if their platform isn't on your list. What are the various stages of a business project? And we look at project initiation, project planning, project execution, project control and monitoring, project closure. And it's really important to understand any one of these in a little bit more detail than just knowing the list. What is feasibility study? A feasibility study is a method of gauging the success rate of proposed business solution. It enables business analysts to discover new business opportunities. And really, a lot of businesses, when they're looking at it for a business analyst, this is really what they want to know. What's the feasibility? That is a very central question that comes up in most business plans. What's the feasibility of doing something and getting it done? What is business model analysis? Business model analysis is a technique that helps you analyze if a business is financially, economically, and socially viable or not. I know a number of contractors that this is their sole career, is to go in and analyze ski resorts in Colorado to find out whether it's going to make it this year or not and what they need to do to fix that. So it's a very high-end job niche where you really need to know your stuff and understand what it means. What do you understand by requirement? differentiate between requirements and needs. We look at requirements. A requirement is a targeted solution that is required to achieve the set business objectives. Business requirements are data used for business processes. Needs. Needs are the high-level representation of the terms and the result. Business needs include identifying and comprehending the business's goals and articulating its strategic direction. And you can think of needs are, what do we need to succeed? Requirements are, well, these are the things we need to put into place. This is what's required to achieve a business objective. Suppose you have been given a list of zip PIN codes from different countries. Using those codes, find the city and the state names using Excel. And so if you're given a list of zip codes, PIN codes of various cities from the US and India, here's how you can find the city and the country names. Select all the codes, go to the Data tab under Data Types, select Geography, click on the Insert Data option, choosing City from the field list. Click on the Insert Data option and select State from the field list. Really, you do need to know your way around Excel. No matter what other packages you're working with, Excel is such a base package in business analysis. So much people are given that back and forth still. It's still kind of a baseline. Below are sales data that has information on different items sold across various regions and countries. What was the total revenue generated for all the items in India? You can use the sum if function to find the total revenue generated from India. You can see here equals sum if, and then of course B2 to B100 India, L2 to L1001, and that will give you the sum. You can also use a filter option to filter the data only for India and use subtotal by pressing Alt plus equals. Nice short hotkey to remember there. Create a highlight table to visualize the revenue generated from offline and online sales for different items across the region using Tableau. Now, not all companies use Tableau, but it is becoming a very highly used tool because it's so easy to use. You drag the region onto columns, drag the sales channel and item type fields onto rows, select the total revenue column and drag it onto color and label cards. Select square as the mark type. Drag the total revenue field onto columns, drag the total profit column onto rows, place item type column onto colors. Under the size card, place the total profit. Drag the region column into the filters card and select Asia. So one of the things about Tableau is it looks real complicated, but it's all drag and drop. And so you should know your way around about doing some very simple drag and drops for doing your query and summation. And below is the resulted plot. So let's look at some more questions, but let's jump to a little more intermediate level. Differentiate between software development lifecycle and project lifecycle. So we're looking a little bit more hierarchical towards the top of the list. Software development lifecycle helps with the development of software products. It consists of a single software across multiple phases. Here, phases include requirement gathering, coding, operations, maintenance, and documentation. Where the project lifecycle, this enables you to develop a new product in the business. Project lifecycle consists of multiple software in one customer scenario. Phases here are idea generation, screening, development, testing, and analysis. How do you perform risk management in your project? So again, we're dealing with intermediate, not just how to pull tables across. We're going to start analyzing things. And the risk management is a technique wherein risks are identified, avoided, reduced, assessed, and mitigated. Having the appropriate risk management plan decreases losses and optimizes decision making to enhance the organization's performance. How does risk mitigation differ from risk avoidance? Risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is a plan to be executed when a risk occurs. When a risk occurs, there might be a business impact and the cost incurred is high. Risk avoidance, whereas risk avoidance is carried out to avoid the risk from occurring. Meanwhile, the business impact here is zero and the cost is fully eliminated. And you can think about a brick and mortar store and they have shoplifting. You want to mitigate you want to avoid as much shoplifting as you can. but you can only frisk people at the door and have security so much before you start losing customers. And so when you mitigate it, you're going to have to pay for your lost merchandise. Where you avoid it, you have your security cameras and people watching to stop people from stealing things. Risk in this case can mean loss of money spent, badly spent on equipment, certifications. There's all kinds of areas where you want to mitigate and avoid risk. What are project deliverables? Project deliverables represent a collection of measurable services and goods that are to be delivered to the end user in the project completion stage. This is so important when we start talking about any of our when you sign a contract, any of our online contracts, cloud computing, all of that, make sure you're very clear what the deliverables are, who owns it, who is the responsibility of the service, and the security around it. Those are all very important questions to know. Differentiate between the Agile and Waterfall model. Two of our biggest or most basic models used today. The Agile model, which is slowly taken over, especially in software. The Agile model is adaptable to requirement changes and has an incremental approach. In the Agile model, testing can be performed in every phase. With the waterfall model is referred as a structured software development methodology. Changes in requirements are difficult to implement. Meanwhile, in the waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. And you can look at this as a lot of the software today has to be ready to change quickly, where in the waterfall setup, you're not looking for fast changes, you're looking for a very solid, it's going to work no matter what kind of view. This is something that we can build. It isn't going to have to make major changes, but it better work correctly. Describe the different analytical techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow analysis, it is a prioritization technique that highlights a requirement's significance. Questions like, is it a must-have or a should-have? Could the demand be made better? Would a specific idea be useful in the future? Are asked here. In the SWOT analysis, it discovers the strengths and weaknesses of a firm and evaluates them as opportunities and threats. SWOT analysis consists of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And you can kind of think of it as like the SWAT team coming in you're worried about threats here, so we're talking about policing. Or in Moscow, really what can we get out of this? Is this, do we have to have it to succeed? Is it going to be useful in the future? So you're looking more for a general value attached to it. List various components of strategy analysis. For developing a strategic plan for an organization, the vital components are vision, objectives, mission, strategies, action plan. What is benchmarking? Benchmarking is a process of evaluating an organization's measures, like the quality of policies, programs, etc., against the standard criteria. It's so important to have that baseline of what are you measuring against. The baseline might not even be a very good one, but you can't measure something unless you have something to measure it against. It helps with the measuring the performance of the company. You can recognize the areas of improvement in a company and analyze how other companies achieve other objectives. What is the best approach to work with difficult stakeholders? A business analyst interacts with many professionals during his work. Few of the best approaches to take into consideration while working with difficult stakeholders are. Before I even jump into this, I have a friend who is working with some very high-end individuals who took their private plane, and he was supposed to meet them at the location. When he arrived, they had been in a fist fight while on their private plane. The stakeholders had so much difficulty with some particular aspect going on. So difficulties are going to arise, hopefully not at that level, but things happen. And of course you want to just work with anybody, but you want to listen patiently to the stakeholder's point of view, respond to them politely and diplomatically, have a one-on-one discussion to make things more precise, comprehend their worries and be transparent. Make sure to continuously engage such difficult stakeholders. And I'm going to highlight the last one, because if you're working with somebody who's difficult and you just try to ignore them, one of the things is that whatever problems are arising, they're just going to explode. So that is so important not to ignore somebody who's being difficult. But the rest of it is stay focused. Stay focused on what you're trying to accomplish. Be goal-driven. This is a great time to be goal-driven, not driven by emotion or the problems that arise or how the person communicates. Name the different types of agile methodologies. Scrum. You can go get Scrum certified. Important thing to look into if you haven't. Learn software development and extreme programming, XP. Feature-driven development, FDD. Crystal, Kanban, Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
There is in Agile just a ton of different methodologies. So knowing at least a few of them inside and out and having a kind of a general idea that the other ones are out there is important, so you at least know what we're talking about when someone comes up and talks about Agile. Describe the gap analysis. Gap analysis refers to the analysis of differences between the existing system's functionalities and the targeted system. The gap indicates the amount of work required to get the intended result. Gap analysis is a comparison between the current and proposed functionalities. And you can see here we put together an action plan to go from the current state to the desired state. How do you import text file data into MS Excel? And remember, Excel is one of those things that has been around forever, and even though it's like the bottom barrel of a lot of analysis that we do, most of our data starts in an Excel spreadsheet, or a comma-separated variable file that you then end up with an Excel spreadsheet. Given below is the employee text file. It has information about name, age, and company. And here's how you can import this data into Excel. Go to the Data tab, click on Get Data drop-down. Under From Files, select Text CSV. Select where the text file is located in your system and click on Import. Click on Load Data Imported into Excel. You've been given sales data that has information on the sale of different items across the world. Below is the data. Create a pivot table to analyze the profit of all the items in each region. Now remember, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes the data of a more extensive table. So it takes a full data sheet, and we're just going to zoom in on something. That's what the pivot table means. And if we want to go ahead and do this, what we do is we go ahead and select a cell in the table, go to Insert, and click on Pivot Table. In the Create Pivot Table box, choose Existing Worksheet to place your pivot table. Drag region and item type onto rows, drag total profit onto values, sort the sum of the total profit column. Using the sales table, find the percentage contribution of cosmetics to the total revenue and total profit. Create a pivot table by dragging item type onto rows. Select the revenue and profit column under values. Right-click on the revenue value under Show Value As. Select percentage of grand total. Right-click on a profit value under Show Value As. Choose percentage of grand total. And you can see here when we do that, we end up with cosmetics made a 14.03% contributions to the total revenue and an 18.94% contribution to the total profit. How do you create a dual axis chart in Tableau? Drag the order data onto columns and convert it into continuous year. Drag total revenue onto rows and total profit to the right corner of the view until you see the light green rectangle. Synchronize the right axes by right-clicking on the profit axis. Under the marks card, change sum total revenue to bar and sum total profit to line, and adjust the size and color. They're lots of fun to play with as you start getting into these. Using the sales data, create a view to show the total units sold and the profit generated from each item. Which item sold the least and has the least profit? So we'll go ahead and load an Excel file data in Tableau Desktop. Drag units sold onto columns and item type column onto rows. Place the total profit column under Couleur and choose the desired color palette. Sort the units sold axes in descending order. And you can see here it produces a very quick bug figure, shows the fruit sold and the least and had the least amount of profit. Create a map to show the units sold and the profit generated from different Middle East and North Africa items. Drag country onto the detail card. Place the total profit column under size. Drag units sold under color. In the filters card, drag the region column and select Middle East and North Africa. Bahrain had the maximum number of units sold. At the same time, Iran made the full amount of profit. Create a visualization to analyze the total revenue and the units sold for clothes, meat, and baby food across different regions in 2006 and 2017. Drag the units sold field on the columns, drag the region and item type fields onto rows. Under the couleur card, place a total revenue column, drag item type onto filters and choose clothes, meat, and baby food. Drag the order date column onto filters and select 2016 and 2017. Meat had the highest units sold and made the maximum profit. Now with any of these tableaux, it's good if you have your own hands-on for this. That's an important thing to note. We kind of zoomed in on Tableau. Again, there's a lot of other companies out there using a lot of other packages. So if you're not familiar with Tableau, but you're able to do this in another package, that's a good thing. So at least you know what we're talking about and you've had that hands-on. Let's go ahead and jump to some advanced level questions. What is requirement prioritization? Name the different techniques used for it. Requirements prioritization focuses on allocating requirements depending on the business urgencies. This is essential for the project to run well. Requirement prioritization enables various teams to understand what is important and work in sync with the business needs. There are several techniques used for requirement prioritization. We had Moscow technique, we mentioned that earlier. The requirements are grouped based on must, mandatory, should, high priority, could, not necessary but preferred, and would, suggested for the future. Ranking method. Here you give each requirement a distinct numerical value based on its importance. And of course, this is at 100. Well, here's kind of similar to ranking is the $100 method. Multiple stakeholders get a notional $100 to distribute among the requirements. So the $100 method is pretty similar to what the ranking method is. Top 10 requirements. In this approach, from a large set, the stakeholders simply pick their top 10 requirements. This is very popular. There's a lot of help books out there about getting things done. They say write everything that you want to accomplish. Put them on 3x5 cards and narrow it down to 5. Do those 5, because once you've conquered those 5, then you can move on to the next ones. Name the critical agile metrics that should be considered by a business analyst. Sprint burn down. So the sprint burn down is the chart we use when you're tracking. Usually it's in Scrum is where that usually comes from, the Scrum setup. But it's a chart of the work to be completed and what's still going on. You have your work category allocation, the velocity, the cumulative flow diagram, defect removal awareness, time coverage, defect resolution time. Explain BPMN. BPMN, Business Process Model and Notation. Gateway controls the flow of interaction and sequence of processes. It is a flowchart technique which models the end-to-end business process step. The 4 essential elements of BPMN are flow objects, events, activities, gateways, connecting objects, sequence, messages, associations, swim lanes, pool or lane, artifacts, data object, group annotation. List the elicitation techniques. The elicitation process is about gathering requirements from users and stakeholders. Listed below are a few techniques that are used to collaborate with users or clients. Interviews. I don't know how many times I've been on the phone calling competition, potential clients to ask questions. So one of the elicitation techniques is to ask questions. If you're going to call clients to ask questions, it can a lot of times also turn into additional sales. Document analysis, focus group, prototyping, brainstorming. My favorite, brainstorming. All these are important. I just kind of highlight a few of them that I tend to get stuck in. Observations and workshops. Again, workshops are a great sales technique also. So as you're doing your business analysis, and you're bringing people into a workshop and do observations in the workshop and working specifically with these people, they turn into potential business growth. I tell you what, if you're a shareholder and someone's doing a business analysis and they turn around and generate a $30,000 sale for your company, they're in. You know, you've already earned your pay, and you're doing what you like, which is business analysis. Interface analysis, questionnaire and survey. Questionnaire and survey is my least favorite, but they are the most popular because they're the easiest to pump out. List the documents needed by a business analyst. Initiation document, project vision document, use cases, system requirements, specifications document, business requirement document, requirements traceability matrix, functional requirement document, use case specifications document, gap analyst document. Describe how you would approach a project. Here's a basic project approach outline which you can use with respect to different situations. Identifying the project goal, formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams, tracking the project, documenting the progress. And really, when you start designing your project approach, encompassing all the things listed in here is so important with the shareholders. It's great if you can identify your project goal, and that's probably the most important thing, because if you don't have a goal, you might as well walk away. But if you don't have the rest, well, how are you formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams? That is such a big step because we're going from everything being on paper and trying to figure out what you're going to do to actually doing it, and then tracking, and finally documenting. Very important for the shareholders and what goes back to the top. Differentiate an alternate flow and exception flow in a use case diagram from a basic flow. Basic flow represents the operation of activities as required by the company. In a use case, alternate flow, as the name suggests, is an alternate solution used in a system failure case. Different steps are used to complete the goals of a use cases. Exception flow refers to the various steps executed in case of errors. This does not lead to achieving the required goal of a use case. Critical aspects of creating analytical reporting. Analytical reporting is a type of business reporting which provides data analysis, information, and recommendations. It enables people to use data to make decisions. To create analytical reporting, the following points should be kept in mind. Comprehend business analysis. Display your analysis skills. Think critically. And I'm going to throw in here the term from big data, map and reduce. Really, when we're doing a business analysis, you don't want to give them a massive amount of information. You want to reduce it down to something that they can see in a single graph, a very simple set of notes, and you need to think critically. You need to really make it, what is it that the shareholders want that's going to make them understand why this is important to the business, and what does the business get out of it? What is Kanban? Kanban helps agile teams in visually managing work through processes. It works as a scheduling system in agile just-in-time production. The Kanban methodology is all about real-time communication of capacity and full transparency of work. The Kanban board describes the current development status. And of course, when you're working with Kanban, you got to be very careful about inspiring versus coaching versus micromanaging. It really can end up in a micromanaging setup where you want to watch out for that, but you also need to track everything. A basic Kanban board has 3-step workflow. It has the to-do, in progress, and done. However, depending on a team size, structure, and objectives, the workflow can be mapped to meet any particular team's unique process. State the key differences between BRD and SRS. BRD, Business Requirements Documents, is a high-level functional specification of software. BRD is a formal document to describe the requirement provided by the client. Business analysts create this post their interaction with the clients. SRS, System Requirement Specification, is a high-level functional and technical specification of software. SRS describes the software's functions and non-functional requirements that are needed to be developed, whereas SRS is created by the systems architects. What is Pareto analysis? The Pareto analysis helps in crucial decision making. It helps in prioritizing decisions, identifying the most relevant and the least decision concerning the overall goal. It is also known as the 80-20 rule. As per this rule, 82% of the project's benefit arises from 20% of the work. Vice versa, 80% of the case problem can be due to 20% of the causes. Differentiate between the V model and the fish model. When we talk about the V model, it is an SDLC model where the execution of processes happens sequentially in a V shape. At every stage, the same person reviews, but other testers will do software testing in the last step. V model consumes less time and costs. The fish model is similar to the V model, but with more multiple verification teams. Every stage is tested by another team for completeness and correctness. The fish model is comparatively very costly and time-consuming, which makes sense because if you have multiple tests on each stage for multiple teams, they have to all be spun up on it, and so you're literally more than doubling the work because you also have to track all that. Given the sales data, create a chart to show each region's country that made the highest revenue. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and country onto rows. Place the total revenue column under values. Right-click on the country value, select the filter options, and choose Top 10. Choose Top 1 as shown above and click on OK. And you can see here is the pivot table that you will get. Using the sales data, find all the countries where the total units of fruits sold offline were less than 3,000. You need to use an advanced filter option in Microsoft Excel to solve this problem. Below is the critical based on the question we have. Go to the Data tab, select Advanced Filter option, choose Copy to another location, give your criteria range and the copy to location. Click on OK. Here's the final result as we can see below. Let's create a pivot table to find which countries from each region made the lowest amount profit. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and the country into rows. Place the profit column under values. Right-click on any country value, select the filter option and choose Top 10. Choose Bottom 1 and click on OK. And then let's create a filled map to analyze the total revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America using Tableau. Drag country onto detail card, place the total revenue column under the text, drag total profit under couleur. In the filters card, drag the region column and select North America. In the filters card, drag the item type column and select beverages. And you can see from the below map, you can see that Greenland and the maximum revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America. Who knew? Using Tableau, how will you display the top 5 and bottom 5 items based on profit? Drag the item type field onto rows and total profit onto columns. Right-click on the item type column to create a set. Give a name to the set and select the top tab to choose the top 5 items by sum total profit. Create a set for the bottom 5 items by sum total profit. Select both the sets, right-click to create a combined set. Give a name to the set and choose all members in both sets. Drag the new set on the filters and the total profit onto couleur. The above graph depicts the cosmetics made the highest profit while fruits made the lowest. And really, when we're talking about tools like Tableau, or if you're targeting companies working in R, or you're targeting companies working in Python, you should be able to quickly do these kind of displays in any of those packages that you're focused on. Tableau is one of the biggest ones out there right now because it is a paid-for service, but it's also very robust and easy to use and uses less programming on the back end. So just a quick side note on there, roll your sleeves up. If this does not look right to you, you're not able to get through some of these things, make sure you are if that's what you're targeting in a company for an interview.
Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes, but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight. Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data. And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALL-E, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet. Order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character and coding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we'll be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. Would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates. So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with the respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder. Provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So we have started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see guys that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion suggests the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn about data transformation in PowerBI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So what exactly you mean by data transformation in PowerBI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the fundamental, the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship Mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we are on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the Orders tab and you can load the Stores tab. And in case if you want the Returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, Orders and Stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the Stores and Orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type a whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has three parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split it into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. Let's quickly refresh all instead of preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data, and every column is similar, then you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the dataset. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplicates from the dataset. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores data set has been selected in the first data set. Here just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores with the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my data sets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both data sets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second data set you want to include in your overall data set. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, ship date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK, and I should have them included in my new data set altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date, and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply, and your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Apply changes, but it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data.
This session, we are going to learn about databases, how data is stored in relational databases, and we'll also look at some of the popular databases. Finally, we'll understand various SQL commands on MySQL server. Now let's get started with what is a database. So according to Oracle, a database is an organized collection of structured information or data that is typically stored electronically in a computer system. A database is usually controlled by a database management system or DBMS. So it is a storage system that has a collection of data. Relational databases store data in the form of tables that can be easily retrieved, managed, and updated. You can organize data into tables, rows, columns, and index it to make it easier to find relevant information. Now talking about some of the popular databases, we have MySQL database, we also have Oracle database, then we have MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database. Next, we have Microsoft SQL Server. Next, we have Apache Cassandra, which is a free and open source NoSQL database. And finally, we have PostgreSQL. Now, let's learn what is SQL. So SQL is a domain-specific language to communicate with databases. SQL was initially developed by IBM. Most databases use structured query language or SQL for writing and querying data. SQL commands help you to store, process, analyze, and manipulate databases. With this, let's look at what a table is. So this is how a table in a database looks like. So here you can see the name of the table is players. On the top, you can see the column names. So we have the player ID, the player name, the country to which the player belongs to, and we also have the goals scored by each of the players. So these are also known as fields in a database. Here, each row represents a record or a tuple. So you have the player ID, which is 103 here. The name of the player is Daniel. He is from England, and the number of goals he has scored is 7. So you can use SQL commands to query, update, insert records, and do a lot of other tasks.
Now we'll see what the features of SQL are. SQL lets you access any information stored in a relational database. With SQL queries, data is extracted from the database in a very efficient way. The structured query language is compatible with all database systems from Oracle, IBM to Microsoft, and it doesn't require much coding to manage databases. Now we will see applications of SQL. SQL is used to create a database, define its structure, implement it, and lets you perform many functions. SQL is also used for maintaining an already existing database. SQL is a powerful language for entering data, modifying data, and extracting data in a database. SQL is extensively used as a client-server language to connect the front end with the back end, thus supporting the client-server architecture. SQL, when deployed as Data Control Language (DCL), helps protect your database from unauthorized access.
So welcome to the demo part of the SQL project. So in this we will do digital music store analysis. Okay, so this SQL project is for the beginners. So what you will learn from this project, main thing is like, so what's the objective of this project, this particular project? So this project is for beginners and will teach you how to analyze the music playlist database, and you can examine the dataset with SQL and help the store understand its business growth by answering simple questions. So as you can see, I will show you. So I have 3 set of questions. First one is easy, okay, and the second one is moderate, and the third one is advanced level. So we have 3 set of questions: easy, moderate, and the advanced. Okay, so every set is of 3 questions, I guess. Yes, in every set there is 3 questions. So okay, in easy one there are 5. So we have 5 plus 3 8, 8 plus 3 11. We have 11 questions to solve. Okay, from this you will understand how you can analyze data with SQL, how you can extract something from database, how you can store something like this. Okay, so, and one more thing, I will show you the schema of the particular data set which we will soon we will restore. So we have the tables in this: artist, album, track, media type, genre, invoice line, invoice, customer, employee ID, playlist track, and all. Okay, so this is the music playlist database schema. So without any further ado, let me create one database. So here, just right click, create database. Okay, here I will write music. Okay, and save. So now our database is created. Okay, so if you will go to schema and if you go to tables, there is no tables in it. Means there is database, but nothing is there. The database is empty. So now what I will do, just go to your database, just right click. Here you can see the restore option. Okay, restore. So format as it is, then here file name, go to this music store database. I will put this database link in the description box below, don't worry. Open, then restore. Process started, process complete. Some people will face this that the process is failed or something. Okay, so for that what you have to do, just go to file, then preferences. Here you have to set the path, just binary path. Okay, see, I am using the 15th version. Okay, so I have set the path here also and this also, but you have to set this path is important. Okay, if you will not set this edv advanced server path, it's fine, but this path is most important. Okay, but for the future reference I have added on the both. What you have to do, you have to just see where you will find this path. Just go to this PC, then OS, then program files. Here you will find this PostgreSQL. Then I'm using C15, then bin. So you have to copy this path, right? You have to just copy it and paste it here, and then select this one. After that, just save. You won't find any failed thing. Okay, the process will complete, right? So now let's move forward and see the tables. Okay, it's still empty. Why? Just refresh it. See, now you can see all the columns in my tables. Okay, so what I will do for the checking, I will run one query here. Okay, let me close it. Okay, I will write here select star from album. Okay, let me run it. So now, as you can see here, my table is working fine, everything seems good. Okay, so now what we will do, we will solve question one by one. Okay, so the first question, let's see the first question, easy one. Who is the senior most employee based on job title? Okay, who is the senior most? Okay, so I will write here like the first question is, who is the senior most employee based on job title? Okay, so this is our question. So we know we have the table name called employee, so we will select that table first. So I will write here select star from employee. So you should know which table should to select. Okay, so here as you can see in this question, there is word employee. Who is the senior most employee based on the job title? Most employee means employee is an employee table, right? So I will run it. Okay, so what I will do, I will just select this and run it. Okay, so now you can see there in employer, there is employee ID, last name, first name, title, report levels, birth date, hire date, and all the details of the particular. Okay, so we will do, so there is one more thing, you can see the levels. Okay, level 1, level 2. So we have to add who is the senior most employee based on the job title. So what I will do, I will write here order by levels in decreasing order. Okay, so first I will do, so now you can see the levels are in the descending order from senior to this. Okay, L7 to L1. So what we want only one employee name. So what I will write here, limit is 1. Okay, I will copy this and I will done it. Okay, so now you can see the last name is Mohan Madan. This is last name, this is first name. So Mohan Madan is the senior most employee based on the job title. So question first is done. So the second question is, which countries have the most invoices? Okay, first I will write down the question, which country has the most invoices. Okay, so for this what we have to do, see, just first we have to check from which table we will get the solution. So here you can see the word invoices. Okay, so we have one table, invoice and invoice line. We have to select it from this. Okay, so I will write here select star from invoice. Okay, so we have customer ID, invoice date, billing address, billing city, billing state, and everything. So here you can see we have the billing country as well. Okay, because we need the country name, so we will take this column, right? So I will write here, so I will write select, change it, select count star from name, select star billing country from invoice, group by billing country. So why I am doing this group by? Because as you can see, we have USA multiple times, USA, then Canada also, then other countries as well. So from this I will get only the one. Okay, I will group them and I will get the one. Fine. So from this we will get the count. So after this I will write order by, so here I will write C descending. Okay, let me run it. So now you can see the billing, this is the billing order. Okay, so or you can say the invoices, USA got the 131 and Canada 76, Brazil 61. If I will write here again that limit 1, what I will get, See, USA. We got the USA. So USA is the country which have the most invoices. Okay. If you will remove this limit, so you will get the other country as well. Second in Canada, third is Brazil, and like this. Okay. And the third question is, what are the top 3 values of total invoices? Okay, again we need the same table. Okay, first I will write the question. Third question is, what are the top 3 values of total invoices? Top 3 value of total invoices. Okay, I know I can just solve this question by the second one, but I want to do it from the starting. Okay, so first I will select stuff from invoice. Let me run it. So first we will sort the data. Here I will write order by total, because the last, this is a table name. Okay, total in the descending order. So first I will select. So we need just the top 3. So first I will do, everyone know, limit 3. Okay. Okay. So here I have wrote this star. That is why it's giving me all the values. If I want this, only this value, so I can write select total from invoice order by this. Okay, I will write and run it. So I have this total like 23.75999 and 19.8 and 19.8. So these are the top 3 values of total invoices. Okay. So here the fourth question is, which city has the best customer? We would like to throw a promotion music festival in the city. We made the most money. Write a query that returns one city that has the highest sum of invoice total. Return both the city name and sum of the all invoice total. So let me write the question first. Okay, I am writing question for your better understanding. Okay, question fourth. Which city has the best customers? We would like to throw a party or promotional music festival in the city. We made the most money. We made the most money. Write a query that returns one city that has the highest sum of invoices total. Return both the city name and sum of all invoices. Okay. So we have this question. Okay. So which city has the best customer? We would like to throw a promotional music festival in the city. We made the most money. Write a query that returns one city that has the highest sum of invoice total. Return both the city name and the sum of all the invoices. Okay. So first, what we will do, we will select stuff from invoice. Okay, sorry, we'll select this. Okay, so first we will select the billing city. We have to focus on this and the total. In this two table we have to just focus on. Okay, so here I will write sum of total as invoice total comma billing city from invoice. So this time we will do group by billing city because we need the city names. Then I will add order by invoice total in the descending order. Seems good. Select sum total as invoice total billing city from invoice billings. Okay, so let me select this. So as you can see, the highest billing city is Prague, and the best customer is from the Prague city. Okay, so which city has the best customer? Obviously Prague, or sorry for the mispronunciation. Okay, so this is how we have solved our fourth question as well. Okay, because written both the city name and the sum of all the invoices. This is the city names and the invoice total. Okay, moving forward to our fifth question, which is again the long one. Who is the best customer? The customer who has spent the most money will be declared the best customer. Write a query that returns the person who has spent the most money. Okay, so I will write here who is the best customer. The customer who has spent the most money will be declared the best customer. So write a query that returns the person who has spent the most money. Okay, yeah, so who is the best customer? The customer who has spent the most money will be declared as the best customer. Write a query that returns the person who has spent the most money. Okay, so for this we have to take this customer table data. Okay, so I will write as select stuff from customer. Okay, I will select this and I will run it. Okay, so this is our table data of customer. Okay, so we have the country, fax, emails, state, city, address, last name, first name. Okay, so as you can see, there is nothing like no detail of invoice or the money, okay, which have spent by the customer. So what we will do, we will look at our schema. So now what we can do, if we can't solve a particular question with one table, we have to join the table to the other table. So here we have to join customer table to invoice table. So in this you can see there is customer ID and here also customer ID. So on the basis of customer ID we can join both the table, and with the help of this total we will sort out the that guy, okay, that customer, right? So for this, I will write here, select customer dot customer ID, comma, customer dot first name, comma, customer dot last name, because we need the full name of that guy, comma, sum invoice dot total as total. Okay, let me, can be pause. Okay, I don't need the search pad, right? Then I will write from customer, okay, my bad, then join invoice on customer dot customer ID equals to invoice dot customer ID. Then I need group by, okay, group by customer dot customer ID. After this, let me order it by the descending order, so the most spend customer will come up. So I will write here order by total, the descending order, then limit equals to 1. Fine, let me run it. Let's see what output should become. Okay, some error is coming. Limit, okay, sorry. Okay, so as you can see, the customer ID is 5, the first name is R, the last name is Madhav. R Madhav spent the highest value 144.54, 0000 and 2. So who is the best customer? Madhav, R Madhav, sorry, my bad, R Madhav, right? R Madhav has spent the most money. Okay, so this is how we are done with our easy set of questions. Now let's jump into the moderate one. Okay, so let me write the question first for the moderate. So I will write here moderate questions. So these analytics skill help you in the data analytics to become a data analyst or to become a data scientist. Okay, so the question first is write query to return, okay, write query to return the email, query to return the email, comma, first name, comma, last name, and genre of all rock music listener. Okay, then return your list ordered alphabetically by email starting with A. Okay, let me get the, yeah. So for this, okay, let me open this first. Okay, fine. So first, what I will do. So now in this question, as you can see, we have to return the email, first name and the last name and the genre of all rock music listener. So if you will see, select star from customer. Okay, let me run this. And if I will see, there is no column name genre. Okay, if I will show you the schema of this, see the genre is here and the customers is here. Okay, we need the first name, last name and the email ID and the genre. Okay, and the genre should be rock. Okay, so what I can do, I can connect this genre with track. Then because here is also track ID and here is also track IDs. Then track ID to invoice line, then invoice line to invoice, then invoice to customer with the customer ID. Okay, this pattern I have to follow. Right. So for this, I will write select, just copy this. Okay, just follow these steps. Select distinct email, comma first name, comma last name from customer, join invoice on customer dot customer ID equals to invoice dot customer underscore ID, then join invoice underscore line on invoice dot invoice ID. Okay, then invoice underscore ID, then where track ID should be in. Here I will do select track ID, okay, from track, then join genre, okay, on track dot genre dot ID equals to genre dot genre ID, where this is important, genre name like rock, because we need, as you can see, write a query to return this is this and genre of all rock music listeners. Okay, rock, right, then order by email. Okay, before that, let me show you this track. Okay, select star from track. Okay, let me show you this table. You can see the name, the track ID, album ID, media type, genre ID. Okay, then the composer, this, bytes, and the unit price. Right? Okay, so you know this, we have then this customer. Okay, invoice ID we took. Right, fine. So now what I will do, I will just select this and okay, invoice ID. Okay, invoice ID is ambiguous. Here I have to write invoice line dot invoice ID. Okay, let me now run. Let me run it. Okay, one more. Join genre on track dot genre ID. There is entry for table genre, but it cannot be referenced from this part of the query. Okay. Okay. As you can see here, the table name is genre underscore ID. That was the mistake. Okay, one more. Genre dot name. Spelling mistake. Sorry, my bad, guys. No issues. It happens. Okay. Now you can see we have all the people who love rock music, and we have the email, then first name, then the last name. See, Aaron Mitchell, Alexandra Roca, Astrid Gruber, like this, Camille, Dan, Edward, like this. Okay. So there are total 59 people who loves rock music from this particular database. Okay. Now question 2. Question 2 is first let me show you. Let's invite the artists who have written the most rock music in our dataset. Write a query that returns the artist name and the total track count on the top 10 rock bands. Okay, so let's invite the artists who have written the most rock music in our dataset. So write a query that returns the artist name and the total track count of top 10 rock bands. So now what we need here? Okay, let me do this. So what we need here? So let's invite the artists who have written the most rock music. First we need the artist. Okay, and the second is rock music. Then we need track. Okay, and the total track count means we will get from the track. So here we have track column, track table, and we have the artist. So now let's see the schema part. So we need genre. Okay, for the rock music. Then we have to combine this with the track ID because genre ID is there. From track ID to album because we need the artist name. See, artist ID and artist ID. So this is how we have to connect the table. Now, so for this, I will write here. Just follow the steps. Select artist dot artist ID, comma artist dot name, comma count artist dot artist ID as number of songs because we need the total number. Okay, who have written the most rock music. Number of songs. Find from track. Now we have to join album on album dot album id equals to track dot album id. Okay, then we have to join the artist with artist id. So join artist column on the basis of artist id equals to then album to album dot artist id. Okay, so here I have joined the artist to the album column table. Okay, then I have to join genre to the track table with the track table. Okay, so here I will write join genre on genre dot genre id equals to genre id. Okay, sorry, track id, track dot genre id. Okay, so here I will write where genre dot name like rock. Okay, rock. Fine. Then I will group by group by artist dot artist id. I need the id as well. Then order by number of songs in the descending. Then limit, I need only 10 rock bands. Limit will be 10. Let me run it. Okay, let me run it. Okay, album. Okay, now let me run it. Okay, now you can see this guy Led Zeppelin, artist ID is 22 and wrote the most songs 144. Then U2 122, Deep Purple 92, then this, then this. Okay, so this is how we solved our second question, right? So now the third question. Okay, return all the track names that have a song length longer than the average song length. Return the name and the millisecond of the each track ordered by the song length. Okay, so first I will write this question. Q3. So return all the track names that have a song length longer than the average song length. Okay, first we return all the track names that have the song length longer than the average song length. Okay, then return the name and milliseconds for each track. Fine. After that, order by the songs with the longest song listed first. Okay, fine. So we have to return all the track names that have a song length and the okay. First we will find the total length of this songs, then we will do the where then we will put the where clause to find out the particular longest song. Okay, so this will do in the two step. First we will find the average track length. Okay, so I will write here select name comma milliseconds, okay, from track where milliseconds here I will write select average from the millisecond. Okay, then I will write here as average track length okay, then here I will write from track. After this I will write here order by milliseconds. I need in the descending order. Okay, so let me run it. So now you can see first I will read it again. So return all the track names that have a song length longer than the average song length. Return the name and the millisecond for each track. Order by the song with the longest song listed first. Okay, so this is the longest song. Okay, so we have all the songs which are the longer than the average song length, right? So now moving forward, we have jump into the advanced set of questions. Okay, so now we will do the advanced questions. Okay, so let's see. First, find how much amount spent by each customer on artist. Write a query to return customer name, artist name, and total spends. Okay, so first we will write down the questions. Okay, then question one. Okay, find how much amount spent by each customer on artist. Write a query to return customer name, comma artist name, comma total spend and total spent. Okay, so how to solve it? So first find which artist has earned the most according to the invoice lines. Okay, first let me show you the schema. Okay, we need the artist name, we need the customer name, and we need the total spent. Okay, with the invoice line, because the quantity should be there. Okay, so first we'll see how to join these three tables: artist table, customer, invoice, and invoice line, like this. Okay, this is how we will join the table. Fine. So now I will tell you the steps. So first find which artist has earned the most according to the invoice line. Okay, the second, now use the artist to find which customer spent the most on the artist. So for this query, you will need to use the invoice line, track, customer, album, and the artist table. So just remember, this one is tricky because the total spent in the invoice table, right? Let me show you. So total spent on the invoice table might not be a single product. So that is why I was saying we need the quantity. So we need the invoice line table to find out how many each product was purchased. Then we have to multiply this by the price of each artist. Okay, fine. So now, so this is a lengthy one. I will just, write it for you and get back to you. Yeah. So this is how you can see. Okay, group by 5. I have wrote this. You can just, write it. Okay, like this. Okay, we took artist name, then sum of invoice line, unit price into invoice line, the quantity that I showed you. Okay, we have multiplied this total with the quantity. Okay, then we joined the table track with invoice, album with track, artist with album. Okay, so now let's run it. Yeah, so now you can see this Hugh O'Reilly Queen, amount spent 27, the customer ID is this. Okay, then Nicholas Schroeder, then 18. Okay, we have the everything. Okay, customer name, artist name, and the total spent. This is the customer name, the artist name, and the total amount they spent. Fine. So now let's move forward to the next one, which is okay. Yeah, so the second one is this. We want to find out the most popular music genre for each country. We determine the most popular genre as the genre with the highest amount of purchase. So write a query that returns each country along with the top genre. For countries with the maximum number of purchases, shared return all the genres. Okay, so what I will do first, I will write the question. Okay, so question 2. So find out the most popular music genre for each country. Okay, determine the most popular genre as the genre with the highest amount of purchase. Okay, then write a query that returns each country along with the top genre for countries where the maximum number of purchase. Okay, so so there are two parts in this question. First, the most popular music genre, and the second is the need of data at the country level. Okay, so we can do it from the two methods. Okay, using CT and using the recursive method. So I will use the using CT. I will do this CT. So for that you have to write with popular genre as select count invoice line dot quantity, okay, as purchases, comma, customer dot country, comma, genre dot name, comma, genre dot genre id, okay. Then here I will write row underscore number, then I will write over partition by customer dot country, order by count, invoice line dot quantity, okay, into descending order, as row number, okay. So from invoice line, okay, yeah. So here I will join the tables, join invoice on invoice dot invoice id equals to invoice line dot invoice id, okay. Then again join customer on customer dot customer id dot id underscore id equals to invoice dot customer id. Fine. Then again we have to join track on track dot track id equals to invoice underscore line dot track underscore id. Then join genre on genre dot genre id, okay. Then track dot genre id, okay. Then I will do group by 2, 3, 4. Then I will do order by 2, then ascending order, and then 1 to descending order, okay. Then now I will write select star from popular genre where row number is less than greater than 1, okay. Now let me run it. So now you can see we have, okay, let me read it. So we have to find the most popular music genre for each country. Okay, so now we have the country name Argentina, the most popular is alternative and punk, genre ID is this, row number is this. Okay, purchase is this. Then the Australia, this rock. Okay, certain rock, USA rock, and everything is there. Right? So this is how you can find the most popular music genre for each country. Okay, the last question is there here. Now the last question is, write a query that determines the customer that has spent the most on the music for each country. Write a query that returns the country along with the top customer and how much they spent. Okay, for the countries where the top amount of spent is shared, right? And they provide all the customer who spent this amount. Okay, so for this, this is like a similar to this question. Okay, so there are two parts in this question. Find the most spent on music for each country, and the second is to filter the data for the respective customer. It's very easy. Okay, so okay, I will write the solution. Okay, you can check the question from there. Okay, I will write customer with country as I will here select customer dot customer ID comma first name comma last name comma billing country comma sum should be total as total spending, right? Then I will write row number same over. We have also written here, no? Right? The same we have to write here over. Then partition by billing country, order by sum, total, descending order as row number. Okay, so after this I will write here from invoice you have to fetch. Then again the same thing, you have to join the table, join customer on customer dot customer ID equals to invoice dot customer ID. Okay, then here I will write group by I1, 2, 3, 4, okay, that's it. Okay, then I will write here order by 4 ASC ascending order, 5 to descending order. Fine. So now I will write here select star from customer with country where ROW number is 1. Fine. So let me run it. See, we have first name, last name, billing country, total spending, row number, and the customer ID. Let me show you the question. Here, write a query that determines. Okay, let me make it this one. Okay. Yeah. So write a query that determines the customer that has spent the most on the music. So customer, we have the customer name for each country. Write a query that returns the country along with this. So we have the country name with the top customer and how much they spend. We have the total spending. For the countries where the top amount is shared, provide all the customer who spent this amount. Okay, so we have everything here. Right? We have this Lewis from Brazil, this is okay, with the customer ID. So this is how you can solve these questions. So till now, I can say you have a good data analytics skills. So for this, I can say this will help you in the interview of data analyst, in data science, or any SQL.
Welcome, aspiring business analyst. Today we are digging into some common interview questions you might face in the business analyst world. Whether you're new to this or just want to brush up, we have got your back. Being a business analyst is about thinking on your feet and talking to people. Simple as that. The question we'll chat about cover things like figuring out what a company needs and how to explain it to others. So whether you're a pro or just starting out, nailing these questions can boost your chances in a business analyst interview. So let's get started on the journey of preparation and self-discovery. So the first question we have is, how do you see yourself fit for the role of business analyst in your company? In this kind of job interview, the person asking the questions wants to see if you understand the job and if you're a good match for what the company wants. You can answer it in two parts. First, talk about your education and mention classes that relate to the job. Second, talk about your experience, attitude, and skills that make you good fit for the job. Give examples of your past work that show the interviewer how you can help the company. Make sure to talk about the problem you faced and how you solved it. One more thing to focus on, that is the skills and the job ad mentions when you talk about your experience and abilities. Alright, now coming to the next question, which is, what according to you are the core competencies of a business analyst? So when it comes to core competencies of a business analyst, it's a key topic in many interviews. While specifics can vary between companies, there are some common essentials. Always check the job descriptions for the details tailored to a particular role. Firstly, excellent communication and negotiation skills are crucial. A business analyst needs to convey complex information effectively and work with various stakeholders. Analytical thinking, problem solving, and decision making are also vital. The ability to break down and solve problems is at the heart of what a business analyst does. Remember, when answering in an interview, emphasize the competencies you possess and can bring to a specific job. The tailored approach shows you have done your homework and you are a good fit for the role. Now, coming to the next question, which is, do you have any technical skills? Can you list your database skills or business intelligence skills? So when you're asked about your technical skills, they're basically asking about your abilities with things like databases and business intelligence. The better you are at these technical skills, the more valuable you are to the company. You don't have to be an expert in things like relational databases and SQL, but the more you know about them as a business analyst, the better. These skills are really important and a lot of companies use them. So if you have used these technologies before, make sure to tell the person interviewing you about it. You can also talk about any specific business intelligence tools you have used, and if you have worked with the system the company uses, definitely tell them. Next question on the list is, are you aware of different techniques like Moscow and SWOT? So the recruiter is asking if you know about the techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow stands for must or should, could or would. It's a way to prioritize the requirements of a project by comparing each demand with others. For example, is this requirement a must-have or just a should-have? SWOT stands for strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis. It's a widely used technique for resource allocation. A business analyst should be able to identify the strengths, weaknesses of a company and turn them into opportunities and threats. It's also good to know about other techniques like MOST and PESTLE to prepare for your business analyst interview. Alright, now coming to the next question, that is the fifth question. What are the various stages of a business project? Alright, so the different stages of a business or IT project are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and closure. First, initiation. This is where the project is defined at a broad level. It involves identifying the need or opportunity for the project and deciding whether or not to proceed with it. Then planning. In this stage, the project scope, objectives and the course of action to achieve those objectives are outlined. Resources, timelines and potential risks are also identified and planned for. The next is execution. This is where the actual work of the project takes place. Resources are allocated and the project plan is put into motion. Then there is monitoring. Throughout the project, progress is monitored to ensure that everything is on track. This involves tracking project performance, identifying any variances from the plan, and taking corrective action as necessary. Then there is closure. So once the project objectives have been met and the client has accepted the deliverables, the project is formally closed out and the resources are reassigned. So these are the various stages of business project. Alright, next question is, can you explain SRS and its key elements? So SRS means System or Software Requirement Specification. It's a bunch of papers that explain the features of a software, app or system. It has different parts needed by the stakeholders and customers to satisfy the end users. The important parts of an SRS are scope of work, non-functional and functional requirements, data model, dependencies, assumptions and constraints, acceptance criteria. So this is SRS and its key elements. Alright, now coming to the seventh question on the list, which is what is BRD and how is it different from SRS? So BRD stands for Business Requirement Documents. It's basically a formal agreement between the company and the client for creating a specific product. Now BRD is like a detailed plan of how the software should work, while SRS is a document that the business analyst creates after talking to the clients. The key difference here is that BRD is made by the business analyst after talking to the clients, while SRS is made based on technical knowledge and requirements. And SRS is actually derived from BRD. Alright, now moving on to the question number 8, which is, how can you say that a requirement is good or perfect? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that a requirement is considered perfect if it aligns with a SMART criteria. This means it should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. You can elaborate by stating that the requirement's description should be specific. All success parameters should be measurable, the necessary resources should be attainable and relevant to the project, and all conditions or elements should be revealed in timely manner. This demonstrates a clear understanding of what constitutes a good or perfect requirement. Alright, so this was about the requirement is good or perfect. Now coming to the question number 9, which is, what do you understand by gap analysis and what are the types of gaps that can occur during an analysis? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that gap analysis involves accessing the variances between the functionalities of an existing system and the desired system. The term gap refers to the alterations needed to achieve the intended outcome. You can then elaborate on the types of gaps that can occur during an analysis. First, profit gap. This refers to the disparity between the actual and projected profits of a company. Then manpower gap. This represents the variance between the actual and required workforce strength within a company. Then performance gap. This denotes the difference between anticipated and actual performances. Then there is market gap. This signifies the difference between estimated and actual sales figures. Alright, now coming to the question number 10. What strategies will you follow to design a use case? So in an interview, you can outline the following approach. First, emphasize the importance of creating concise, well-defined and accurately documented use case. Then explain the 3 key strategies or phases in designing use cases. First, user identification. Start by identifying the users and creating role profiles for each user category. Also recognize the goals associated with every role. Then use case creation. Discuss the process of structuring and creating use cases by capturing both functional and non-functional requirements. Mention the inclusion of use case diagrams and user interface details in the phase. Then review and validation. Highlight the significance of reviewing and validating the use case to ensure their accuracy and effectiveness. Alright, now coming to the question number 11, which is what is the requirement elicitation and have you ever participated in the elicitation meetings? This type of question is often asked. Alright, so it is a technique to gather information from stakeholders and users, approaches or strategies to collaborate with clients or users directly. Some requirements elicitation techniques are document analysis, interviewing, prototyping, brainstorming, workshops and observations, surveys, questionnaire, etc. You can answer the second part of the question by explaining how you have used these techniques and how they impacted your project. Alright, so this was about this question. Now coming to question number 12 on the list, which is what is the exception and alternate flow in use case diagram and how are they different from basic flow? So when responding to the question in an interview, you can explain that the basic flow depicts the required sequence of activities for a use case. This alternate flow, on the other hand, represent actions or activities that deviate from the basic flow but still lead to the achievement of the use case's goals through different steps. Lastly, the exception flow illustrates the action taken in the event of errors, leading to the failure to achieve the use case goals. It's important to emphasize that alternate and exception flows provide a comprehensive view of how the system behaves under various conditions beyond the ideal path depicted in the basic flow. So this was how they are different from basic flow. Now coming to the question number 13, which is during the development of a system, how do you manage frequently changing customers' requirements? So it is one of the most frequently asked interview questions. The first task of a business analyst is to draft a document starting the number of changes that are allowed, and after a certain point, no amendments will be accepted. It is vital to get this document signed by the user. In case the change required is accepted, make sure to note down all the change and find out their overall impact on the project. Calculate the timeline, cost and resources needed for the change. Alright, so this was about it. Now coming to question number 14 on the list, which is what is the fundamental difference between a requirement and need in business analysis perspective? Alright, so there is a fundamental difference between requirements and needs in a business analysis perspective. Requirements are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound statements that describe what the business wants to achieve. On the other hand, needs are broader statements that describe the general problem or opportunity that the business is trying to address. In order to create effective requirements, the business analyst must understand the need of the business and then translate them into specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound requirements. Moving on to the next question now. That is question number 15. Which documents are used to capture non-functional requirements? So when responding to this question, you can explain that there are various types of documents used to capture non-functional requirements. You can mention that one type of document is a use case which is utilized to capture information about how a system should operate and what its capabilities should be. Additionally, you can highlight the use of business requirements documents which captures information about the business goals of a system and its intended functions. Furthermore, you can discuss the use of technical specifications to capture non-functional requirements, that these documents detail the technical aspects of a system and how it should be implemented. It's important to provide a clear and concise explanation demonstrating your understanding of these different documents types and their relevance to capturing non-functional requirements. Alright, now coming to question number 16, which is what is BPMN and what are its basic elements? Alright, so BPMN, short for Business Process Model and Notation, is a standard graphical notation used to model business processes. BPMN was created to provide a common language that both business users and technical developers could use to document and communicate business processes. The basic element of BPMN are event, an occurrence that triggers a process, gateway, a decision point in a process, then activity, a task that needs to be performed, a data object, information that is required or produced by an activity. So this was about BPMN and its basic elements. Alright, moving on to the next question, which is what is benchmarking? So benchmarking is the process of comparing the performance of a company or individual against others in the same industry. This can be done in terms of specific metrics such as profitability, productivity, or customer satisfaction. Benchmarking can also be used for broadly to compare any aspect of a business operation. The main purpose of benchmarking is to identify areas where a company can improve its performance by understanding how others in the industry are operating. A business can develop strategies to better compete. Benchmarking can also help companies keep track of their own performance over time and ensure that they are making progress towards their goals. Alright, now next interview question is, what is process design? So when responding to the question like this, you can start by acknowledging that process design is indeed the creation of a process aimed at achieving specific objectives. You can then explain that it involves specifying operation conditions, raw materials, equipment, and other relevant aspects of processes. Additionally, mention that process design includes the determination of desired output levels, process flow diagrams, and other process characteristics. It's important to communicate that process design is a comprehensive approach that considers various elements to ensure the successful achievement of specific goals. Alright, so this was about process design. Alright, now coming to the next question, that is, what is Agile Manifesto? So the Agile Manifesto is a set of principles of software development that emphasizes individuals and interactions over processes and tools, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over a following plan. So this is what Agile Manifesto is. Alright, now question number 20, that is the last question on the list, is what do you know about Kanban? So Kanban is a popular system for managing workflows and has been used in a variety of businesses and industries. It is based on the Japanese word for sign or card and was originally developed as a way to manage assembly line production in manufacturing. Kanban has since been adapted for use in other industries and has been found to be helpful in managing workflows in a variety of businesses. In recent years, it has become popular in the software development industry as a way to manage agile software development. And there you have it, a detailed exploration of the top 20 business analyst interview questions. Each question is a doorway into showcasing your skills, experiences, and problem-solving abilities. As you prepare for interviews, remember to not only memorize answers but also emphasize your communication skills and adaptability. These questions are designed to gauge your suitability for the role. So take time to reflect on your experience and consider how they align with the expectation of a business analyst.
So that's a wrap on a full course on business analytics in 2024. If you have any questions or want to share your experience, leave a comment below. Your feedback helps our community grow. So thank you for watching.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.